All right. Hello, everybody. We should be live now. If you've been tuned in for the last half hour or so, I apologize for the hiccup a little earlier. But that is all taken care of now, and hopefully, if you are listening to this, you have found everybody. We should be live now. The right stream. If you've been tuned in for the welcome for the last half hour, thank you for joining us this evening. And it's sure to be a wonderful evening where once again we remember the loss of the Titanic. In a different way every year. We have different discussions to discuss the different events, the way it unfolded, and of course bring up the personal stories and really remember those who were affected by the disaster. And we have an excellent panel joining me this year. This is probably our best panel yet. I've been doing this stream for many years. It feels like my lifetime, really. It started, I think, back in 2014 or 2015, back when I was with the THG project. I started doing these anniversary streams, and they've continued since then. So this is, what, the 12th year of doing it, I believe? I know I missed one, but aside from that, it's a pleasure to have everyone joining us. We have some new faces, we have some old friends, and I'm looking at the chat right now. I'm seeing the crowd coming in. We have a lot of people from New Jersey. That's pretty cool. We've got people from all over the place. I'm actually broadcasting directly from New Jersey, which is pretty exciting. And I see Oklahoma. I see Arizona. I see Nova Scotia. It's great to see all these people tuning in, and we have people from all across the United States and even in the UK joining us here on the actual stream itself. So I'd like to introduce everybody. We're going to go through everyone one at a time and make sure that people have an opportunity to prove to you why they deserve to be here, because everyone in this chat is an expert in their own right. So first, we're going to start with L.A. Beadles, a podcaster, host of the Unsinkable, the Titanic podcast. So welcome, LA. Please tell us a little bit about your work and where people can find it.
Hi there. I am thrilled to be joining this year. I'm fortunate to be in this vibrant Titanic community for about, I guess, almost 5 years now. 5 years ago, I started this little podcast from my son's closet and didn't know where it would go, but it's Titanic. So I quickly realized that when I let my nerd flag fly, there were many people all over the world who wanted to learn about the social history, labor history, cultural history, gender history, all the histories of Titanic, the way that I wanted to investigate them. And it's been quite a journey. I've been all over the world with the podcast and done live shows, met so many listeners all over the world, and it's taken me places I never anticipated. I'm currently working on a book about all of my experiences. It's going to be a new cultural history of Titanic that incorporates Titaniacs and why people love to study and obsess over Titanic. So I'm hard at work on that as well. But yeah, I'm a historian. I've always worked in this time period, but it's really only the last 5 or 6 years that I finally had the time and space to study Titanic the way that I've always wanted to. So it's been a delightful journey, and I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us. I remember when I first met you, it was actually at the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island. You did a live broadcast there as part of the Titanic weekend.
Yeah, and, I remember that. I should have mentioned that a few minutes ago, but yeah, that's where we met in person. And I've been so lucky to be at events like that. And yeah, I'm so glad, full circle. I'm so glad to be here with you.
Exactly. Yeah, I wish we got to talk more then, but we had a newborn there, and it was a busy weekend, very busy weekend. Next up, we have George Behe, researcher and author. Just before this stream, we were trying to figure out just how many books George wrote, and, well, we couldn't. It's somewhere around 25, and, yeah, there's always more coming out. So, George, welcome. How are you doing tonight?
Doing okay, Tom. Nice to be here again. I always look forward to getting together with my friends here on these live streams, because it's just about the only time I ever get to see any of you. If see is the right word. Bill's going to be coming to Michigan here within the next couple of months, so I'm looking forward to his visit. Um,
Me
anyway,
too.
about me, I became interested in the Titanic when I was, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old. My grandmother had the copy of the old Logan Marshall 1912 Titanic book on her bookshelf, and I used to look through that and be horrified at the pictures. And when I was old enough to read, I enjoyed reading through it. And I noticed that at the time that the information in one chapter of that book might not match completely the information in another chapter. There'd be contradictions. And it raised my curiosity, and the curiosity never left me. When I got out of the service in 1972, I finally had the free time and the money to start doing individual independent research of my own. So I started doing it then, and I never stopped. So basically, that's my story in brief.
Well, thank you definitely for joining us tonight, George. It's great to have you here. Always a very valuable contribution to the discussions.
Thank you, Tom. That's very kind of you. Thank you.
We have a lot of super chats coming in. I want to actually take a note right now and let you guys know who are sending them. Because they tend to come in, and because once the sinking starts, we are on a set time frame. So what we tend to do is we do the super chats in bunches throughout the evening. We save them. We actually have a moderator, Tess, who is Kent's wife. She's keeping an eye on them. She's screenshotting them and setting them aside so we don't miss them. But I would also like to say that a portion of the super chats coming in tonight are going to be donated to the RMS Olympic Steinway Association, who is working to acquire and preserve for public display the surviving piano from the RMS Olympics a la carte restaurant. I did a documentary on that on my channel about a year ago, or maybe 2 years by now, who knows. But it's a fantastic artifact, well worth preserving. And in recent years, or in recent months, there actually is an update that I can share. The acquisition is essentially a success. It's locked in, but there are still costs to bring it to the finish line. So, like I said, a portion of tonight's super chats will be given to that cause. So, thank you for everything you give. We are keeping a close note of all of the ones that are coming in, and we will be addressing them. Next up in our lineup, we have Mark Chirnside joining us from the United Kingdom. Author, researcher, more an expert on the White Star Line, especially the Olympic, speaking of the Olympic, rather than just the Titanic. So helping to keep the Titanic in the context of the overall White Star Line and the era, really. How are you doing tonight, Mark?
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'm good. I've got a very strong coffee because it's going on for 2:10 in the morning, UK time. So we're going to be going throughout the night. So I hope to be able to stay awake and stay with you all. It's great to be here. So I'm Mark. I was interested in Titanic. I think I was probably 8 or 9 years old. We did a school project, and then I saw the Exploring the Titanic children's book, with all the incredible wreck paintings that Ken had done. So my interest grew from there. And I think for me, it is about studying the wider context. You learn so much about Titanic just by studying both the sister ships and the White Star Line more generally. So that's where a lot of my insights come from. And I take the chance to plug. I've got a new book coming out, so I think this is the first time in about 12 or 13 years that I've actually done an Olympic class book. All the others have been other White Star Liners, so it's nice to get back to the bread and butter.
Oh, that's fantastic. Congratulations. I know a little bit about that book. I'm very excited for it. Do you know when it might be coming out?
Thank you. Yeah, it's released this month in the UK and Europe, so people in the United States can order a signed copy from me already. And then the North America release, including Canada, is going to be a bit later this year. So if people want to check my website, I'll keep people posted.
Wonderful. And the link to your website should be in the description down below.
Okay,
Um, ne-
cheers.
Next up, we have Don Lynch, who is currently missing in action. Hoping he's all right. Then now we've got Park Stephenson. Park Stephenson is a good friend. Probably, I think of everyone on this panel, I've known him the longest. Met back in 2012 when I was doing my short film on the wireless operators, and we've been friends since. He's also the executive director of the USS Kidd Veterans Museum down in Louisiana. How are you this evening, Parks?
Oh, fine, and thank you for having me here. Um, why do you have a USS Kid guy on here? Because Titanic is what led me to where I am today. I was interested in Titanic after seeing the 1953 version as a kid in the 1960s, and was taken by the scenes of the sinking and the kid wondering whether he can wear the long pants now and all that, and pursued it as a teenage researcher back in the days when research involved postal mail and funneling everything through the Titanic Historical Society. Um, Went into the Navy for 20 years. And by the time I retired from the Navy, it was the late 1990s. The film Titanic was filming just across the border from my last station in San Diego. And the internet had become a thing where now I could talk to fellow researchers in real time instead of waiting for like a month for a conversation to play itself out. And through meeting people like Bill Sauter, Ken Marshall, Don Lynch, uh, eventually led me to James Cameron, who brought me onto his team. And that's when I started diving, dove to the Titanic in 2005. That introduced me to the deep submergence world, which led me to other submersibles going after different targets, like a Japanese special attack sub in Pearl Harbor, and going back to Titanic again in 2019, this time with Victor Vescovo, in a full ocean depth submersible that can go as deep as any submersible can go to the full depth of the ocean. He tested it on Titanic, which for those guys was a shallow target. That blew my mind. Titanic's at 3,800 meters, and they don't really register dives below 5,000 meters for their maintenance program. And after Titanic, Victor said, "What else can we do? I'm going out to the Pacific yet?" And I said, "Well, there's a destroyer by the name of USS Johnston that had a pretty amazing story. Got sunk in October of 1944. Can we find that?" And we did. The world's deepest shipwreck at the time. We'd go back a year later and find a destroyer escort, the USS Samuel B. Roberts, that sank in the same battle as Johnston, 400 meters away, but she's also about 400 meters deeper than Johnston. So now she's the world's deepest shipwreck. But at any rate, it was Johnston that grabbed me, and I ended up when the opportunity came to take her sister ship, the surviving destroyer, Fletcher-class destroyer USS Kidd, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I jumped at the chance, and I needed to put the ship into dry dock because she had not had an overhaul in over 60 years. And she's just now completing 2 years in dry dock, which I learned quite a bit, which actually helps me in forensic analysis of the wreck, which is what I concentrate on nowadays. Everybody here on this panel has their own specialty, and I won't try and tread on those. But if you want to talk about the wreck and what the wreck can tell us, I'm willing to go there.
All right, fantastic. Now, I don't want to do a side discussion right now, so early in the evening, but just real quick, we got a message asking you how much has this drought affected the USS Kid from being able to make the return trip? I know I wanted to ask you. I saw the question here, and I knew that was worth forwarding to you.
Okay, somebody knows the area. Unfortunately, when I moved from California, Southern California to Louisiana in 2022, it seems I brought California's drought with me. Louisiana's had drought years since 2022. We we had a 2-day window to get the ship out of her specially designed cradle in 2024. We had to shave 4 feet off of her rudder to get her out. Got her to the shipyard. Of course, the shipyard has fixed all that. Now she's done and ready to come back, but we're not seeing the water levels we need. And I've been holding a museum together without its main attraction for the past 2 years. It's been very stressful. I've got people that work for me, dependent upon me for their paychecks and everything. And we're just hanging on by a thread. Everybody's looking forward to Kit coming back this year, but the water's not there. And I'm starting to deal with the possibility that she may not come back this year, may have to survive another year without her main attraction or more, because who knows how long these drought years will last. And so I'm looking at alternatives. I may even have to take kids somewhere else, like possibly New Orleans, for a while. So I've got quite a bit on my plate at the moment. Otherwise, I'd be writing books too, but I don't have time to sit down and write things down.
All right. Well, thank you, Parks. Next up, we have Tad Fitch. Tad, who has been on many of the streams in the last few years, and a regular contributor on our partner channel, the Steam and Splendor Network, which is a channel we created back about a year and a half ago. I'm going to introduce the network before I continue with my introduction on Tad, if you don't mind. With YouTube is a wonderful place. Anyone can create, anyone can put information out there. That's fantastic, but it also comes with the downside of a lot of people just make stuff up, or they just read Wikipedia, or worst of all, it's just AI. So we have historians who are constantly trying to combat that, and I just thought, what if we just gave them a platform where they can make videos and put that out there? So that's what the Steam and Splendor Network is. I created it along with Tad and J. Kent Layton here. And regular videos, we target once a week, and they've been pulling the weight on that for sure. But if you want to go check that out, that's the Steam and Splendor Network. That is in the description down below as well. We've also been doing daily videos for Titanic's Voyage, actually since the start of April, more or less. So if you want to check those out, and we're going to be recapping some of them in a moment. But Tad, anyway, hi, how are you?
Doing great. Thanks, Tom. It's always a pleasure to be on here with friends and colleagues, and some new faces, some that we've been doing this with for a number of years. But for those that know me, I'm a researcher and author, primarily Titanic. I've also had a lot of interest in-depth study of the Lusitania and First Battle of the Atlantic during World War I, a number of other ships. But my interest in Titanic goes all the way back to when I was a little kid. And it's not something that's a great story, but it's important to me because it was a shared interest with my father, history in general. And it kind of grew out of that. And when I started getting interested in the ship, it was shortly before the French and Ballard expedition found the wreck. And then after that happened, I was the kid that was in kindergarten, first grade. Everybody else is drawing their pets. I'm drawing Titanic, and was interested in that ever since. And it got to the point where, as I read almost every book that came out and that existed, that there was questions and things that I didn't find satisfactory answers to. And I started digging into it. And I should say my primary interest is the human element, but I also am pretty heavily invested in the technical side, because I realize you can't understand one without the other. And if you want a well-rounded picture of the sinking into the ship and the context, you need both of those together. But late 1990s, old dial-up internet era, all the news groups and message boards and craziness that happened online back then. In that there was some good and bad, but some of the good was that I connected with George Behe and Bill Wormstedt when I was a teenager, started having conversations about common subjects that we were interested in, ended up working on a project that seems to be never ending, but the Lifeboat launch sequence and chronology. George had done that in his Titanic Tidbits pamphlets back in the day, and then Bill and I had joined with him on that and came out with that chronology, which was kind of the basis for a lot of the timeline going forward. And we've continued to revise that ever since then. Um, Wrote On a Sea of Glass, which many of the listeners will know that book, recreating Titanic, and most recently the Lusitania Illustrated Biography, Volume 1 and 2, which also has some phenomenal renders from HFX Studios. So just glad to be here and looking forward to commemorating this event and keeping the focus on the people that were impacted by the sinking. So thanks for having me again.
Well, thanks for joining us, Tad. Kent, next up to bat, we have J. Kent Layton. I should also mention that Tad Fitch, J. Kent Layton, Bill Wormstedt, they are all authors of several books, but probably most notably would be On a Sea of Glass, a book that I think most people in this chat are familiar with. A wonderful book, basically the encyclopedia on the events of the voyage and the sinking. Kent, how are you tonight?
Doing okay. Thanks for having me this evening. Like Tom said, I worked with Tad and Bill Wormstedt here on a little book called On a Sea of Glass. It's only about 300,000 words. We wrote the primary text for that back in, I want to say 2010, 2011, in the run-up to the centennial anniversary of the sinking. And Tad and Bill and I had known each other for a few years. We collaborated on a couple of other side projects. And when the time came, it had always been my goal, my ambition to do a Titanic book. I'd been interested in the subject since I was a kid. And it hadn't worked so well after the Cameron film came out because there were a lot of books that hit the market all at the same time, and I was getting rejection letters right and left. And some of the publishers, the editors were actually nice enough to say, we wish we'd gotten yours first because we liked yours better. So I waited, I put it on hold. I figured it would never happen. But then in the run-up to the centennial, I knew Tad and I knew Bill, and I went to them and I said, hey, what about the three of us? We work together. And fortunately, they said yes. And of course, we had George Behe helping us. He's been a collaborator of ours for many years. And we were able to put out what I considered to be a book that I could be proud of. Of course, in the years since, we've had to make a lot of updates and corrections, and that's a process that's still ongoing even today because Titanic, you're always learning something about it. You're never there. You've never arrived. You're never an absolute expert that can be a final arbiter on everything. And so, yeah, that's ever since then, it's been kind of an exciting ride, getting to work with you, Tom, over the years and your crew over at HFX. And it's been a pleasure to be on your panel for a number of years. I think 2019 was my first year on your panel. And then in 21, it was the first time we went independent and we were working as a solo crew. And that's it's been a really fun ride ever since. So thanks for having me back.
Well, thanks for being here, Kent. And then lastly, Bill Wormstedt joining us, another author, another researcher. How are you doing this evening, Bill?
I'm doing just fine. I first got into Titanic in the late 50s. Yes, I'm that old. Watching A Night to Remember and the 1953 Titanic movie in black and white on TV. I first discovered Walter Lord's book in my junior high bookstore, and then for a long time, nothing really was going on in Titanic as far as my world was concerned. In the late 90s, I got online, met George and Tad, but really my first big project was helping to transcribe the Titanic inquiries. There was 11 of us, including me and Parks. Parks was one of the transcribers too. And we transcribed 3,200 pages of inquiry testimony. After that, I worked with George and and Tad on the lifeboat lowering sequence. Then Ken asked me to help out with on what became On of Sea of Glass, and we've been kind of working together off and on ever since. We just released another iteration of the lifeboat launch sequence, which is free online right now. And then it's going to be back to trying to put some updates back into On a Sea of Glass.
All right, wonderful. Well, good to have you here as well, Bill. Thank you for joining us. Quite a lineup. Very exciting to have everyone here. All right, so let's start setting the scene. Kent, my timekeeper for the evening, what is the time now in Titanic time? I know it takes a calculation, so if you need a moment, that's fine.
I've gotten so used to doing this, I can almost do it in my sleep. One of the nice things about Titanic research is that we know a lot more today than we did 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago, in part due to a lot of the legwork done by people like George, people like Mark, people like you, Parks. We've put so many of the pieces together, and one of those is how the clock difference between Titanic's shipboard clocks and time on shore stacks up. And each of the inquiries had something different to say, and there's been a lot of different theories out there over the years. But navigationally speaking, the way they did things in 1912, and it can be confirmed by timing out the Marconi broadcasts, on the night of the disaster, Titanic's clocks were 2 hours and 2 minutes ahead of time in New York and 2 hours and 58 minutes behind time in London in the UK. And they didn't have daylight saving time back then. So if you're going to do an actual true to the time event, like we try to do, that we've now sprung forward by an hour, closing that gap to 1 hour and 2 minutes. So here it is, it's 9:27 p.m. in New York now, which means that on Titanic it is 10:29 going for 10:30 p.m. At 10 o'clock, there was the change of the watch on the bridge, and a few key players, such as the lookouts in the crow's nest, the quartermasters at the helm, and the watch was handed off from Second Officer Lightoller to First Officer Murdoch. The two men talked for some time. They passed vital information back and forth, including the fact that the ship was approaching the area of ice. And the conversation also gave time for Murdoch's eyes to become adjusted to the darkness, very dark night. So maybe Parks can speak to this because you've actually been out there on the open ocean. Jump in at any point with observations about this because you know this better than I do, man. When you're out there, you need time, if you're coming out of a lit environment to a pitch black night, to be able to see something.
Yeah, Parks, I'm sure you've stood on watch on a similar night. Would you be able to tell us about that?
Yeah, so modern ships have baffles to keep the light from the interior of the ship from getting outside. And when you're taking over the watch, you usually have to start half an hour. In the U.S. Navy, it's usually at half an hour before your watch time officially starts to go stand in one of these little vestibules and let your eyes become accustomed to the darkness before you take the watch. And I imagine they did something similar back then, although they don't. I don't see any evidence in Titanic of the baffled areas that we have on modern ships today. But yeah, it's you've got night vision is very important, and despite one thing that hasn't changed there's navigation radars, there's all kinds of sensors on the ships to show you hazards ahead, but nothing really takes the place of the human eyeball at night.
Yeah.
That's actually a good segue that maybe we can swing back to later, Parks, and that is the myth of the missing binoculars.
Yes,
and
I was going to
the ship
mention that.
sank. Yeah, I think that would be a really good topic to throw to
Okay,
you
well, I'll
because you've
talk
been
about
out there.
that because I keep seeing that coming up, and
It's out there.
I get frustrated. I'm going
Yeah. So yeah, and I want to welcome LA. First time you've been with us on this live stream, and it's awesome to have. I think this is a male-dominated segment, and so it's so nice to have our first female panelist and to bring that perspective to our team. Thank you for joining us tonight. And Parks, first time you've been on our panel. We can't express enough appreciation to you both, and to George. I know sometimes you haven't been feeling too hot lately, and thank you for making the effort to join us. So we appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
I do want to say to that point that I have, for people that don't know, I have 2 kids, and my daughter is 9, and I was putting her to bed tonight, and I had told her about the live stream, but I don't think she really processed this part. And when I told her I would be the first woman that was on this, and it's been going for many years, the look in her eyes, she was so proud of me, and she said, "Oh, that's a very big deal." So it's awesome. I think obviously really important to have representation of all types on these types of panels. And I think it's indicative of the growth of the Titanic community that more female voices are joining the conversation. And it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And I'm very proud to be here representing that. And, people that listen to my podcast know this, but I am not the expert on the technical side of things. I am social history. I am the human stories and the micro out to the macro. And I just feel really grateful to have a voice here. And I hope I can contribute in some meaningful ways that people will enjoy. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Well,
and a lot of support coming from the chat as well to have you here. So welcome and thank you. Please feel free to chime in anytime. I don't know exactly what everyone here in this chat is an expert in on this panel. So please, if there is something you feel you can weigh in on, please do. Like Parks right now.
Well, I was just going to say, I have several female colleagues on the expedition side, and so maybe I need to pull them into this in future broadcasts.
All right, so Parks, you had mentioned that you wanted to speak towards the binoculars, correct?
Well, I did. I didn't know whether we were at that point. We don't have the camera on. I've actually got a pair of binoculars here that are the same model that was used by the lookouts on Titanic. And I know there's been a lot of talk about the pair of binoculars that were locked in Blair's cabin and how he took the key with him and all that. And Belfast Museum, by the way, has that key. So that's where it was the whole time. It was in Belfast. Joke. Anyway, I've stood lookout on ships, and one of the things that you'll learn very quickly, even with modern binoculars, the binoculars of that time were not as good at enhancing light in darkened situations as they are today. But even with the improved optics of more modern binoculars, lookouts today still do not use binoculars for open area search on the ocean. It's not efficient. Binoculars, no matter how good they are, focus your sight on a particular area, and whatever's outside that area is unknown to you. So a lookout should be doing his open ocean search with his naked eyeball, and peripheral vision becomes very important in this area. You actually see objects at night better in your peripherals than you do if you look directly at an object. And this has to do with the rods and the cones in your eye. Then I won't go into in detail about that, but you can Google it if you want. But I think Lightoller specifically didn't want the lookouts to have binoculars for much of this same reason. He knew from experience that lookouts can use binoculars as a crutch, could become too dependent upon them, and focus on very restricted areas that come in within the field of vision of the binoculars. So even if Blair's binoculars had been available, I'm not certain that the lookouts would have been allowed to take them up into the crow's nest with them. I know Fleet mentioned that he kind of wished he'd had binoculars, but this is a man who was at the center of a lot of attention at the time, something that he probably was not very comfortable with and was looking for any explanation he could. But I just don't see the binocular issue that a lot of people say is an important part of the Titanic narrative as being important. I think that the lookouts had a better chance of seeing the iceberg without the binoculars than with them.
I have a little addendum to that story, and that's really interesting, Parks. But David Blair, who, for those who don't know, was the original second officer of Titanic, and before Chief Officer Henry Wilde had been transferred aboard right before the maiden voyage, that caused a demotion where first from Murdoch, who was the chief officer, was demoted, and then Lightoller was demoted temporarily to second officer, and Blair, to his fortune, was off the ship. He got blamed for a lot of things in his career, and this is one of those ones that's overblown, the keys and allegedly not causing the accident, and according to the media, because they couldn't get the binoculars. It's nonsense, but he's unfairly gotten blame in modern times. During World War I, he was helping navigate the Oceanic when it ran aground. And I won't go too far afield because it's off topic, but early World War I, you had Royal Navy captains and a merchant captain aboard the same ship, which what could possibly go wrong when you have two commanders? And they gave contradictory orders. The ship ran aground. Long story short, Blair kind of shouldered some of that blame in the inquiry afterwards and was court-martialed. And I always found it interesting that you had two captains essentially in charge of the ship, and that the navigator, who was being supervised by them, was the one that got blamed for it. So he seems to get the blame for a lot of things, posthumously and in his life, which I never found very fair.
Good point. Exactly. Well, we have a newcomer having joined us here. Don Lynch is joining us. Hello, Don. Good to see you. I'm glad you could make it. Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was just going to jump in on that. I got in the tail end of the conversation, but all this stuff about locking up the binoculars, the ship's carpenter had a key. If they really wanted them, they could have gotten them. And the other thing is that there was somebody on Facebook one time who posted he had been a lookout on a ship, more recently, and he said crew members were never given binoculars in the crow's nest because it distracted them, because they used them to spy on the passengers down on the deck.
Did they really?
So he said it was rare. When he was working, whoever this person was, I didn't write it down, but he said you never ever gave binoculars to lookouts.
Wow. Very interesting. And there's a lot of modern insights from people in these fields of work today that can still be applied even 114 years later. So that's a really unique insight, and thank you for sharing that, Don.
Sure.
It's good to have you here. You're a lifelong researcher on Titanic. I believe your specialty is the passenger and the people stories, correct?
Well, it's my main interest, but I'm actually interested in anything to do with the Titanic and what happened that night, everything. So I'm happy to pitch in. I'm sorry I'm a little late. I was a little off on the time, but here I am. So far so good.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
All right. So we have about an hour to go until the collision. So it is at 10:40, correct? I don't have the Titanic clock in front of me. My Titanic clock is Kent, as I said. 10:41.
Yep.
Yes. So let's set the stage. What is going on? We know we've just had the officer change. We've just had the change of watch. What is going on with the passengers and the crew down below? Would anyone like to chime in on that? I see LA smiling at me. Unmute, LA. What do you got to say?
Well, I get this question a lot, and it's one of my favorite things to talk about because I try to talk as much about third-class passengers as I can for representation, and I have listeners ask this a lot: what life was like for third-class passengers, leading into the sinking when this razor thin moment becomes this before and after. And I think I remind my listeners of this a lot from a mental health standpoint, from just a human standpoint, that until that iceberg scrapes and everything we're going to discuss after that happens, you have just very ordinary days going on in a lot of people's lives, all the way to very extraordinary days. You have people that have never been on the ocean, on water before, and they're heading to a completely new life. You have people that have been on ships like this before. Maybe they're in the middle of something they're, working on. This is something they do quite a bit. You have people that are experiencing things they've never experienced before, people that view it as mundane, the whole gamut. But the thing I really like to highlight is for third class passengers, there's a lot of joy perhaps going to sleep that night because they've been on this ship that is for them luxury. There are so many third class passengers that have never seen an orange, never seen a banana, never sat down at a nice table and had the type of meals they've been having in third class, with nice dishware and beautiful spreads of food in front of them. And many of them are on board with a lot of other people from their native countries. They're socializing. They're probably sleeping very well. They're warm. They're cozy. For a lot of people, they're coming from countries like Ireland or Finland that they're in big families. They live in tiny homes. They're immigrating because they see a better future for themselves in the United States, and they are taking a big leap, and they've lived in crowded conditions. They've been, in many cases, working since they were children. And so before that moment, there is just so much joy for so many of them and hope. And I just try to highlight that as much as I can, because everything else we're going to talk about tonight obviously is trauma. But leading up to that moment, I think it's important to, put ourselves in the headspace and remember that these are all lives kind of dangling on this moment they don't know is coming. And to me, that's always been one of the most powerful parts of the Titanic story. So I always try to remember what it was like down there in third class, because we get so much representation of first class, second class, the romantic, the 1997 movie. I don't know, to me, on a night like tonight, I like to think of the third class passenger asleep in their bunk, with a lot of hope in their hearts, and heading towards lives that they're very excited about. So just a general thought.
Yeah. Very well said. There's a lot of this voyage. I mean, even setting aside the disaster that is about to unfold, there's a lot of lives that are changing just in this crossing of the Atlantic. As you said, there are many people who, this is routine for them. They're working, and their crew, they do this trip a lot. But even in first and second class, and especially third class, as you said, there are people moving to the United States. There are people who are just married and they're going to their new home. There's people who are returning home. There's a lot of lives that are changed, and there's a lot of optimism for once they arrive in the United States. And they weren't all going to the U.S. Some were heading up to Canada. But once they arrive in North America, to just move on to the next step of their life. It's a voyage full of excitement for most, but of course there are some who are traveling with more unfortunate circumstances. I know some of the passengers were traveling for funerals, or to settle estates. It's not all joy for some. Don, I remember you had mentioned in one of the older documentaries from the 90s, you told a story, forgive me, I don't remember the details, I believe it was the Ryersons, or one of the first class families was traveling relating to a funeral.
Well, yeah, the Ryersons had gone over to Europe just shortly before that, and their older son was back at home, and I think right around the time of the Titanic sailing, he was killed in a car accident, and he was in school at the time, and so he couldn't go on the trip with them, and they just caught the next ship home. And Mrs. Ryerson said she never left her cabin until the night of April 14th, when Mrs. Thayer came and asked her if she just wanted to take a walk on deck. And I think it was while everyone else was at dinner, just, or about that time, just so that there would be fewer people out, because being in mourning, she didn't want to go out and socialize.
Yeah. So there's just so many individual stories, individual emotions that are unfolding on this voyage. A lot of apprehension, but a lot of optimism. So,
well, I'd like to I'd like
Yeah.
to mention something here. I want to set the stage here because a lot of people look back on the Titanic disaster from, from a modern perspective. And it's hard to conceive of a time when there had not been a Titanic disaster. When in the 20 years before Titanic's loss, the safety record for these transatlantic ships was astonishing. From 1892 to 1901, 3.25 million passengers were carried between the United Kingdom and USA, and with the majority in UK ships. And during that decade, roughly, only 73 passengers were lost, and 66 of those on westbound voyages. Between 1902 and 1911, that number almost doubled to 6 million passengers carried. And during that time, only 9 passengers were lost, 8 going westbound. So in the 20 years previous to Titanic's loss, over 9 million passengers were carried with a loss of about 4 persons a year during that time period. Now, when you translate those safety statistics to modern air travel, or even getting in your car and heading out in the I-10 here in Louisiana, it's night and day. And people say, we were arrogant. We weren't arrogant. We weren't really fighting against nature with Titanic. There was a safety record that these shipbuilders, for the shipbuilding industry in total, had an outstanding safety record. So there was every reason to believe that we were doing this the right way and we were doing it with complete safety. So I just wanted to bring that perspective because I don't think that's brought up very often.
And that's a really good perspective too, because especially from now in 2026, many of us have spent years learning about Titanic, knowing about Titanic, researching the subject. We can't picture a time that there wasn't a Titanic disaster. And it's so easy for us to Monday morning quarterback and say, they had all of those ice warnings. Why didn't they just slow down? What was the harm in adding a few hours to the trip? And honestly, from a Monday morning perspective, it makes perfect sense, but that's not what they did at the time. And the numbers, as you brought out, Parks, backed it up. They had good reason to think that, this was safe practice. Even the Republic disaster a couple of years before, when the ship had finally sunk, it had taken so long for it to sink that they had been able to rescue pretty much everybody who hadn't been injured in the initial collision. And that reinforced the impression that we're doing a great job. So you have to put yourself in the shoes of someone on April 14th, 1912, with that decades-long experience running up to the moment when the iceberg is seen, when all the numbers are in your favor, and this is what you've done your entire career, and it's always worked before.
That's
and
right.
I think
one last
that's one thing. Yeah.
One last punctuation. Olympic did 10 voyages before Titanic.
And what people don't stop to think about is Lusitania and Mauritania were out there doing the same thing, but faster than Titanic. Because there's that misimpression that Titanic was out for a safety record, the blue ribbon crossing of the Atlantic.
Speed record,
No, it was Lusitania and Mauritania.
Lusitania and Mauritania, the first set of ships that were declared as almost unsinkable by shipbuilder. That's another thing that gets forgotten. We remember almost unsinkable for Titanic, but that seemed to be a standard phrase that shipbuilder liked to use because they used it with Mauritania and Lusitania.
They continued using it after the Titanic.
Yeah.
In fact, if I recall correctly, maybe Mark can correct me because I know you have seen the particular ads. But Mark, after the Titanic disaster, when they brought Olympic in and they redid all the bulkheads and improved her safety features, didn't the word unsinkable get recycled again, if I'm not mistaken, and get applied to Olympic?
I think certainly some variation of it. Yes, Kent, there are articles I remember for Britannic from, I think, early 1914, maybe March 1914, so just after she'd been launched. And of course, Britannic had, essentially the same upgrades to watertight subdivision that Olympic did after the Titanic disaster. And yeah, there's certainly a variation of that. I believe there were some qualifiers as to be practically unsinkable, but yeah, it's very much the same terminology being used. And that's it's less than 2 years after the Titanic disaster, so it really is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
And I
jump
think
back
this is
a little bit.
This is perfect timing because I was thinking, Tom, we could segue into this. We talk about trying to get ourselves into the mindset of April 14th, 1912, before the iceberg was sighted. And that's one of the things that we've been trying so hard to do through the Steam and Splendor Network, our partner channel here from Part-Time Explorer, is from April 1st through 14th, putting out these daily videos that get you into the April 1912 mindset. And what we're seeing here, what our audience is seeing on their screens is what we've been in back of house calling the sizzle reel. Some beautiful special effects CGI animations that our in-house team at HFX have done for this year's daily episodes. Our lead animator, Levi Rourke, and Alex Mahler, and the whole crew, Colin and Elias and Eli, everybody in the whole crew pulled together and made this happen so that we could recut these episodes and add material and make it beautiful and appealing to people with even a limited interest in the subject who just want to see something magnificent like what we're seeing here.
This is
And
this is
Tom,
our Levi. Hello.
Hey, Tom.
I didn't
And
see
also
you
too,
there.
want to give a special shout out to Barrett as well, who helped me develop some of the new effects that we're tooling for other practical uses as well. But it really made it pop, and well done to everybody.
Absolutely well done. Well done
And
all around, especially to you, Levi.
And thank you.
Yes. So the animations you're seeing here, we're probably going to scrub through this. We started this live stream with a generous hour and 40 minutes advance time prior to the collision with the iceberg, and we're filling it very quickly. So this is a fairly long reel, about a half hour, that we thought we would have time to play through, but it's already been such an interesting chat. So we're going to end up scrubbing through a little bit. These are the animations, a highlight reel from what we put together for the documentaries on the Steam and Splendor Network. These animations are all done in-house. These are our models. These are our environments. Some of it, I don't want to say rushed, but a lot of it all of it was put together in the last 2 months or so, mainly by Levi, who I'm sure is looking forward to sleeping for 48 hours after this stream.
It's always Levi that catches
always
it and
Levi.
lead up to the live streams.
Yep, but also Colin and Barrett and Alex and Eli and Elias. So, and you, Kent. So it's but anyway, we're going to scrub through this, and it's going to recap the voyage. So we saw some nice sailing shots, beautiful little pass around. If you see the video jitter, it's because I am scrubbing through. I am skipping a little bit. I want to show it all. I know you guys want to see it all, but we are going to be limited on time. If you want to watch more of that footage, go to the Steam and Splendor Network and watch our recent videos. And again, everyone on the panel is welcome to chime in as you see things coming up in this video. Here we are in Southampton. This is the Titanic at night. We're gonna pass around it at the docks and see the ship being completed, because she was still being worked on right up until her departure, and of course being loaded and prepared for the voyage.
It's one of the anecdotes that maybe Don or George could speak to, because I know that of our panel, I think it's Don and George who have actually met survivors. And one of the things that I know has been brought up time and time again, and maybe in your conversations with survivors, this came up with them, the smell of fresh paint was really strong in certain areas of the ship. And we know that there seemed to be an extra large order of florals that were delivered to the ship the night before she sailed. And the running theory is that the large quantity of flowers was to really mask that smell, that strong chemical smell of fresh paint. Maybe that's something you guys can touch on, how they were finishing the ship at the last minute, if that's rings a bell with any of your conversations.
Well, the only thing I would say is that they concentrated on the port side of the ship, and the starboard side of the ship was looking kind of aged in some of the pictures before she left. They made sure that she looked good for the public, but the side that you can't see, they'll get to that later.
Well, George may comment on this, but if you want to, George, about Winifred Quick and them keeping their cabin door open.
Yes, yes. Because of the paint odor, it was so strong in her second class cabin that her mother kept the cabin door ajar just to get some ventilation going through.
I know Eileen Schaefer, well, she was Eileen Lennox Cunningham, and she was a cross-channel passenger, and she did talk about the flowers. And you got to kind of wonder, I mean, they had planters and things throughout the ship, but would it have been an unusual number of flowers? Because where would you put the extras? And, on sailing day back in those days, people were always sending floral arrangements to ships. So a lot of people had floral arrangements, especially in first class, of course, in their cabins anyway.
And of course, here we're zooming in on that famous photograph taken by Francis Brown.
I just wanted to say, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, that's okay.
Well, actually, it related to you, George, because I was going to say that we have the person here with us who literally wrote the book on passengers and premonitions about Titanic, and it's so interesting to think about. Park's comment earlier on the safety record of these ships, and it is very interesting to think about human nature and what the human brain will do after a trauma has happened, because there are, as we know, hundreds and hundreds of people who claim to have not gotten on the ship because of a premonition. If all of the people who claim to be on Titanic, or that claim they should have been on Titanic, were on there, it would have been 2 Titanics. But it is interesting because so many people, George is the expert on this, obviously, report either not getting on board or having these awful premonitions. We have Eva Hart's mother claiming that she only slept during the day, of course, and stayed awake at night because she felt like the ship was going against God's will, something like that, I think is the exact quote. And it's interesting to think how many of those are accurate. I've always wondered this because I think that what the brain does after a trauma is sort of try to reason why it happened. The safety record is interesting to think about because most people would have gotten on board feeling very secure with that sort of safety record. So it just leads one to wonder how many of those premonitions were accurate and how many of them were sort of those brains filling in that fear after this happened. And I think that it was I wanted to chime in earlier and didn't have a chance, but it's such a good point to make because it's so easy to Monday morning quarterback and try to put ourselves in the shoes of people having fear getting on a ship like this. But I don't think people were really walking on this ship with fear. They were probably walking on with quite a bit of confidence. So I just kind of wanted to belatedly chime in and also give a shout out to George's book because I did an entire episode based on that book of yours, George. And I think it's from a psychological standpoint, something interesting to keep in mind. So.
It's a good point. We'll obviously never know the absolute truth about any particular case, but you mentioned most people felt safe when they went on board. Edith Haseman, her family name was Brown. Haseman was her maiden name, but when she and her mother and father were boarding the Titanic, according to Edith, all of a sudden her father stopped on the gangway halfway up and went pale in the face. And her mother asked, what's wrong? What's happening? And he basically said, I guess originally, well, it's nothing, never mind. But later on board the ship, he told her he felt something was going to happen. And the fact that happened, during the boarding of the ship always made a strong impression on me.
Well, and I agree. And I think for at least, I'm just speaking to me personally, from my perspective, I do think a lot of the accounts of premonitions or strange thoughts, the example you just gave, the Eva Hart's mother, I forget her first name. I think that we should kind of stop and give kind of a shout out to a little bit of the paranormal thought, the idea that perhaps there was this energy surrounding Titanic, and that the human brain, at least I believe, is absolutely capable of picking up on these things. And I get this question a lot from listeners, and I do like to explore sort of the psychological elements of Titanic quite often on my podcast. And I do personally believe there were quite a few passengers that once on board picked up on some level of energy that they could not explain. And so, for the record, I absolutely believe that a lot of them did have those feelings leading into the sinking. But yeah, anyway, sorry to
What's
interrupt.
interesting about what you say, LA, is some years ago, my dad and I, we were down in Manhattan. We were tuning a piano for a customer that we had down there for many years. She was an older lady. She's since passed on. Her husband also has passed on, but they knew I loved ocean liners, and she would always take some time with me when we went down there, and we would do like a book club thing, and we would trade books back and forth. And she had been on many of the liners in like the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and her husband had been too, as a matter of fact. And so I was talking with them about some of the ships that they liked and some of the ships that they didn't like. And one of the ships that they said, we were talking about the Queen Mary and the Queen Elizabeth. And Mark Chirnside has done a lot of good research in debunking the fact that Queen Mary was the more popular ship. He's gone right through the numbers. Mark is a numbers guy, and he has debunked so many myths about these ships going through the numbers. And really, the passenger statistics are quite close for the two. And maybe Mark can correct me with a little bit of... But what's interesting is I asked the gentleman which of the two ships he preferred, Queen Mary or Queen Elizabeth. And he just, without even thinking, he said, Queen Mary. And I said to him, I said, why? Why Mary? Why not Elizabeth? And then he stopped and he thought about it. He said, I don't know. One of the interesting things that I thought about later on is the fact that Queen Elizabeth, Queen Mary had entered service during peacetime. She had a relatively ordinary ramp up into service, and Queen Elizabeth had lived a completely different start to her career. Rushed out of Scotland to prevent her from being bombed during World War II and sunk at her pier. Rushed into service as a troop ship, and then later kind of back converted into the passenger ship that she was originally supposed to be. And I always wondered if maybe the reason why those stories are out there, that Queen Mary was more popular, when the numbers, tell a different story, was that maybe some people just connected with something on the one ship and not on the other. And you draw that back with Titanic and Olympic. Olympic had been the first one in service, entered service in this very calm, ordinary way. And Titanic she was behind the 8 ball. They were trying to finish her up. They were still working on things during the maiden voyage, the guarantee group. And I always just wondered if maybe some of that kinetic energy of rushing to finish the ship and get her, into service, maybe some people, like you say, had picked up on that, and it struck them as slightly a different vibe than maybe Olympic had. And it's something that's not quantifiable or demonstrable, but it's just an interesting thing to think about.
I have another thought too about that.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. They have the misgivings like that, where it's something kind of unexplainable or difficult to explain, where we wonder whether there's something more to it. But there's another level of unease that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the safety of the ship. And we talked about this when Tom was narrating the one episode about the departure from Queenstown, where you had people often forget that back in 1912, that wasn't easy or quick to get across the ocean. It was quicker than it had ever been before. But people were leaving, especially if you didn't have a lot of income. People were spending a huge amount of money of their savings to go across the Atlantic, and it wasn't something where the average person could just on a whim go across the Atlantic and afford that. And so if they were leaving their family behind in Europe and they were moving to the United States, or they were living in the United States and had gone back to visit family, they had no idea when they were going to get back to see their family. So the story that always stuck with me, and I heard this from Bertha Mulvihill, her grandson and her son and surviving son, who was in his 90s at the time, and daughter, Mark Pedery, who is the grandson, who I've known him for a long time, had facilitated some interviews when I was working on an article for Titanic Commutator. And one of the things that really stuck with her the rest of her life is that when she had gone back, she was engaged in the United States. She was from Ireland. She went back to her home with their engagement, and there were some things she was dealing with there. And when she was leaving, she had had a baby brother, so a huge age gap there. His name was Brian, who she had met for the first time when she went back to Ireland. She was going back to the United States to be with her fiance, who was an American, and she had this terrible misgivings about getting on the ship. And it wasn't that she was having a premonition; she didn't describe it that way, but she just wasn't sure when she was going to ever get back. And as it turned out, when she survived the sinking, had a very traumatic experience, and the rest of her days, when her family had a beach house, like when they would go, she would like hide inside. She wouldn't go out anywhere near the water. She refused to go back across the Atlantic because she was so traumatized and had PTSD from her experiences that she never saw her brother again. And that story was so sad to me because she had this misgiving of not knowing when she was going to see him again. And as it turned out, she never did. So you have unexplained things, but then you also have practical reasons that people might have been
Well, and that's very
upset.
true because we know for a fact now that Eva made up all that stuff about her mother and the premonition, that Mrs. Hart didn't have a premonition that anything was going to happen to the ship. And Edith Brown Haseman, who George was speaking of earlier, she remembered Mrs. Hart because they ate at the same dinner table. So she remembered her being there at meals, and she said she was a nervous sailor. But, she and her mother would sit with Eva and Mrs. Hart every day in the lounge visiting. So she didn't sleep during the day. She wasn't awake at night. And Mrs. Hart also wrote a letter to her parents on board and even said in the letter, I expect this letter will come back to you on the Titanic. So she never, ever thought that something was going to happen to the ship. She just didn't want to move to Canada. And she was a nervous sailor. That's all it was. But I
Well,
was
that's
also going to mention that coming on board, the Beckers, call it a premonition or whatever, but when Mrs. Becker came on board and they stopped at the purser's office, she told the second class purser's office, whoever waited on them, and she said, I am very nervous about this ship because it has never successfully crossed the ocean. It was brand new. And so there was the newness, the fact that it, maybe the kinks hadn't been ironed out, made her mother nervous, yet her mother never had a premonition about it. She just was nervous about sailing on a brand new ship that had never been tried before. So that was maybe some of the nervousness that was happening here as well.
The other thing we talked about earlier, Don, and it's a good point to what you're saying, is the trauma reaction to the event. Even the survivors, and I'm sure you and George both experienced this in talking to them in later years. Someone commented on one of our day-by-day videos, I think it was for the Sunday, the 14th video. They said something about, how on earth do we know all these little details? Well, the first thing is we have a lot of people who survived who shared those experiences. But the other thing is, for a lot of them, the events that followed, which we're about to experience in real time on the anniversary, it almost seems to me like it was a sharpening of focus where they remembered very clearly the events that led up to it, their experiences, that especially that last day on the 14th, what they ate, who they dined with, what their conversations were about. And it just, because of that, I think it was a trauma reaction. We have a lot of information available to us that we wouldn't otherwise have. Handwritten letters, accounts that were originally letters that were published in newspapers. So it really is fascinating to stop and think about how those events just kind of, there was a before and an after for these individuals. And for many of them, it was actually a life-changing experience. I think about, we're looking at Cherbourg footage here. And whenever I think about Cherbourg, I always think about John Jacob Astor and his wife, Madeline. And, you know, society circles, my understanding is the marriage was not really thought too highly of. And he was kind of like probably her buffer between that world and herself. And they were going back to New York. I'm sure both of them wondered what lay ahead for them. But her life afterwards, you have to wonder for her, like so many others, what would it have been like to have suddenly been without that buffer, that husband that you had courted and fallen in love with against, you know, all, you know, society thoughts, and then he's gone and you're landing in New York afterwards. It strikes me as kind of like a wow, this changed lives, this affected.
Yeah, but I would
sort of-
argue that if Olympic had sank instead of Titanic, and yes, folks, Titanic did sink, not Olympic.
Yes.
I think you would have had the same attention to detail and the same kind of stories would have come out, because everybody has a life. So many lives were interrupted, and we focus on that and we bring it out, and that's the point of our research. So I don't think that Titanic is really special. I mean, I still consider her as the second and most and least successful of a class of immigrant haulers, but what happened to her made it special, and the research that's been gone into over a century has dug out every little detail and brought these stories out.
That's right. I want to address something that's going on here in the chat. Some people think that to say that some of the stuff that Ava said was made up or false is a personal insult to her. She was a lovely lady. I think everyone can agree on that. And in fact, I've never had the pleasure of meeting her. I've actually never met any Titanic survivor. But I know a couple people in this panel have. They knew Ava, and I don't think anyone would argue that she was a lovely lady. But she still could have fabricated things.
She did. And, you know, she was a lovely lady. I always used to say, still do, Eva was wonderful until the cameras were turned on and then she took over. But if you say that, I mean, if I'm saying that Eva's a liar, but then to say Eva's not a liar is calling Edith Haseman a liar. And why would you do that? You know, Edith Haseman wasn't a liar. She didn't lie when she said that she remembered Mrs. Hart being there at meals and that she was a nervous sailor. And so, but also we have Mrs. Hart's account. You know, it's not just Eva. She's not the only one who survived in that family. Her mother survived, and her mother wrote a very detailed account that was published in the newspaper when she got home. And she never said she thought the ship was going to sink. And as we know from the letter she wrote on board to her parents, that she expected the letter was going to return to England aboard the Titanic. But if you knew Eva, you knew that she was an entertainer. When she was young, she was a singer. She had stage presence, and an entertainer knows you give the audience what they want. And she gave the audience a really good story. That was her nature. That was her career when she was young. She was a lovely, lovely, wonderful lady. And, you know, George and I visited her for the first time in 1984. We'd met her before that, but we visited her in 1984. She made us dinner, and she showed us that letter because she trusted George and me not to reveal her secret. So she shared the letter, because her mother took it with her in her pocket. It never got mailed to the parents, or it'd be on the bottom of the ocean. But she trusted George and me enough that she shared that letter with us, knowing that in her lifetime, we weren't going to spill the beans. We weren't going to, you know, tell her secret. And so for years, we let her go on, you know, and never disputed what she said. But if you knew her, you kind of knew her story changed sometimes. She'd try out little things here and there to see how they worked. And then they disappear from her story. That's just how she was, and I loved her dearly, but, we have to recognize as historians, it wasn't what happened. We know.
Don, the very first time I met you face to face, for some reason you and I got to talking about Eva, and you said her memory got better as the years went on.
Oh, and people would laugh about that. I know that Jeff Whitfield in Liverpool used to joke about how she'd say, "My mother wasn't one to have, flights of fancy," or what. I can't remember how she put it, and he was always quoting Eva's quote about that. But it just made a good story, and she needed the attention. She needed to believe she was the only one left with memories. And I love to tell this story because she was saying, "Well, I must be the only one left who can remember it." And Edith Haseman was 8 years older and outlived Eva. And I said, "Well, what about Edith Haseman down in Southampton?" And she said, "Oh, Edith Haseman can't remember anything. She's arthritic." And so she wanted to be the only one, the last one, she wanted to be the only one who remembered anything. And she even says that in that Titanic documentary. She had those guys convinced, and it made it in the documentary, she was the only one who could remember it anymore. And of course, there were a handful who could when that film was made. And I was talking to one of the producers, and I said, "Well, did you talk to any of the other survivors?" And I started naming them, and you could just hear in his voice the sort of disappointment. And then, of course, I found out when you see the film where it says that she was the only one who could remember anything. And that was 92 or something around then, 1992. So I have nothing but respect and admiration for her career, everything that she did in her life. But let's just face it, she was a storyteller.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
right.
remember one thing, Don, when you and I visited her in her apartment, and she was telling us piecemeal her Titanic story, and she said that after the collision, their stewardess came to their cabin, and Mrs. Hart apparently asked, what's happening, what's going on, and the stewardess said, "Well, I don't know, but I'm going to go check with one of the wireless operators. We're engaged to be married." And I remember you and I looked at each other without saying a word, when she said that, because we knew that wasn't true, but she was just, adding a little color to her story, I guess.
Yeah, and I remember I've read articles where she visited the Channel Islands one time, and she met a family of another survivor there. And of course, suddenly she remembered that gentleman put his coat around her on deck to keep her warm. And once she left the Channel Islands, she never told that story again, but it got her name in the paper while she was vacationing there. And, she really didn't remember as much as she claimed to. Like, she would claim that, her parents didn't even dress her. They just wrapped her in a blanket and took her on deck. And yet you can see a photograph of her taken before the Titanic disaster and a photograph after, and she's wearing the same dress. So obviously they got her dress. She just didn't remember. So she just, made up that part and I really have to wonder if she really remembered much at all. And of course, the big thing also is before they found the ship, she would say, "Well, I didn't see it break in two, but my mother said it did." And after they found it in two pieces, it broke in two. I saw it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So her story did change over time.
Well,
I gotta say,
that's natural.
this is why we do this
Yep.
every year. This is why, George and Don, you knew these people. And I think one of the things that I've learned in doing this research, and maybe you guys can back me up or correct me if I'm wrong, is that no one survivor had a monopoly on the facts.
No.
There's a real tendency nowadays. This is a very unfortunate thing. If you have a theory about specific things happening in a certain way, and there's a survivor who said something different, now that they've all passed away, and we're the ones bearing their torch, a lot of these up and comers have a real thing where they love to just say such and such a person was an unreliable witness, or they were, but the fact is, we coined the term holistic analysis 2 years ago when we were talking with LA, when we were at Pigeon Forge at the event for the anniversary. It's only when you put all of these experiences and reminiscences and memories into an enormous pile, and then you tabulate and you collate and you start comparing one statement against another, that it becomes clear there's a center mass, there's a bullseye where eyewitnesses tend to pick out the facts and the details, and they all say the same thing. And then you have these statements around the edges where maybe someone was their memory improved with age, or maybe they like to tell a good story and get a reaction. Not that they're bad people, but the preponderance of evidence does tend to come into focus the more data points you gather and the more you look at what everyone said, and not just outright say, oh, so and so is a, it's so nice to have you guys here and to be able to speak for them and to be able to show the good with the bad, and not just throw a whole person out. Yeah.
Thank you, Kent. Yes.
Can
Mark.
I
real quick?
Can I change the subject real quick here?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Are you able to go back in some of your animations?
Yeah. Where do you want to go?
To where we see the tugs in Southampton.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There we go.
It's woken up sooner.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, but everybody was on a roll, so I didn't want to break in. But
yes.
I have a question about the tugs here because I haven't.
So does the chat.
What? Okay, I haven't seen them painted like this before.
I know. I know. All right. So you see, I don't like to reveal too much in these streams because it gets lifted right away. Last year, I made the revelation that they were Astor was cutting through the life jackets because of the General Slocum wreck, and then the next morning that was all over Facebook, crediting a million other people. Not that it's about credit, but yeah. So I believe that those tugs had red funnels. Oh, we're about to clip right through the non-existent bridge, by the way. So there's the Milwaukee Clipper in the background, by the way. So the funnels, I don't believe they were owned by the White Star Line. They were part of Southampton Harbor, operated by
they were affiliated with the Red Funnel Line.
The Red Funnel Line, which was one pier outside the Southampton docks. They are now better known as the Isle of Wight Ferry. They're still around today, but they had red funnels back then. They have red funnels right now. And that's what I'm thinking. I've never seen them depicted with red funnels before. Obviously, all the existing photographs are black and white, so it's really hard to tell. I could be wrong, but that is recent research done a few months ago, and we put that in there, hoping no one would bring it up.
Well, I don't know. I saw it, and I'm looking at the clock going, we're losing our time before the sinking, so I had to ask.
Just a week ago, Parks, you told me not to reveal new information in these streams because everyone starts grabbing it and crediting themselves for it.
Sorry.
But there you go. I believe they had red funnels. I could be wrong. This is not like an authoritative statement, and I'm not ready to back that up with paper, but it's an animation. We were sitting there saying, what color are the funnels? And we're like, well, let's make them red because that's our hunch.
And here's the thing. Cunard, their funnels at the time were known as red. It was called Cunard Red. And yet they were a slightly orangish hue, much more than the current Cunard Red. So the question becomes, Red Funnel Line, how red are your funnels? What's the definition of red in 1912 for the Red Funnel Line and their subsidiary assets? We chose to do something a little bit different. And in fact, I'm glad we did, because it raises discussion points.
Yep.
And we've found that colors can change through the years and over the decades. So a ship in the 50s, 60s, 70s, a tug from the same line, maybe their funnels are a slightly different color. But it raises points for discussion. So thank you, Park.
Yeah, I mean, like, the shade could be off, and like I said, I could just be straight up wrong. But that is something I am putting forward because they don't seem to have been operated by the White Star Line. They were harbor tugs, and the Red Funnel Line, like I said, it's a little bit to the east. No, sorry, the west. There's a pier that juts out, and that's still the same pier where they run ferries over to the Isle of Wight, and they still have the red funnels. And they're known as the Red Funnel Line. They seem to be the tug operators. They still have some red funnel tugs. All right, anyway, we are closing in on the time to get into the collision. But I would love to be able to address a couple of these super chats because they're really piling it up. They're really piling up. I thank all of them so far. We've gotten quite a few generous ones. Thank you. We are, everyone on this panel is getting a share because I really appreciate their time. But of course, also we are giving a donation, a portion of these chats to the RMS Olympic Steinway Association to help them in the preservation efforts of the piano. So let's hit a couple. Kent, 1 minute. That's all we've got, really? Kent just texted me, we have 1 minute until I got to switch the video. Okay, that's not very much time. I'll do a couple. Kent, interrupt me. Talk over me, because I'm not going to be looking at my phone.
Okay.
Tell me when to switch over. All right, so
Okay.
we got Deck Fellow sent a super chat. The first super chat of the evening. Thank you very much. Glitter and Gold also sent one. Thank you. Mick Attack 21574. Hi, Tom and company. I have a few questions for all of you to answer during this memorial stream. And then they followed up with another one. Boat train information. Do we know what the locomotive's number or class design was? I do not offhand. I know I have some research put into that. I might be able to dig it up someday, but I'm sorry, I don't know it offhand. And then then we have another one, follow up. If you as a group had the opportunity to talk to those who didn't survive and get their testimony, who would you choose? You cannot choose the same person. It is one per one basis. So we do get a lot of these chats where it's like asking each and every one of us to answer it. That is going to be hard because we don't have the luxury of unlimited time this evening. And so maybe if like two people here wanna give a very quick answer on that one.
I've got a quick answer.
Sure.
Quartermaster Rowe. He gave some good testimony in the I think it was the American Inquiry, but there's kind of holes in it where we would like to find out. I'd like to find out a little bit more of what he said. Of course, right now I can't remember any of my specific questions, but I'd like to be able to talk to him and ask more of what he felt and saw and how he moved around the ship that night.
I would name any one of the officers who died.
Yeah.
Any one of them, probably, Wild, Murdoch, Moody, any of those.
Yeah. Do I need to switch it over, Kent?
10 seconds.
Okay. Mr. Jeep Chris also sent a blank super chat. Thank you. I'll do the switch over in just a second. We're jumping from the New York incident. I'm going to turn this reel off. We good, Ken?
Here we go. Yep, good to go.
All right, here we go. All right. See, if we don't time this to the exact second, we're out of sync for the rest of the night. All right?
Yep.
I can't tell you how difficult the controls are on the streaming. I can't scrub without really jumping.
It is literally the most important change of the night
Yes.
in order to keep time. And in fact, we time the buffer between what we're speaking and what YouTube is putting out before we do the live stream.
Yes.
We do a test to see what that buffer is running so that we can keep time exactly as it was to the ship that night.
So I'm just going to do a couple last ones real quick, and then we'll jump back into the discussion here. All from the same fella. If Titanic didn't sink, what other shipwreck would we talk about, assuming all other famous ones happened, such as the Britannic, the Lusitania? We would be talking probably about the Lusitania. I think Parks would be a good one to answer this. What question or what shipwreck would captivate the world if the Titanic never happened?
Don't ask me.
Don't ask
It
you.
would be an ocean liner. I want more people to know the story of the USS Johnston, and
Okay.
I'm working on that.
All right. I would say it would like the other ones are all overshadowed by war, so I don't think it would be those.
I think the Andrea Doria, because
Fair
like
enough.
the Titanic, there was a lot of time for drama to be acted out, so you have some really good stories that came out of that one.
Absolutely. And then another one, after your Red Arrow doc, do you have any plans on doing some of the other major railway crashes in a similar way? Yes, I do plan to. We're already in talks with the Railroaders Memorial Museum about doing some follow-ups, and I'm also open to doing non-Pennsylvania Railroad ones. But nothing is in the pipeline at the moment. And then lastly, for this bunch, Charlotte Zurich says, "Hello, George. Thanks for your inspiration." All right, let's resume
And
the
hello
evening.
to Charlotte. She's a Patreon supporter on the Steam and Splendor. So thank you very much for being with us tonight, Charlotte.
Yes,
Thanks,
thank you, Charlotte. Steam and Splendor does have a Patreon that goes directly to the creators, Tad and Kent, and the production costs. It's separate from my part-time explorer Patreon. I do not believe in having multiple Patreons for every single project you decide you're going to start. But there is a part-time explorer Patreon if you want to check that out. And there is a Steam and Splendor Patreon as well, if you want to check that out. And thank you to all of our supporters who are in the chat this evening joining us. All right, let's return to the evening. We are approaching 11:40 p.m. It's, what is it, 11:32?
11:32 right now.
11:32, thank you. So the temperature is dropping, the night is falling. Where are we?
Most of the public spaces have been closed down. Lights turned out to encourage people to go to sleep. Not a lot of people were on deck because of the temperatures. It was 32 degrees and the water was 28. So people were starting to go to bed with a few exceptions. And really it was pretty routine evening. And like I said, the weather had gotten cooler throughout the day. The clouds had gone away right around sundown. It got perfectly clear and the ocean is still as glass. So really, it looked like what they thought were perfect conditions to be able to see anything that was coming ahead. But that's kind of what the setting was like right around now.
I think the first class lounge just closed, if I'm remembering my times correctly. I know there were a few people playing a game in there, if I'm recalling correctly. Was it around Dorothy Gibson and Sloper, was it? Correct me if
Yes,
I'm
and
wrong.
Frederick Seward and Dorothy's mother, and they had talked the steward into keeping it open for an extra half hour so they could finish their game. But at 11:30, he came around and said, "I got to close the room." And they all went out. I think they were planning on taking a walk on deck before they went to bed, and that's when the collision occurred.
So you had very few people really in those public spaces. A few were, I know one was on the grand staircase, I remember about that time. There were some in the first class smoking room, the second class smoking room that was open, and I believe until around midnight. Third class public rooms, as we mentioned earlier, had been, the lights had been put out. So Titanic was very much a sleepy ship for the most part at this point. It wasn't like a modern day cruise ship where the partying goes on into the the wee hours of the morning. This is very much a working vessel. Passengers enjoyed themselves on the trip, but most of these people tended to rise early and they tended to retire relatively early compared to modern time schedules. And it was just another night. The officers were aware of what was coming. As Tad said earlier, they thought they had good conditions to make sure they could see the ice in time, but unfortunately they didn't.
I also think it's important to mention, you just use the phrase working ship. There are a huge chunk of people that are on board our crew, and they are in the process of setting up the next day that they didn't know wouldn't happen. And so visually, I in these moments try to think of the crew working. They work in these shifts. They're working a lot, and they're responsible for setting up the dining areas, for prepping the food, there are first class passengers ordering food from them, having food delivered. So this is such a large percentage of people on board our crew. And so I think it's so important to remember that in these moments, some of them are not woken and then working to help. Some of them are already in the process of working late into the night to prep for the next day of sailing.
Yeah, I really love the that montage right before the collision in A Night to Remember, where we see them setting the table, we see people going to bed. It's just quiet and peaceful. This real juxtaposition to what is about to unfold.
When Don made his comment earlier about them having convinced the lounge steward to keep the lounge open a little bit longer, it hit me probably for the first time. This is a working guy. He's tired. He wants to wrap up his shift and go to bed. And he had kept the public room open a little bit for the passengers who wanted a little bit of extra time. But some of these guys, they were tired. It was coming down the end of the day for them, and all they wanted was a good night of rest, or what they could get of a good night of rest, depending on their schedule, and looking forward to what the next day brought.
Something we might want to talk about is where some of the crew were. So Captain Smith was off the bridge at this moment. First Officer Murdoch was on watch. Quartermaster Hitchens was standing at the wheel. They had Quartermaster Oliver, who was back by the compass platform right before the collision. And Fourth Officer Boxall, I know Bill likes to talk about this, but he was kind of, his story changed a little bit in the 1960s. In a BBC interview, he admitted that he was in his cabin getting a cup of tea, and there's been speculation about whether he wasn't feeling well because he was sick immediately after the sinking with pleurisy and that. But there's some suggestion that he was maybe in his cabin getting a cup of tea right when the lead up to the collision was happening. So I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that before we get to that point.
Well, I will mention that Quartermaster Rowe was back on the stern bridge, or the stern poop deck. We originally thought he was actually up on the aft docking bridge, but we've since discovered that's not true. He was down on the poop deck itself. But he was in a perfect place to see the iceberg when it went by.
Yeah, I always suspected that, I mean, this is just me personally, but I always wondered if Boxall maybe was just using the restroom, and that was just a little too indelicate to say. And that, because saying you were having tea in your room versus something else, isn't a big deal. So, I think it was just something simple that made him change his story. Because I think one of his accounts, he said he was walking along the deck towards the bridge. And so I think maybe just coming off a bathroom break and didn't want to say I was in the bathroom.
That's fair.
That's just my
Well,
guess.
if you look at all the accounts, you don't see that anybody went to the bathroom that night after the
No.
iceberg hit.
Well,
There's
actually, in
nobody
boat
I'm aware
one-
of that said they went potty.
Well, boat two, Mrs. Douglas did remember later that in boat two, this is much later, obviously, the ladies would use a rolled up petticoat as a toilet and then rinse it out in the water over the side. That's the
Oh my
only
goodness.
mention of a bathroom I can think of.
I had never heard of that one.
Well, they even downplayed seasickness in the boats.
They did.
Yes.
So we have spotted the iceberg. We have spotted the iceberg, and the Titanic is now taking its evasive action. They're shouting, "Parks, this is an area that I know you're very good at talking about. What is happening?"
Well, the lookouts have seen the iceberg come out of the haze, so to speak, and they've telephoned that information to the bridge, and the bridge takes immediate action. They give what's basically full left rudder. Hard at starboard was the tiller command given, and Titanic starts to slew to port. And at some point, a few minutes later, Murdoch reverses the rudder angle to starboard in order to not to slew the stern into the iceberg and to shift around the berg. Now later, Boxall would say that he put the engines into full reverse, but that account is not supported by the engineering room personnel, who maintain that first of all, the boiler room personnel saw a stop command come up on their telegraphs, and Greaser Scott saw the engine order telegraphs all go to stop, which is the proper actual action that you use in a man overboard exercise today. You want the momentum of your ship to carry you through the evasive maneuver without the props either tearing into your man overboard, or in this case, tearing the props apart on a hazard close aboard. I'll stop at that point.
And that's interesting too, because the engineering crew are supported. You have 3 witnesses who survived that were on the bridge at that moment. Boxall's the only one that recalled or stated anything about a full astern order. You have Quartermaster Oliver and Quartermaster Hitchens, who both witnessed what Murdoch said to Smith when he came onto the bridge. And neither one of them mentioned anything about him saying that he put the engines full astern. So that was kind of like we have 2 out of the 3 not mentioning that piece of it when they recalled it later.
And it's
And it
something that's
doesn't-
been so misunderstood over the years. Go ahead, Parks.
I was just going to say, and it doesn't make sense. It works against your rudder commands because basically you're essentially reversing the rudder commands with that. Now, I know we've talked about smaller ships that will split the screws. They'll have one go forward, one go astern, and twist the ship that way. That close aboard an object, there wasn't really that much time to pull that kind of maneuver, especially with a long, heavy ship like Titanic. Doesn't maneuver that quickly. So I believe the engineering crew on this, and unfortunately not Boxhall. Why Boxhall said that, I don't know. Maybe he misheard something. I don't know.
What's
Yeah.
interesting about what you said, Parks, is that I think only in the last couple of years, as we've been doing the research for On a Sea of Glass, did something occur to us on the timing of how everything played out, on why Boxhall probably wasn't lying about what he saw when he reached the bridge. And that's because, as we just talked about a minute ago, Boxhall wasn't on the bridge when the iceberg was first spotted.
Right.
He arrived. It didn't take long for him to get there. But one of the things that has become apparent to us is how quickly, after the engines first stopped, they were actually reversed for the first time.
Yes. Yes.
And it's possible that when Boxhall got to the bridge, the order had been given. But we know the iceberg collision was done. We know that Barrett and his men were already booking it out of boiler room number 6. Maybe they didn't catch the change of orders to go full astern, and maybe it hadn't even been rung up from the engine room yet, but maybe it had been signaled from the telegraph on the bridge. So this is one of those timing things where if you look at it kind of in 3 dimensions as it's playing out in real time, it happens so fast. Maybe by the time Boxhall reaches the bridge, he does see that full astern has been signaled. It just takes a minute for it to wash through and for the engines to actually reverse after the collision.
Well, I mean, they could have put the engines astern to take the way off the ship to get her stopped as soon as possible after the avoidance maneuver. There's a lot of variables here. Boxhall came out of the officer's quarters deck house. We've talked about how you need about a half hour to get your night vision. And despite what you saw in the movies, the telegraphs were not lit on the bridge. You know, all sources of light on the forward bridge were extinguished. So how he actually saw the position of the handles, that's a little questionable to me too. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what happened. It's just there's a lot of variables here. We don't have all the information to know exactly when Boxhall's, why he said what he said. And so I don't try to spend too much time trying to analyze Boxhall's statement. I go rather with what other circumstantial evidence that we have, like Barrett describing the red light coming up on the boiler telegraphs. He didn't say it was stop, but if you understand what the telegraphs look like, you understand the red light means stop. It's those kind of incidental observations that are not directly involved with the question that you're asking that help illuminate what it is you're looking for. Once you put stop on the boiler room telegraphs, that's when people start closing dampers, and it's not easy to reverse that effort to try and pull down the fires to get going again. You can do it at a lower value, like, you know, half a head or half a stern or whatever, quarter a head, but full astern, I don't fully understand, but at the same time, I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle about it because I think there's enough evidence from the engineering eyewitnesses that say that they put it to stop, and it makes sense in that kind of situation.
Absolutely.
I
Now,
wanted to point out to viewers like who have been watching this, like you can see that already within minutes of the collision, there was that very noticeable list to starboard, which when they looked at the degree that was at, it was about 5 degrees already. But people will notice that the text label there, that after coming to a stop, that the ship was put slow ahead by Captain Smith, and there's always been speculation about why that is. I don't know, maybe if George wants to take that one. My personal belief is maybe just that they were clearing away from the ice to make sure that they weren't going to drift back in any direction. But I'd be interested what everybody else thinks was the reason for that, because there's been all types of crazy theories that I don't personally believe that have been built up around that maneuver.
I think you're basically right, in my opinion. I think they were just making sure that they were getting clear of the iceberg, so there's no more immediate danger. I'd like to point out that in later years, Quartermaster Rowe said, well, he was in a perfect position to compare the height of the iceberg to the height of the Titanic's boat deck. And he said that as the berg came sweeping along the ship's side, it was about 20 feet higher than the boat deck. And that makes perfect sense that it was higher than the boat deck, because ice fragments were found around lifeboats number 1 and 3, and also on the forward end of A deck and the aft end of A deck and B deck. So we know that the iceberg had to be higher than the boat deck so that these ice fragments could come tumbling down onto the boat deck.
That's right.
I think it's also important to emphasize the fact that during the collisions and that time period there, Captain Smith was not asleep in his cabin. He was in the chart room, and he was up and down on the bridge all night, but he was awake and he was working at the time of the collision. So I just wanted to correct that, because a lot of people think that he was asleep in his cabin at the time.
Yeah, that's a misimpression that we hear a lot. Now, what's incredible to me is when you read a lot of these survivor accounts, what got their attention more than anything, more than perhaps the collision, unless they were down close to the collision, or like Barrett, they saw immediate evidence of flooding, was the engine stopping. And maybe this is a great time for us to switch back over from a technical conversation back to the passenger and crew and what they experienced.
I would love to hear from Mark, who's been, maybe he fell asleep considering how late it is over there.
I'm awake. I'm still here on my second coffee.
Yeah.
You like my impression of Mark Chirnside?
I would.
So, Mark, in your research, I know you've done so much with the propellers and trying to figure out how many blades the propeller had, and obviously the propeller factors in a little bit here, because if the Titanic had gone into reverse, that central propeller would not have been in use, because that one did not reverse. What is there anything about this moment that you feel you'd be able to weigh in on or share with us, not just propeller related?
Well, I mean, it can be propeller related. I mean,
Bring
just
it.
as a quick thought, but we were kind of going through the collision sequence. There wasn't really the moment. In terms of First Officer Murdoch, he had been involved in 2 incidents within the past year on Olympic, which involved damage to the starboard propeller. So he was on Olympic's aft docking bridge in June 1911 when she docked in New York, and a tug collided with Olympic's starboard propeller, or the propeller collided with the tug, whichever way you say it, and it did do a little damage. There was some bending of the blade noted. There was then the Hawk collision in September 1911. And, there was very significant damage to the blades of Olympic's starboard propeller due to the collision with the Hawk. So again, Murdoch was in a prime position. He'd been stationed at the stern of the ship. So it's just a potential perspective in what Murdoch may have felt. But there is a much broader criticism we often hear that, maybe this was a design flaw, because you sometimes see in online debates, people are aware Titanic was a triple screw steamer. She had 3 propellers. And you sometimes see people saying, "Oh, this was completely bad because only 2 of them could reverse." Well, if you take certain other ships, I mean, Mauritania is an example. She was quadruple screw and, of course, steam turbine driven rather than the combination that Titanic had. But only 2 of those 4 propellers could reverse. It's partly because they needed to have separate astern turbines to operate them. And by 1911, Cunard had noticed that this was a defect because you still had some of the propellers going astern, even as the reverse kicked in for the other 2. And this was something that they went on to correct in the new ship Aquitania. So Olympic and Titanic are very much twin screw ships in the sense of, general maneuvering. But just as a bit of broader context, I think.
And
I'd
something.
like to just comment. Oh,
go ahead, Don. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say,
Sorry.
we were talking about, the ship steaming forward a little bit, and it's actually been suggested that it may have been so that the passengers couldn't see the iceberg if they came out on deck, because that would sort of, it might upset them, especially like as George said, if it was so much higher than we've usually believed in the past. The best thing to do is just get it out of sight, and they steamed far enough away that happened, and then they stopped.
It's an interesting thought. And I know, like, one of the things people will notice too is that now that the ship has stopped, the level of pressure from the boilers, the steam that was being fed in, is venting from the releases at the top of the funnels to prevent a rupture. And that was a horrifically loud sound. But it's interesting right now, it's calm on the top deck of the ship, but you have, I don't know if LA might want to comment on this, but the steerage passengers, especially in the bow, by this point knew that something was seriously wrong. Just their experience was totally different than people that were higher up in the ship and what they saw and heard during this time.
And that's absolutely just, popped into my head. I wanted to highlight, I'm from North Carolina. I live in North Carolina. I don't know if there's any other North Carolinians in the chat tonight.
There are.
But oh, okay, good.
I saw at least one.
Okay, awesome. Because the only true North Carolina connection that I've been able to really find is one of the mail clerks, Oscar Woody, who I just want to highlight. He was turning 41 years old. I believe it was either the day after or the day before. I think his birthday was the day before. And his body was found with a note to his wife in his pocket. And his body was also found with slips that he would use to sort the mail that had his ID number on them, because if mistakes were made, they needed to be identifiable to who did it. But I just want to give a shout out to the mail clerks, because they, along with the third class passengers, were some of the first people to experience the flooding. They find themselves in the mail hold quickly underwater, and they open up, that mail cage. They are trying to save this mail. They at this point obviously do not know that this ship is going all the way down, and their job is to protect the mail as best as they can. I get this note from listeners a lot, that they forget it's Royal Mail Ship Titanic, and there's a lot of mail on board, and it's considered a very important task of this ship to deliver mail. And I just wanted to recognize the mail clerks. They were doing their job well and were heroes of the night for their efforts in those moments. And they would have been some of the first people to be in the water and feel the true impact of what was happening. And I just, being from North Carolina, just want to say Oscar Woody's name and remember him. And he's from Roxborough, North Carolina. And I have not been. I actually am going in just a few weeks, because we'll be passing through. But apparently at the post office there in Roxborough, there is a little memorial to him. And so I'm excited to go and see if I can find it. Anyway,
That's
just
fantastic.
Wanted to highlight him. He popped into my head, just thinking about the early part of this, when a lot of passengers aren't feeling the impact yet. But as Tad mentioned, those first class passengers or the third class passengers are beginning to see and feel that flooding, and a lot of the crew are as well. And there are many on board that immediately understand how serious everything is.
We're seeing the immediate impacts just by looking at this list right now, where the ship is leaning over in the starboard direction. Parks.
And it's oh, go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
I was just going to offer one more thought about the engines going forward and reverse a bit. From my perspective, I saw that more as a, and we don't know for sure, but I just wanted to offer my perspective. I see that that's more of a damage assessment kind of action. At that point, they really didn't have a good feel for how badly damaged the ship was at that point. And one of the first things the captains was going to want to do to see if a blade had been thrown off, a propeller had been damaged, whether engine, propeller shaft had been bent or whatever. He wanted to see how maneuverable the ship was going to be. And a quick running forward and then running reverse is a means of checking that very quickly. So I'm just offering another opinion of what could be behind the short, ahead, and astern combination there.
Yeah, wow, that could very well be it. In the immediate moments after the collision, there was a lot of investigation, a lot of almost troubleshooting, trying to figure out what the problem is, how extensive is the damage, can the ship survive? And obviously we know the stories of Andrews and some of the officers going down and taking an inspection of the lower decks, but of course also up on the bridge. They're not just standing idly. They would be trying to figure out, how is the ship performing? What can we do? Will we be able to proceed?
And right about now, Thomas Andrews and Captain Smith and some of the others and Chief Engineer Bell were inspecting and seeing what the damage was, and they knew that there was significant damage. And I believe it was, George can correct me or Bill if I'm wrong, but I believe it was like right around 12:10 or so, or a little bit before that, when Captain Smith separated from Thomas Andrews. They knew 3 compartments were gone already. Stewardess Annie Robinson actually heard them, the officers, when they passed by, say, 3 have gone already, Captain. And then Smith, in a little bit, will be heading back up top, taking some proactive steps, but they know the ship is critically injured. Andrews is continuing his inspection, but they don't yet know that it's doomed 100%. It's just that it's a very serious situation.
I would love to tackle some of these super chats. I mean, like, it's fantastic to be interacting, but it's also, you know, I always feel bad taking away from this amazing discussion that's going on. But we do have to read them all, so I'd like to take care of a few of them while we have this brief respite in the action going on. Here's a question. If you were a time traveler, only observing, what event during the sinking would you most want to observe? So we had a lot of opinion questions. Again, why don't two people here from the panel answer that one?
I would say, Bill, go ahead, Bill, because you can go first.
The first episode of the Time Tunnel, the time travelers went back to the Titanic. And if I remember correctly, keep in mind, I watched this, 60 years ago. They were trying to tell Captain Smith what was going to happen. And of course, they're not going to listen. Let's see, there was another book I read. Geez, I can't remember the name of it anymore. It's been a while. Yep, can't even talk about it anymore. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I know what book you're talking about. I think it by Jack Finney. Was that the guy's name?
Jack Finney was on the Titanic, yes. The story I'm remembering, I think, was by David Brin.
Oh, okay. Then it's a different one from what I'm thinking.
From Time to Time is the one you're referring to, Don. That was the sequel to Time and Again.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
By Jack Finney, just like you said.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the one I'm remembering is the title of the book is Lay the Music to Rest.
Okay. I would love
Maybe
to...
George.
Yeah, George.
Is there a particular moment that stands out to you that you would like to see?
I was thinking about that, and I think the major question that is in my mind, I would like to be standing around collapsible A the very last moments, and I would like to see how Murdoch used his revolver.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
There are people who they just automatically defend Murdoch, and they think suicide is a bad thing and stuff. I think it's an unfortunate thing, but I don't think it's an evil thing or a bad thing at all. If that's what he decided to do, I think he had plenty of reason to do it. On my website, I've outlined all the reasons that I could think of that he might wish to take his own life. But I don't know that he did, and that's I would like to know. And I would like to know if he took the lives of two passengers as well who were unruly. Because after collapsible A or collapsible C left the ship, if you've read any of the accounts of what happened to collapsible A before it was swept off the deck, it was a pretty hectic time. People were jumping into the boat there and hoping that they wouldn't be washed out when the boat was washed overboard. And, there were shouts and confusion, and I would just like to see that with my own eyes and see what happened.
I would expand even further than that and say the last 15 minutes in general, because last song of the band, which I firmly believe the evidence is near my God to thee, but you have we're pretty certain what happened to Captain Smith and Thomas Andrews, but you have the Murdoch or Wild question, what happened to them, Sixth Officer Moody, all these mysteries. And I just really hope that someday they can find those missing British inquiry depositions that have never emerged, or the 1915 U.S. District Court portion of the limitation of liability, because a lot of those witnesses are from that last 15 or 20 minutes.
Yep.
They remain on the ship. So maybe someday those will be found.
I'm just going to do a couple more
choice, Ted.
because the story is moving on. Lunch Break 282 asks, where is Titanic's scrap logbook?
Sleeping with the
let me
faces.
talk about that.
Sure.
And he said scrap logbook. I get it. There's a scrap logbook, and there is a the final deck log that becomes legal evidence for any ship. The final deck log is not going to say anything. It is, because it's a legal document. A lot of times it just has just boring things that make it into it. But the scrap deck log is one where whoever's on the watch will write down whatever they feel at the moment. I still, even in this instance, given what we know about the events that happened on the bridge that night and the time involved, I don't think that the scrap log would have had much written into it that we could find out today. Now, there's always a chance that there's some odd little fact or some incidental observation that would mean something to us researchers nowadays. But the point is, I have reviewed multiple deck logs, both scrap and formal deck logs, for U.S. Navy ships in World War II. And they are very disappointing. What you think you're going to find in there does not make it onto paper. So we don't know where it is. Did Moody have it? We don't know, but I don't believe it's the pot at the end of the rainbow that would answer every question that we have.
All right. Thank you, Parks. They followed that one up, by the way, with currently eating a big arch burger while watching. Last one for this batch. Snow Monkey 4220 says these live streams are always such a great event every year, and you all put so much work into them. This year's looks like it'll be great too, and what a fantastic lineup of guests. HFX and Steam and Splendor for the win. Thank you, Snow Monkey. All right, let's jump back here into the story. We see the lifeboats being swung out and uncovered. One thing that that some of our team actually got to do, I I think it was after the last live stream. I don't think it was prior to the last live stream, but I might be repeating myself. I apologize if I am. But we stayed for a few nights aboard the SS Milwaukee Clipper in Muskegon, Michigan, now a museum ship. A passenger ship which cameoed in our Southampton scene, anachronistically. But they had Welland lifeboat davits on board with lifeboats, and they were still functional. And our team got to uncover the boats, prep the davits, and swing them out. They weren't the exact model as Titanic's, but we got to feel just how exhausting and how time-consuming it was. Now, obviously, we're untrained, but a lot of Titanic's deck crew were also somewhat untrained as well. So there was fumbling, there was waiting for orders, there was clarification going on, and these boats were being swung out. Now, another thing that also came up in one of these live streams a few years ago that was never really, as far as we're aware, never really factored in. But as you're watching right now with these boats being swung out, the ship is listing. It's leaning over to starboard. The angle at which the davits have swung out far enough where the boats are cleared of the deck is different, and it's going to vary depending on which side of the ship you're on, at what point during the increase or decrease of that list. So these boats are going to be swinging out to different distances. They're going to take a different amount of time. They're going to go out to a different angle, and that's going to play a factor in how they are launched later.
That also plays a big role, Tom, for people that are trying to reconstruct the timeline. If they're basing it only on or largely on what a witness's description or subjective description of how far the gap was between the side of the boat and the edge of the ship, that's something. First of all, it's just a guess by a witness under stress. First of all, nobody was measuring, but then second of all, there's a whole range of other evidence you have to look at. And we know, for example, collapsible D, what Hugh Woolner described that gap as and what Bjornström Stephenson described it as was vastly different. So one of them was clearly wrong, or both of them were wrong. So if a mathematical calculation is being used to calculate list, there's more factors that need to go into it, just other than that subjective description of what the list was at that point in time. And that people, if they're not factoring the possibility that the davits weren't all evenly swung out or to the full extent, which there's some evidence in the rec for that, that's something that is a hole in the theory, so to speak.
I think that goes to a really good point, Tad. For some of the stuff that we've been encountering over on the Steam and Splendor Network, we get a lot of comments that are really positive feedback. People appreciate the hard work that goes into it over there, but every now and then we get some interesting, like, really, where did that come from? One of the ones that we got recently was a slew of comments about the fourth funnel never having fallen after the breakup, or having fallen later than we depicted in our animation. And the other one is this enormous lurch over to port around the loading of collapsibles, the lowering of collapsibles C and D, up to something like 15 degrees. Now, the 15-degree number is something that came from a researcher that we've worked with for a long time, but it was mathematically based. And he took an estimate by Woolner, as you pointed out, about a certain distance from the railing to the boat, and he did the trigonometry, which he's very good at the math. But unfortunately, years ago, he came up with an equation of 10 degrees, and more recently, he revised his math to 15 degrees without a lot of variation in the accounts that he seemed to be pulling from. And this was pretty quickly adopted by some of the others who are in the Titanic community. Unfortunately, some of the evidence that they use to support the concept of a strong lurch to port during the lowering of collapsibles D and C, we've looked at those accounts. It doesn't actually say what they're claiming it says. For example, there was Woolner's coming down the deck, and in one of his lesser known accounts, not his testimony, but a newspaper interview, he added a detail, or it was included by the reporter or paraphrased by the reporter, about the ship having kind of a rocking motion as he and Stephenson were coming down the deck. And he didn't call it a lurch. he said it felt kind of unsteady underfoot. And in Collapsible D, we have the account of Jane Hoyt, who said that the ship made a rocking motion during the lowering of the boat that caused the lifeboat to swing. And of course, the lifeboat is kind of like a pendulum at that point. So any motion of the ship is going to be exaggerated by the swinging motion of the lifeboat afterwards. And what's interesting, though, is that both Woolner's account and Hoyt's account, the leap into the lifeboat by Woolner and Stephenson, and again, their estimate of the distance varies on which account you're reading and which one of them you're talking to, that lurch happened before they leapt into the lifeboat. Nobody else on the deck at the time that we've ever encountered. Now, maybe George or Don, you can correct us if we're wrong, if you can remember specifically around C and D, a major lurch over to port, something Lusitania-esque over to 15 degrees. But it would be interesting. This is an area where Titanic, we have to follow the evidence, and it's a slow motion process sometime. It's not an instant, oh, we found this, we found this, we found this. It's, you have to take that evidence, then you have to compare it to what you already have. And unfortunately, with the Lifeboat project that we recently completed, that analysis can take a long time, and it's a little bit slower than maybe the internet community is really primed to be prepared to wait for. But it's just an interesting thing that you brought up, Tad, about measuring distances and mathematical calculations, and you got to go again with that holistic analysis and the bullseye of what's happening, and not just a couple of wordplay games.
This is Bill. I wanted to point out that, Kent just mentioned how long some of this research takes. Don and George and Tad and I and 6 other people spent 4 years working on a project to place people in the lifeboats. Certain people were positive they were in a certain lifeboat. Some people were not quite so sure. Some people, there's no accounts. We have no idea which lifeboat they got off in. But still, it took 10 of us 4 years to figure that out.
Well, and we never finished it because we still go back and, something new will come up and we'll re-look at somebody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We just got finished looking at Elizabeth Nye. One of George's upcoming books had an account buyer. We took a look at it, and we're still not positive what boat we're not 100% positive the boat she's in, but we're more sure than we were before.
And I think that project was hugely helpful, because what we are certain of now, if you look at what boat they were in, we have a better idea in some cases. That allows you to place things in a timeline and look at them more detail, knowing where they were and when. I will point out real quick before we move on that right at 12:15, this is around the time Captain Smith had come back up from below from that inspection. Thomas Andrews is still continuing on, but Smith, not even knowing the ship is doomed for sure, has proactively ordered the women and children, not women and children, the passengers up on deck with their life belts on. A lot of them are still reluctant to come up. And he also visited the Marconi cabin and said, be prepared to send if needed. So he had kind of taken those steps when he came back up and saw that there was serious damage.
And the text that just came up on screen is the perfect segue to remind everybody that we are... A portion of this evening's Super Chats are going towards the RMS Olympic Steinway Association, preserving the piano from the Olympic. Titanic and the Olympic both had a few pianos on board, and to be able to see a preserved instrument from the Olympic class and to hear it played is truly remarkable. So again, a portion of all Super Chats are going towards that. Now, at 12:15, 12:16, quarter after 12, not only are the crew preparing the lifeboats, preparing an evacuation while still wrapping up their assessments of the situation, the passengers are starting to become aware that at least something is wrong. They might not know specifically what. Some of them have an idea because they happen to have picked up on some of the details or have witnessed the iceberg themselves. But it's now starting to become well known, at least among the awake passengers, that something is off. They hear the engines have stopped. They hear the commotion out on deck. They see the crew moving hurriedly through the hallways. They see Thomas Andrews, some of the officers. Something is amiss. The steam venting is heard all throughout the ship, at least in the upper decks, and water is now starting to make its way into the forwardmost lower passenger quarters. So what are some of the passenger stories that are starting to unfold right now? I'd love to hear from LA or Mark or some of the others here.
Well, I'll just chime in because I always thought it was kind of interesting. But Mrs. Clark from Los Angeles, as I understand it, I believe she was awake at the time when they collided. And it was interesting because she and her husband had a starboard side cabin down on C deck, one of the nicer rooms with a private bathroom. And she went into the bathroom and she stood on the edge of the tub to see out the porthole, and saw this wall of ice going by. And so at this point, this is probably when, and Walter Lord described it, I think, in The Night Lives On, she's up at the smoking room trying to get her husband's attention because it wasn't really appropriate for ladies to go into the smoking room. And so she's hovering in the doorway trying to get her husband's attention to tell him that she thinks something is seriously wrong.
Wow. LA or anybody?
A passenger that I recently studied for an episode, and I have always worried I'm mispronouncing her name, so her last name. So if anybody can chime in, but she was Swedish. Anna Sjöblom, I believe, is how you pronounce her last name. It's Sjoblom. I recently did quite an in-depth episode on her, and she was headed to the United States to work for one of her siblings. Actually, two of her siblings, I believe, had already moved to Ohio, and she was going to start working for the husband of one of her sisters who was already there. And she was 18 years old. And she was sharing, it's actually contested. Some reports have her sharing a cabin with a Swedish family with small children. Some reports have her just in a cabin with people she didn't know. But she did not speak English. And she is one of the, kind of in contrast to an Eva Hart, she is one who didn't really talk, I think, a lot about Titanic publicly, but she did discuss it with her family quite a bit. She does kind of have some similarities to Eva Hart in that when she was much older, her memory seemed to get a little better all of a sudden on a few things. But she seems very sincere in the way that she wrote and talked about it to her family in the years after. But she made it headed to a lifeboat because a crew member was kind enough to direct her and knew at that point how serious things were getting. And so she remembers at 18 years old, this very pivotal, kind of right or left moment, as life often is, where she had to choose between sticking with the people she was hanging out with, probably many fellow Swedish passengers, or following this crew member, is how she remembers to get up to the decks. And she was frightened out of her mind. And she makes this split-second decision to follow this crew member. And she firmly believes that that is why she survives and she does get on a boat. But I think, at this time of the night, you have a lot of families waking up children. You have a lot of third-class passengers, women in other parts of the ship that haven't felt the water yet because they're in a different part of the ship than the third-class males that are single. And I think it's important to zero in on these little micro moments, because when you look at who survives, who doesn't, you zero in on these decisions that people make, and it changes the entire course of their life. And she goes on to move to Ohio, meet her husband, have many children. There's lots of people living in the United States and all over the world that exist because she survived. And I just, her story really struck me as so moving because she was so young and she was so scared. And she really she often talked about not understanding why she survived and so many people didn't. And the heartbreak of that really struck me. So she's a passenger that I have a very warm space in my heart for. So she was from Sweden. So I thought she might be someone good to.
I think you've got
mention.
the wrong name on that person because Anna Sjöblom was on her way to Olympia, Washington, where her father was waiting. And she was Finnish. So I think you've got a different Anna. But either way, it's a great story. It's fantastic.
I would think by this time, some of the third class men are getting chased out of their cabins up in the bow.
Yeah.
We've seen not photos, but movies where they get up and they crawl out of their bed, and they're standing in water. So
Yeah,
they're heading to the stern to get away.
Yeah, everybody is. And people, I know Olaus Abelseth said he went out on the bow, went back down. When he tried to go up again, they had closed off the forward well deck so that people wouldn't go out there anymore. But I know people in the stern in third class, they said, I know one of the ladies, and I can't remember who it was, she said, it might have been Mrs. Axe even, where all these people were pouring past, the cabin, and they had their luggage and everything coming from the bow. And then it got quiet once they all moved on. They all went aft. And so then, once everybody had gone on, it was suddenly quiet again. But there was this huge crowd of people, and they were bringing luggage. And a lot of people were probably living out of their suitcases because you shared cabins with strangers often or other people in third class. And so you didn't fully unpack and have all your stuff there because you couldn't, necessarily know whether you could trust the people, I guess, you were traveling with. So I think people in third class especially probably tended to live out of their suitcases rather than put their clothes in a wardrobe and all that sort of thing. But it made it probably a little easier for them to get their luggage, not that in the long run it did them any good.
I just wanted to say Donna's right. I've studied the two Annas. It's Anna Turha, I believe is how you pronounce it.
Thank you. Oh, I was trying to think of who it was.
Yeah, and I've studied both, and so no, thanks for catching me on that. It's Turja. So that is everything I said is her, not the Sjöblom, but both Annas. But thanks for that, and I put it in the chat too, so people could find her name.
It's all those J's that throw you off.
No, and I will say too, I appreciate that you said about the pronunciation because I really struggle with some of the Norwegian and Swedish names of passengers. I never know if I'm saying them correctly, but when we're talking about them. So that's something that to keep in mind. And the spelling sometimes changes too, depending on what documents you're looking at.
It's not just the Finnish and the Swedish passengers. We struggle with some of the English names too. Jochen gave us a real run for our money for years.
But it's
and each one of us.
It is Jochen.
It is Jochen. We've learned finally, but it's like, wow, and
I think Stephen Schwenker, the major headache trying to find the names of the Chinese passengers and what
Shout out if he's listening. He's a friend of ours, and we've worked with him quite a few times. We actually have separate from Titanic have a collaboration coming up with him next month, which I'm really looking forward to. But he did the documentary The Six about the Chinese passengers aboard the Titanic. Very cool documentary.
One thing about names also, just to touch on this really quickly, and George and I found this out really early, is that if a woman from, say, the Middle East, one of the Syrian ladies, was traveling alone, whether she was married or single, if she wasn't with with her husband, she would use her father's first name as her last name on the passenger list. And that made it very hard to identify some of the Middle Eastern ladies afterwards and not get them confused and not think they were two different people. It was difficult. But I would say also Anna Sjöblom was the first survivor I ever wrote to. But her daughter answered on her behalf because she died soon after I wrote to her.
That is actually really cool. I'm glad I accidentally brought her up. I was going to say too, on pronunciations, I think, I come across this a lot in my research over many years and many topics. When you have something like Titanic that's studied primarily by an English-speaking group of historians and heavily leaning towards the UK and the United States. Not that it's malicious, but there's a weak spot there for understanding pronunciations and how names are interpreted. Like Tom Lynskey mentioned, Stephen Schwenkert's work. The entire project of the Six evolved from finally understanding how these Chinese names were written on these logs, because nobody had been reading these names properly or understood which names were even recorded and how people addressed men in Chinese during that time period. So it took understanding the linguistics of that and the pronunciation of these things to be able to track those survivors. And so I think in Titanic world, we really have recently started to conquer by opening up and having bigger conversations with scholars from everywhere who understand these languages. But I think that it's been a huge barrier historically to properly identifying passengers because we have been coming at it with such an English speaking perspective. And it's really exciting to see some of that changing and people looking into that in new ways.
Yeah,
We
maybe
have,
I can toss to Parks right now because I know this is right up his alley. What's going on right now on screen? 12:27 a.m. What is happening in the Marconi cabin, Parks?
Well,
Parks also just sat back down, so you really are ambushing him.
Sorry about that.
I was putting my wife to bed and closing down the house for the night. So,
while you think
okay.
for a second, I just want to say we got a request
Go
later
ahead.
on to make sure we mention where Thomas Andrews most likely actually was in the final moments. So let's not forget that. Carry on, Parks.
I'm no more prepared than I was 10 seconds ago.
Okay.
It looks like the first wireless messages are going out.
The incorrect position, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. Somebody did a snap navigational estimate from the bridge and sent it back to the Marconi room to be sent out with a message. And I believe it was Boxhall who would refine that estimate later on in the evening, give a better position. Of course, as we know now, where the wreck is, neither one of them was stellar, but close enough. Carpathia was able to get there. So, yeah, I do want to mention, as an aside, to deflect from the fact that I'm not really caught up on where we are in the timeline here, that the Marconi transmitter had suffered a short the night before, and according to the maintenance manual from 1912, the crew was supposed to leave it be until they got back into port and let a Marconi company engineer come work on it. But Phillips and Bride took the opportunity to troubleshoot it themselves. They thought the problem was in the condensers. They were wrong. It turned out there was a short between the primary and secondary windings in the transformer, which was an oil bath. So they made quite a mess and took most of the night for both of them, but they got the Marconi transmitter working at her normal power. Otherwise, they would have had to resorted to use the emergency coil powered by batteries that sat on the desk in the Marconi room, which had a very limited range. In fact, it might not have even reached Carpathia. So I give a shout out to the two wireless operators for geeking out and trying to fix the set themselves and being successful at it.
Breaking the rules, breaking protocol.
I was going to ask George a question, if he doesn't mind. We just passed this in the timeline a few minutes ago, but since you're the one that originally had brought these accounts to us, and that Thomas Andrews, when he discovered the ship was doomed, what he did after that and what he was seen doing, I thought that'd be good for you to talk about since you're the one that originally dug up those accounts.
I actually took the precaution of writing out a few accounts here just because under the spur of the moment, oftentimes I forget things. If you can hang on just a second here, I'll try and find it. This is what happens when you get old.
That's all right. So just for viewers as a refresher, Andrews was continuing his inspection. Smith went back up top. So at this point, they're getting the passengers into the boats. Smith had given the order for the first distress signal to be sent out, and Andrews continued on, and then he discovered what was happening.
Yeah.
And on the
Okay, I
screen
found it.
now, on the right side of it, we see number 7 with people in it ready to go down. The next boat that'll go after that is number 5, which is right in the center of the screen.
Yeah, the first person to enter boat 7 was Helen Bishop, because when they first swung it out, nobody wanted to get in. And somebody yelled out, well, let the brides and grooms in first. And she and her husband got in, and then the Snyders were second, and then finally more and more people got in. And Helen's a sad story because she testified at the inquiry and everything, and she was, a 19-year-old bride. But, she later was in a serious car accident that she ultimately caused her death by the age of 23. So, even though she survives the sinking, she has, a short life ahead of her and an unhappy one, I guess you'd say. But Mrs. Snyder always remembered there. This is also the one the German Baron is in, Baron von Drachstedt, if that really was his title, but Alfred Norney was his name. And she remembered years later that, he sat there holding this pistol the whole time. And it really was scary for the rest of them to be sitting with this man who was just holding a gun. And I think somebody else said that he did fire it off into the air at some point during the night once they were out on the water.
Isn't there a story about him aboard the Carpathia that he was lounging on a pile of blankets that they were trying to hand out to the women?
He was making a bed out of them. He was going to hog all the blankets and keep them for himself.
And they pull him out from underneath him and he goes tumbling off onto the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that.
Yes.
George, did you have your things handy?
Yeah, I just found it, Bill. After Andrews and Captain Smith separated below decks, Captain Smith returned to the bridge, and Andrews, meanwhile, continued his inspection trip below decks. And it wasn't long before passengers saw Thomas Andrews come dashing up the grand staircase with the look of alarm on his face. And he didn't even pause to answer the questions that the passengers threw at him as he ran past. So obviously he was alarmed by what was going on. After he got up to the bridge, the following account came from Frank Prentice, storekeeper Frank Prentice. But he said that Andrews came up to the bridge and found Captain Smith and Bruce Ismay there. And he heard Ismay ask Andrews, "What's the position? Is there any news?" And Andrews replied, "Well, sir, the position is that she's going to sink. There's nothing that can stop us sinking. The water is just coming straight up. The bulkheads won't help her in any way at all." It was at that point that Captain Smith decided to issue his order to fill the lifeboats with women and children and lower away.
And I think that you see it in almost every movie version, that conference with the officers on the bridge, and that's not something that there's any evidence of really happening. I think that's oftentimes their way, the production's way of explaining it to the audience more than anything else. But there never seems to have been that general conference of all the officers where they make an announcement like that.
Not that we could find evidence of anyway.
I have to even express a little question about whether Frank Prentice was accurately describing what he heard, the conference between those three men, or whether he might have just wanted to place himself in a key location at a key time. But this is the only conversation between the men that I've been able to find was from Frank Prentice when he heard Ismay and Andrews talking together, and Andrews explaining things to Ismay.
It's a really interesting detail, I think, George, and I rely on you, Don, or one of the other colleagues to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Ismay, in his testimony, maybe it was the US Senate, I believe he'd indicated that, he'd had no knowledge from anyone that the ship was going to sink. And I was always a bit skeptical of that, because we have, for example, his rather anxious, hysterical behavior. Was it Lifeboat 5, I think, where he was reprimanded by Fifth Officer Lowe?
Yeah,
and that was relatively... Oh, thank you. Thanks, Don. So that was a bit rusty on the details. So that was pretty early in the sinking. And, there's clearly that sense of urgency that he had. And I guess there's a reflection here for Captain Smith. This is actually the last of a whole, well, not quite the last, but it's a whole series of shocks. So it probably was bad enough that he knew Titanic had struck an iceberg. I mean, that's not a great thing to happen on a maiden voyage. But it gets so much worse. It's just blow after blow because they've struck an iceberg. He's then aware it's serious damage, then very extensive damage, you know, the 3 compartments flooding, then that the ship is going to sink, and then, as we will see, that help is too far away to reach them in time. So there's a whole series of shocks there. And, you know, it's really something to, I guess, analyze, I guess, from maybe a psychological perspective. You know, it's absolutely getting worse and worse, and it's just how you function in that situation. Just a bit of a reflection there on the, you know, the mental pressure that Smith must have been under.
That's an
In fact, I
excellent
think
point.
that's
I have found at least 2 that I can recall survivor accounts where they saw Captain Smith actually weeping. Apparently, his emotions got the better of him at one point. And I found another account, and I can't vouch for the accuracy of this, but one of the officers claimed that he had to walk Captain Smith up and down the deck for a few minutes to kind of, you know, brace him up and get him to calm down. But if Captain Smith did have these emotional breakdowns, so to speak, it didn't last long, because the rest of the information that I found throughout the sinking, Captain Smith was very active throughout the entire evacuation. He wasn't, as one modern day writer said, he wasn't stunned or you know, incapable of acting or anything like that. He was very active. So I give him credit for that. He did his very best to get as many people off the ship as he could.
It looks like he was at over half the lifeboats at some point in time. I'm not saying
Yes.
he was very active at them, but he at least popped in a lot.
And
Exactly.
he was actively involved in lifeboat number 8 because they had, particularly on the forward port side, a shortage of deckhands that were trained in using the davits. And there's a number of reasons for that, but Smith actually helped man one of the davits during the lowering of boat number 8. So he certainly wasn't standing off on the side, not doing anything.
We can see the Morse lamp going right now. There's a ship spotted on the horizon, and you know, that ship has always been a huge subject for discussion. But some of the passengers are even assembling down on the portside A-deck promenade and discussing that ship, seeing these lights down on the horizon, and it brings a lot of hope. It makes people feel like, okay, maybe we are going down, but here comes help already. And again, as we touched on earlier with the Republic, when the Republic was another White Star liner 3 or so years prior, got into a collision off the United States and sinking, and they were able to call for help. It was the first successful case of SOS. Rescue arrived, and basically everybody who was not killed in the initial collision was rescued. And so the confidence was that the sea lanes were so crowded with ships, and they've all got wireless telegraphs now, that it won't take long for rescue to arrive if anyone is actually in trouble. So here they are. They're seeing these lights on the horizon, and they're thinking, well, here we go. Here's our rescue. That just proves our point. Just like with the Republic, it's another case of the Republic. Here comes help. And as we all know, those lights never arrive.
Well, and it's ironic too, because that night seemed to be clear weather conditions, but they weren't entirely. Titanic came off the warm Gulf Stream into the cold Labrador Current, and that has an impact on the atmosphere. You'll see this with radars. You'll see it with visual too. But under the conditions that have been documented by various ships that were in the area that night, it's very likely that visual ranges were extended by as much as 30 nautical miles. you actually would see light bend over the curvature of the Earth to the receptor. And so that light that they saw, and this has been debated a lot, may not have been as close as they thought. It might have seemed very close, but it could have been really far away and actually over the horizon. But thanks to the bending of the light in the atmosphere, it may have been well over the horizon. If it was daytime, you might not even see the ship.
I think something to point out right now in the events they're playing out, you have lifeboat number 7 lowering, obviously far from full, but I don't know if I can't remember if Parks and Don or if it was just Parks, but the James Cameron special where you guys did the experiment with the full-sized lifeboat. Uh, we were reading a lot of testimonies about some people say, why did it take an hour for them to get the first boat away? And obviously you have the answer that they didn't know the ship was sinking initially, but then once they did know that, the amount of time that goes into preparing a lifeboat for uncovering it, knocking out the gripes, getting it ready to fill and lower. I don't know if either one of you could talk about what that was like, experiencing that with a pretty much full scale replica, because that's a perspective that we can only interpret from the accounts, and you guys might have some firsthand experience with.
Well, yeah, it was when we were doing that documentary, we had experienced men from the Well and Davitt Company doing it, and they were able to get the boat ready very quickly. But they again were experienced. And so I think one of the other things, of course, was the time it took to get people up on deck and to get people to get in. As I said, when they first were ready to lower it and they're calling for people, no one would get in. And I give them credit for being brave enough to do it on a seemingly safe ship and being lowered down the way they were. But, again, a lot of younger people were in that first boat. But Parks, you might want to comment too about what you remember from that documentary. It was fun, I'll give it that.
Yeah, no, we timed the launching of the lifeboat, 16 boats under davits, to see how long it would take. And given the time frame, they really got those 16 boats launched and a couple of collapsibles launched before the decks became untenable. And the question arose, okay, let's say they had boats for all on board that night. Where would those boats have been? They would have been stacked in well, I would say a pile, but they would have been stacked atop each other inboard of these boats, and there would not have been room to load from the boat deck, which was not how Titanic was designed. The passengers were expected to evacuate from a deck below boat deck. The crews would prepare the boats up and launch them down to the open windows of the A deck promenade, and they would board there. But in Titanic, they put screens in the forward half of a deck. And so I remember Jim Cameron stacking deck chairs on top of each other so he could climb up and squeeze out the hole, and wondering how Mrs. Astor was able, in her pregnant state, to work herself through that into the boat. So all of this would have added time. And then there's also the question of how would you prepare the inboard boats to be loaded into the davits? We found that there was really no provision for that, or even to get the collapsible off the roof of the officers' quarters. It's a good idea to stack all these boats up, but how do you launch them? And what we came up with was they launched the boats faster because they were able to load from boat deck, which is not how they were designed, not how the ship was designed, and probably not how the crews trained. And they got them into the boats, got 16 boats under davits underway, 2 collapsibles. The last 2 collapsibles were not what you would call orderly launches, and it's just amazing that they were able to get them with basically a process that they kind of made up as they went along. You don't see that in modern cruise ships today. You've got assembly points, you've got crews that have trained, and you have launching systems that are able to launch in a more thought out manner than these boats that were lined up on Titanic's deck. So the conclusion we came from that exercise was that if Titanic had had more lifeboats, there's a very real chance that more people would have died because they would have gotten hung up in the timeline and they would have run out of time. So that was a very interesting exercise.
Absolutely. Let me toss to Bill here because I know this is something he's going to love, what we just saw on our screen here. The perspective of Quartermaster Rowe back there on the by the stern docking bridge. I know Rowe is a particular favorite of yours, Bill, for a lot of different reasons, but he also seemed to kind of be the forgotten man who may have been one of the last people to find out that there was a serious problem.
What Rowe claimed is that he didn't know anything was wrong until he saw a lifeboat in the water. So we know that the first lifeboat was number 7 at 1240. So that implies that Rowe at about 1240 didn't have any idea anything was wrong. So he hadn't seen any rockets at that point because they weren't started firing until number 5 was going down.
He never
And
even mentioned
he
the blowing
was
off the
standing
steam.
out in the back waiting for his relief. And this is partly why I want to talk to him. Why didn't you know? Now, my opinion, for what little it's worth, is he did know and he didn't want to admit it. But he does seem to be the forgotten man back there. When he saw the boat in the water, he called forward. He got Second Officer Boxall up on the bridge. And if I remember the dialogue correctly, Rose said, "Do you know there's a boat in the water?" And Boxall says, "Who are you?" And Rose said, "I'm the quartermaster back on the stern." And Boxall asked him to bring rockets forward. So at this point, they hadn't, yeah. And Rowe would have grabbed the rockets which were, I think, in a locker down below the aft docking bridge, and he brought them forward. And after that point, they started firing them just inside lifeboat number 1.
I always found it odd, and Bill, maybe George or you will remember this, but it was either Quartermaster Rowe didn't mention Bright in his testimony or the other way around. And I always thought that was weird when they were both like Bright was relieving Rowe and they stood around talking about all these things. And then it's like when you look at their accounts, only one of them mentioned that the other one was there, and they both brought forward a box of detonators. It's not like there's a conspiracy behind it. I just found it strange.
Rowe
Yeah.
didn't mention Bright at all.
Yeah.
He mentioned that he was waiting for his relief, but other than that, he didn't mention Bright at all. So there's holes in Rowe's testimony that I really would like to find out what happened.
Mm-hmm. Maybe what we can do now is we could switch away for a minute from the technical end. Maybe we can bring in our people expertise for a minute here. Because one of the things that we just talked about that we hit was how long it would take to load a lifeboat before you could even start lowering it away. Never mind the technical operation of the davits and the crew manning the gear. One of the things that we hear consistently from those that were there is that they were having a difficult time at this point in the sinking convincing people to get on the lifeboats. Maybe we can talk about what these passengers, the officers are saying, get into the lifeboats. What do they have to overcome just to step into that lifeboat? What are they seeing? What are they feeling? Maybe we can talk about that for a minute, and it helps to bring that impact home.
Well, I could share a little anecdote. One time I took, I'm sure it was with somebody else, I just can't remember who, but I took Edwina Trout McKenzie to the Queen Mary down in Long Beach, and we were walking up to it, and she looked up at it, and she said, "How many people do you think those lifeboats hold?" And I guessed, I said I could think 130. And then she kind of switched gears, and she said, "They just couldn't get the people to get in." And she was one of those people because her attitude was, when a ship sank, you died. she was 27 when she was on the ship, and that was before they had wireless. And, in the past, anytime a ship sank, it was never seen again, that sort of thing. And the idea of contacting other ships was new, and it wasn't, I think, prevalent on people's minds. And then also just, the whole women and children first, some people took it so seriously that they just wouldn't get in. Like Mr. Strauss would not get in, even though he was offered a seat in the boat. And so, I think because we have 2020 hindsight, we know that if you got in a boat, you were rescued. They didn't know that. And so there was a reluctance to leave the ship and get into a little boat, either because the ship seemed safer or the boat didn't seem any safer than a sinking ship.
There's also the dynamics of, many women in this situation are not only hesitant to leave their husbands behind, but because of social norms and misconceptions at the time, many are very nervous to get into these lifeboats with people they don't know, men on the crew that they don't know. There are so many, unfortunately, so many preconceived notions in their heads at this time. And without the urgency of thinking this was it, then that yes, they were incredibly nervous to get in these boats. And you also have many accounts from first class women who, tell the tale of, oh, everything was so calm and, I got into the boat and it was fine. And it was, but these were people getting in early who were, I think, still feeling rather calm about everything. And some of them thought, okay, I'll go through the motions. I'll get in the boat. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll row out. We'll come back. And I think that, casual Titanic people, which none of us on this panel are, they don't understand that in those first lifeboat loadings, in the first period of this sinking, that nobody was communicating properly, and a lot of people had no idea that getting into this tiny little boat in the middle of the North Atlantic would be somehow safer than staying on this ship that they perceived as unsinkable. And we talked about the safety record earlier. These were incredibly safe ships. They had incredibly wonderful safety records. And I mean, put yourself in those shoes. It's the middle of the night. You can't see anything. It's cold as all get out. And you're on this warm ship. By all accounts, the ship was so warm, people were trying to turn their heaters off. It was too warm. And so you're being asked to get off of this behemoth and into essentially this little dinghy. I do think it's an often not discussed enough component of this. And it's a big reason why a lot of those boats leave with space in them. And, there are a lot of women who testify later, particularly first class women, that had they known that this was really it, they wouldn't have left their husbands and they wouldn't have gotten on those boats without them. And I think that's a really important human element to bring up. I'm glad that came up. Yeah.
It really is.
Have any of y'all ever been on Queen Mary at night and looked over the side and looked down?
Oh, who hasn't?
Scary as all hell.
Yeah,
First
it
time I
is.
was on the Queen Mary, that's what I did. I looked down and I went, oh my God.
Well, and some people said that about the Titanic. I think it was Mrs. Ditch that
Absolutely.
she looked over and she just couldn't believe it looked so dark and so cold and so far to the ocean. But I was going to mention again, as LAU's mentioned about ladies who wouldn't leave their husband if they'd known. And a good representation is in the movie A Night to Remember, the couple in second class, because that's clearly based on the Chapmans, who were newlyweds in second class. And Mrs. Richards, who was also from Cornwall, remembered getting into boat 4, and Mrs. Chapman saying, something like, "Goodbye, Mrs. Richard, I'm going to stick it out with John," or something like that. And she just wouldn't leave her husband. And that was, again, Edwina Trout, who I mentioned earlier. She remembered these couples, doing the, "Oh, Harry, I can't leave you. John, I can't let I won't leave without you," kind of thing. And these young women wouldn't leave their husbands either, just as well as Mrs. Strauss.
And I think it's, we haven't, there's so much to mention. And it's important to, this is sort of a thematic thought. I don't necessarily have to mention any specific people, but it's important to remember the family separation that's happening at this point too. I'm a parent. This sounds cheesy to mention, but I don't know if anybody here has done the Titanic VR experience that you can access on the, oh my gosh, what are they called? The VR headsets. They're Meta. My husband downloaded this. I'm not sure what year it was made, but when we got one of the VR headsets a few years ago, and he put it on for me. And in it, you are loaded into a lifeboat, and it starts to go down the side. And I had to take the headset off because it was too, and it's an animation, to be clear. This is not even real human actors. This is a VR animation, but it felt too real to look over and to see someone beside you, to see the dark ocean beneath you. Even in an animation, I was so moved and terrified by it, I had to take the headset off. And, as a parent, imagining being in that situation where I'm loaded onto a lifeboat, perhaps with my children, saying goodbye to my husband in that situation. I think Titanic is written and talked about in these grand sweeping motions so often. And of course, it has to be, that's the nature of things. But a lot of children lost a parent that night, and a lot of women had to get in these boats with their children, not knowing if they would ever see the father of their children again. And I get emotional even thinking about it, because as a parent, as a wife, I can't even imagine what that would feel like. And I think, it's so important to take a minute and to remember those little micro moments. There are children that never grew up to know their fathers, and in this moment that happens.
I couldn't agree more. And there's also the inverse of that, because I'm also a husband and a father. And yeah, in hindsight, we know if you got into a lifeboat, you were generally okay. But when the ship was sinking, you didn't know that. So what if you're up on the deck and you're a man, a married man with a family, and you're told you have to put your wife and children in these rickety wooden boats hanging 70 feet over the darkness, and you got to stay back. You are expected to protect them in life, but you can't. You have to stay back, trust the crew, trust the boats, and trust the blackness down below. And there's cases of passengers saying, no, I'm not letting my wife and children get into that, especially early on. So, and that's perfectly understandable too. That's an absolutely difficult decision to make, and it's difficult for both husbands and wives.
Well, I recall that, I believe it was Mrs. Asplund she understood, as I recall, that they had that agreement that the whole family would go down together, and the next thing you know, she's being forced into a boat. 2 of her 5 children are thrown into the boat, and then the boat leaves, and she's left her husband and her 3 children, 10, 8, and 5, on the ship, and had to live with that the rest of her life. But and I as I recall, from the newspaper interview or whatever, is that she really believed that they had agreed they would all go down together as a family, and in the end they were split in 2. Not just that she didn't just lose her husband, she lost 3 of her children.
And she probably felt she broke that promise too.
Yes, and then he broke it as well.
Yeah,
by letting that happen.
That's such a horrible story. As a father myself, I mean, I can't even imagine it. It's nightmarish. But I think of some other examples, like May Fertrell, like where her husband, what I have always interpreted is essentially lied to her to get her to leave because she was so reluctant that, don't you know that you're not giving me a chance to make it by staying with me? It's like lesser a chance. I don't know that he really believed that. I think he was just trying to get her to go in the boat. And then Eloise Smith, who right around this time we were showing boat number 8 lowering, which is contrary to claims was most like it was the first boat on the port side to lower. Eloise Smith, her husband, pleaded and begged with her to get into that boat, and she refused, and she ended up basically moving along the deck to boat 6, and he had to almost like force her into the boat against her will, and she threw herself against him like she was in it, and then she clung to him. And just the way she describes this in her affidavit and in the personal account, when you read this, it's just really heartbreaking to think about. I mean, I think some of these couples, like the husband did not believe they were going to survive, when they separated from their wives, but they had to put on a brave face, so to speak, to get them to go in the boat.
I
I
agree, and I
think it
think
was
at
in
that boat,
the
Mr. Cavendish said something like, no, because it's quoted in the newspapers when they put in the little funeral notice for Mr. Cavendish, and it had a quote, like his last words to his wife were, "I am not going to leave before the other man," or something like that. And so at 6, he stayed behind deliberately. Not that they would have let him in anyway, but, he made up his mind he wasn't even going to try.
The other
These
thing
Beadles are
that's
great, by the
interesting,
way. They're really cool.
yeah, and it's interesting right around this time. We talked about the differences and experiences between classes, but there's a third class passenger who, by this point, very few of them had gotten up to the boat deck by this point of the sinking. But uh, Philip Zenny is how he's commonly known, but I think the actual last name, that's another one of the ones that changes. I think it was Al Zahani, probably butchering the pronunciation, but he, as far as we can tell, was the first steerage passenger to get into a boat, and he had tried to get into lifeboat number 8 and was essentially tossed out, and then he was able to sneak into, or is placed in, depending on which version you believe, into the boat number 6. But he must have had a better sense than some people, because there's not very many steerage passengers that got anywhere near the point of getting into a boat this early in the sinking, and he was one of the first. So I just wanted to point that out.
And he was no use at all because he had that injured arm. And so when he finally showed himself, he couldn't even help row.
And it's interesting because his accounts that he gave are not very flattering about his own actions, which I kind of found that interesting, the way he described it. It wasn't something that made him look very good. Where a lot of people might have lied about being in the water and rescued that way, and made up a false story to kind of save face based on how people viewed. Not that anybody should have been shamed for surviving, but just the
Right.
standard back then, it was looked at differently for depending on how that happened.
Yeah. I'd love to pause for a moment and take care of some more of these super chats while we have some downtime. I'd also like to shout out someone had gifted 50 channel memberships to my Part-Time Explorer channel. Thank you for doing that. All right, so Jay Bombstat or JB Homestead, hard to differentiate the spacing there. 84 says, "Greetings from historic Denver's Molly Brown House Museum. Every year we gather to watch. There's no more fitting place to honor this night than a survivor's home. If you're ever in Denver, come visit us." Thank you very much. They always support us every year. They watch our stream. And they are a really phenomenal museum. I'd love to go visit them again soon. And yeah, if you're in Colorado or the Denver area, be sure to go check out the Molly Brown House Museum.
It's well worth it. I've been there twice.
Yes. Yep. Shan Casey says, "I know you're updating on A Sea of Glass. Have you considered a deep dive specifically into the upturned collapsible Behe lifeboat and Lightaller's story? Perhaps you have had videos that I've missed." That might be fun for Steam and Splendor.
Yeah, and I know we're usually cautious about future plans, but our Odyssey of the Lifeboat series, we've done boat number 2 and boat number 16, but certainly that would be an interesting one to cover as well.
We on my channel, Part-Time Explorer, I did actually do a video on Lightaller at Dunkirk with his yacht Sundowner, right? And Collapsible Behe is mentioned, and I know you're saying specifically tell the story of him on Collapsible Behe, but it is worth saying, if you want to hear more about Lightaller as a man and as a military figure, go check out that video on my channel. Nathan Hudson Young 2460 says, "Binoculars give literal tunnel vision." That was back when we were discussing the binoculars. Stephanie Brown 9616, "I heard the haze on the horizon was a contributing factor in not seeing the iceberg. Is that true?"
Well, I'm going to say I have reviewed Tim Malton's research into that, and I find that I believe what he's saying, that there was a cold air mirage effect in that area on that date in that area. I've seen that effect myself off Newfoundland in the day and in the night, and it can basically give you a false horizon from which the iceberg could be masked until it got too close to break out of the mirage. Maybe the ship's lights start to illuminate it, and I find that work to be very compelling.
And then Uncover the News said weather that night created haze and a high horizon. T. LeBeau says Tad, Kent, and Bill, when your updated edition of On a Sea of Glass is released, will there be limited edition signed hard copies of the book?
Don't ask Kent this question because I think his wife and him almost killed themselves getting our Lusitania signed a number of copies out.
Well, we will say that we do have signed and numbered copies of the third edition available right now.
We've traditionally done that. We'll cross that bridge, I think, once we get to that point and see if there's any interest.
Let's finish the book first.
Daniel Shell 86 says, going to a Titanic artifact exhibit soon. How do I tell if the artifacts are legit and real? Oh, LA?
I mean, listen, I'm sure there's every single person on this panel can speak to this at great length, but I will say, as someone who, because of my podcast and, just the general travel that I do for Titanic, I've been at a lot of the traveling exhibitions in the last couple of years. And I will tell you, the number one thing to look for is how those artifacts are stored and displayed. I am a trained historian, a museum professional as well. If an item is not temperature controlled and protected and visibly taken care of in those ways, and also the provenance is not properly marked, I would be highly suspicious. I'm not going to throw specific daggers. That's not what any of this is for. But I have been at exhibitions lately where, things have been passed off as Titanic and they're not. They're Olympic, or they're not even, they're just era. They're not connected at all. And I've seen it happen. So I do think it's important, as Titanic becomes very popular in the immersive space and in the traveling exhibition space, to, take a close look and have a discerning eye. And the more people who have a discerning eye and call out these situations where things aren't being handled properly, perhaps they'll get fixed if people know they can't get away with it. So just wanted to chime in, because unfortunately I've seen a lot of this happening lately, and it's very sad to see.
Thanks, LA.
And you can't believe everything you see at those exhibits either. I went to the traveling exhibit in Seattle a few years ago, and one of the first things they showed was a picture of Titanic's propellers, 2 3-bladed and a 4-bladed. We know that's not Titanic. Mark can talk about that at great extent, but I think that photo is actually from 1924. And also you go through there and they'll tell you, well, over 1,500 died. No. The number is 1,496. We have the names. 712 people survived. Again, we have the names.
Thank you.
There's some prominent museums that have the wrong memorial wall, and that's like, okay, you have 1,500, some people died, and you have too low a number of survivors. Who are they killing off, and who are they adding to the ship to get those numbers? That's what I want to ask.
Yeah. Dave Gardner 8692 says Don Lynch is the Indiana Jones of Titanic history.
I know Dave. Thank you, Dave, very much. I appreciate it. Dave gives Titanic tours in New York, and
I've been on one,
but I bet they're great.
I just wanted to shout out Dave too. I went on a tour with him about 2 years ago. It was just me and my friend Pablo and my friend Lindsay, and it was just the three of us. And we ran into Victor Garber on this tour. I have to tell this story. This is real, and Dave is probably chuckling listening to this. He knows it's real. We were in a part of the tour where we stopped. We got ice cream, and we were in a neighborhood where Dave said, Victor Garber of Titanic fame actually lives in this neighborhood. And we're just kind of, we're chatting about it, talk about some passengers, that kind of thing. And my friend looks over and she says, yeah, and that's him right there. And I didn't believe her. I took a second look and it was absolutely Victor Garber. And I went running and caught him and we had an amazing interaction. And he was actually really positive about the whole Titanic community. And we talked to him for a few minutes. Really great guy. But anyway, had to tell the story. So shout out Dave. His tours are really, really good.
Oh, that's really cool. Again, I'm just going to do a couple more because we'll jump back to the story in a moment. David St. Pierre, friend of ours. I was a fan of Don Lynch when we met in Quebec City in 1999 when I gave a conference on the Empress of Ireland for the THS meet with Milvina Dean. And I'm still a fan of his work 27 years later.
I remember, Dave. Yeah, I remember him very well, but it's very kind. Thank you.
And then Blue River 5269 just sent a super chat with a little emoji. Thank you. All right, let's jump back in. What is unfolding in front of us?
What we have right here in front of us is a rather sorely contested bit of trivia on which two lifeboats left first, boat 8 or boat 6. And this is something that the inquiry after the disaster back in Britain concluded that boat number 6 had left first. And about 25 years ago, I know George and Bill and Tad worked on the revised Lifeboat article and were able to release it. And they were able to come to the conclusion that the evidence supported that number 8 left first. And what's interesting, and maybe one of these chaps will jump in and help me out here, but they were really able to find people who left in 6 who looked over the edge of the deck and said, there's a lifeboat down in the water right next to the one that I basically get into and leave the ship in, that's filled with, people, empty spaces in it, and it's in the water already. And I mean, it's the data that we have currently that 8 left before 6. We've expanded our ground on this information to the point where, it's pretty much very difficult for someone to argue otherwise at this point. And it's not just arguing semantics either, because it does affect the flow of people and how they would split apart and which way they would go and what order they left in. So it's very important for us to understand who is in what lifeboat and what order they left in, because then that helps us to work backwards and create the flow of the human flow and follow people in their paths from where they started out to how they ended up in a boat.
Just a couple notes on this. We do have a video on this subject on Steam and Splendor Network, but Major Puchin gave very detailed, not only in his inquiry testimony, but newspaper accounts about loading people into the lifeboat, helping with that, and it lowered away prior to when he went to boat number 6 and climbed down the falls to get into it. You have a particularly compelling account from first class passenger Martha Stone, and I actually have that up on the screen. I pulled up while we're talking. She was rescued in boat number 6. She talks about how when they came back on deck, they'd gone back in to put on a little bit heavier clothing. We found what one boat had been launched. I looked down to the water. I could see empty spaces in that first boat. So she actually looked over the side of the deck prior to getting into boat 6 and could see another lifeboat in the water with the empty spaces. They were marked on that. You have Eloise Smith, who her husband tried to get her into a boat prior to boat number 6 that was then loaded and lowered away. She refused to get into it. You have these specific accounts where people are describing a lifeboat actually in the water. You have Quartermaster Hitchens saying that he thought there was other boats in the water prior to his. Yes, there's some accounts that are not at variance with that, but you look at one of the first skeptics about the British inquiry said boat number 6 went first based on Frederick Fleet's account. Colonel Archibald Gracie in his book was one of the first ones to disagree. He said, notwithstanding what they said in the inquiry, that he thought that boat number 8 left first. And it's interesting because he cites Lightoller as the reason why. So there's a lot of reasons and a lot of problems with the claims that 6 went first. And again, some people don't care about that level of detail, but it does affect when you start looking at chronologies and when things went. And if you want to get the story right, even the minor details count. So just my opinion.
I wanted to say too, there's a lot of, and again, I'm certainly not the foremost expert on this panel by any means, long shot, but I think there is a emotionality to who is on what Lifeboat for descendants. I have been at events with descendants and seen them become emotional when they have discovered that the lifeboat they thought their father or grandfather or mother or grandmother was on is probably not the one that they were on. And because of new research, because of the kind of work that you guys are doing. And I think it's important to acknowledge that of course we have to be loyal to the research and uncovering the truths that we can the best we can. But I think it's important to acknowledge that there is disappointment and emotion associated with some of these discoveries because families put so much meaning behind the stories that they think they know. And this goes into our conversations earlier about the fallibility of memory and why people kind of make up the parts that they do or misremember the parts that they do. People get really attached to these lifeboat stories. And when new information is uncovered, it does have an emotional impact on family members. And, I just to acknowledge that that's a part of all of this process because so many descendants are so active in the community and more so every day, it seems like.
Some people go all the way back to Walter Lord's 1955 book, A Night to Remember. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a great book, but it is 70 years old. We've discovered a lot since then. And even Walter Lord changed some of his feelings when he wrote his second book, The Night Lives On. But like I said, people are going back to that first book and saying, oh, 705 people survived. Well, that's what he said 70 years ago. That's not what we say now.
I was wondering if maybe George might want to comment on this. I'm going to be very careful because I never want to insult anybody, and I know, but like I know there's some relatives of Frankie Goldsmith, and Frankie Goldsmith had said that he was in collapsible D. But if you go back and look at his mother's accounts and his accounts, the evidence very, very convincingly, and I'd say definitively, places him in collapsible C. I don't know if maybe George or Don would want to talk about that. And again, not as an insult to the family, obviously.
Well, no, we don't want to insult the family, but I actually met two of his grandsons just over this past weekend. And, they were a little more open-minded than some of the family members have been. And they said they just want to know which boat it was. And one of them said, well, Grandpa changed his story. Sometimes he said C, sometimes D. And he gave a talk at an event I was at, and he played a recording of Frank Goldsmith, the survivor. And Frank remembered seeing the canvas cover behind which the rockets were sent up, and that there was rocket debris on the deck that they had to step over to get into the lifeboat. And that I think we were just talking a little bit earlier where we said that roll came up on the starboard side with the rockets. And so again, that makes it collapsible C. And so, they pointed to other evidence, like apparently May Howard gave an account where she said that she was in the same boat as the Goldsmiths, and she said Mr. Ismay was in the boat behind ours. Well, that couldn't be any boat. There was no collapsible C, wasn't behind any other boat, but their position was that sort of implies that they weren't in C because we know that Ismay was in C. And so they're not convinced yet, but they are open-minded about it. These two gentlemen were very reasonable, very nice, but it was interesting to hear a recording play where Frank gave some additional, and I don't remember if we discussed that when we were assigning boats, but that he again talked about how there was rocket debris and it was the side of the boat that the rockets were being sent up from.
That's
But they
interesting.
also said they think that he got the idea he was in D because, and he said Walter Lord told him he was probably in D, and they said someone took that photograph of collapsible D coming up to the Carpathia, and they thought it was the Philadelphia Maritime Museum, used some scanner back in the day and were able to sharpen the image and point out a little 9-year-old boy or something. And then, but then apparently he said Walter Lord changed his mind later and said, well, your grandfather wasn't in D. And it goes back and forth a lot. So they, as a family, they've kind of been caught between, different stories. And so they've been sort of tugged around in the middle. And I think they would like to know for certain which one it really was.
Well, I just checked our documentation on the Lifeboat project, and we've got them in C
Yes.
with 100% surety. Now, Don, that bit you mentioned about the rocket debris, that'd be nice to add to our write-up.
I think we should. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and I
if
think,
you
I
can
think,
write something up on that, I'll be glad to add it into the webpage.
Okay.
and a big part of that too is that both Frankie and his mother had described their lifeboat rubbing against the hull on the way down, which we know happened on the start.
Exactly.
And then
Yes.
also the Chinese passengers, his mom very distinctly mentions in her account of being in the boat, which we know the four of them were in collapsible sea. So
I think all of this, I mean, this is such an interesting discussion, and I think it just reinforces that importance of having an open mind and, trying to follow the evidence as far as we can in a methodology, need more coffee, in a scientific way, a proper methodology. I think, so many of us, you encounter people that because, as Bill said, they've read it in a night to remember. There's a particular piece of information that they just think, oh, that's a fact. I've seen it in print. Walter Lord said it, therefore it must be true. And it's in no way a disservice to the work Walter Lord did. He uncovered so much information for the time. But research moves on, more information becomes available. And I think, that maybe people on the live stream that have got, there was a reprinted edition of the old British Wreck Commissioner's report, the Lord Mersey report, which is a very bulky volume, and it looks authoritative, and you go into it and you look at the very specific loading or lowering times for each of the lifeboats. It's very easy just to take that as true. And actually, we do need to explore further why that might be the case, because maybe other shipwrecks are not a great example, but with Titanic, we seem to have so much specific information about particular boats. When you look at the inquiry following Lusitania, or the very sparse, there was barely an inquiry really when Britannic sank. We just don't have that level of detail. So I think if you see that specific detail in the Mersey report, or people have seen it in print, they've seen it in books, it can just be very hard for them to diverge from that and say, well, actually, might this be an error? And that, I think, is a recurring theme. It applies so much to Titanic history. It might be a photo misidentification. I believe there's a photo that's often identified. Is it Jacques Futrelle? And actually, we believe is it Percival White standing outside the gymnasium. I hope I've used the right names. And actually, you go back to it. Well, why does it say that? What's the basis for that identification? I'm not great at identifying people myself. Is it just because they're wearing glasses? Oh, this person wears glasses. This could be it.
They seem to have had the same haircut and everything. And it's an honest mistake, because Jacques Futrelle, we knew what he looked like, but nobody really knew what Percival White looked like. And the similarities were the reason there was the mistake.
Okay.
But I'm glad we know now, who it was.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's a key point. I agree with everything you said, Mark, but a lot of us were fooled by that photograph and just took that at face value that it was Jacques Futrelle, and the evidence doesn't really bear that out. So we always have to revisit our own findings, and it's okay to have made a mistake. And I think that's something that people need to be okay with. If you're doing good research, you're always going to be constantly revisiting. None of us are perfect with what we find. It's a whole ongoing process if you're doing good research, and being willing to say, hey, I was wrong about that.
Yeah, and absolutely, because
regarding all of this, what's the biggest new information we ever found? Most of us, and that includes me, believe the Titanic sank intact, based on what the inquiry said and based on what Walter Lord said. What did we find out in 1985? We found out it broke apart. When you go back and start looking at the accounts, more people said it broke apart then said it sank intact. At the inquiries, 4 people say it sank intact. 2 of them were officers. Those are the people that the inquiry assessors decided to agree with, and that's what they put out into the world. So almost all of us, like I said, myself included, thought it sank intact, and we were all wrong.
Yeah, but also, to our credit, I mean, people talk about the survivors who said it broken too, but there were survivors who believed it sank intact. And not just Gracie and Beasley, although it was funny with Beasley where he said it sank intact, and yet Ruth Becker, who was in the same boat, said that she saw it break apart. And she said, and it wasn't just me, they talked about it in the boat. The people around her were all talking about it. So she knew she wasn't the only one who saw it break in two. But Edwina Trout again, who I knew, she said she remembered it going down, and she was fairly close in collapsible D, but she remembered it going down in one piece at a low angle. But I believe also she left her glasses behind, her spectacles in her room, because one of the things she did when she got to New York was she got new glasses. So I think, and she wasn't the only passenger, because glasses were expensive and hard to come by and more precious. There was another passenger, and she gave hers to a man she knew for safekeeping when she got into a lifeboat, Emily Badman in third class. And when they found his body, his family sent her glasses back. So, not everyone wore their glasses because it might be risky to take them, and, they might get broken, you might lose them. Leave them in your room where they're safe.
I wanted to point out here, this might be an interesting thing to bring up.
Yeah.
You could see in the video the open D-deck reception room, like the door. I don't know if Parks or if anybody else wants to bring that up. There's been a lot of discussion about whether that the one door was opened during the sinking and what kind of bears that out or not. I think it'd be interesting for the viewers.
Well, I was looking at some of the legends as we were talking about recently. We're talking about Scotland Road, and now we're talking about the open D-deck door. The open D-deck door is often attributed to a work party that Lightoller sent down below to open the door, because that was another way of putting people into lifeboats, and that was actually considered one of the safest ways, because the lifeboat would already be steady on the water surface, not too far below the D-deck door, and it's a shorter drop. And of course, with the downward trim of the vessel, once they opened that door, they couldn't close it. It swung open, and there's no way really to try and haul it back in. And evidently that working party, which didn't survive, gave up on it. But when we were doing the flooding simulation in 2011, I'm preparing for the 2012 roundtable show on National Geographic. One of the things that I was surprised to learn from the flooding simulation, and we did this several times to verify the findings, was that by the time the floodwaters reached Scotland Road, and by the time they reached that D-deck door, they had become insignificant in the flooding. In other words, by that time, Titanic was going to go down, and even though it seems like, well, you got a bigger aperture here, more water's going to come in, it's going to go faster, it really didn't. It's basically a matter of equalization, and so it's interesting to note these, but in the overall manner in which the ship eventually flooded and sank, they didn't play a part.
Very interesting.
I think what you're saying, Parks, is that Lightoller did not sink Titanic.
Despite what a lot of people would like to say, no, he did not.
I want to make a quick note. We have a lot of super chats coming in. Thank you very much. And just a reminder that a portion of tonight's super chats are going to the RMS Olympic Steinway Association, working to preserve Olympics surviving upright piano from the a la carte restaurant. So all of the super chats coming in, because we're on a set time frame right now as the ship is unfolding, we are documenting all of them. Any of the ones that we don't get to in our short super chat breaks, we're going to do at the end after the ship sinks. We will get to all of them. Don't worry. So feel free to send those in. Feel free to send something to support the Steinway Association. Thank you, guys.
Turning back to the human side a little bit, we've crossed past 120, but one of the myths of the sinking is that all the engineers stay below until the very end, which we know for a fact is not true. There's a good number of them. We have like Fireman Threlfall, George Cavill, Trimmer Dillon, Greaser Scott, that all I gave around a 120 time that an order came down for them to evacuate. Now, we can't say 100% that every single person was out of those spaces by then, but a great number, not a great number, a number of the engineers were actually seen up on deck after that. And I think as Scott specifically mentioned Farquharson, and even Chief Engineer Bell later in the sinking was seen on the deck. So that doesn't diminish that story of them working to save the ship and trying to keep it as functioning, the machinery for the power and everything. That doesn't diminish that, but it's like it's almost like because they were allowed to come up on deck and have a chance at the last minute that some people think that diminishes their heroism, and I don't feel that way at all. I just think about they were down there until the flooding situation rendered it almost impossible for them to stay where they're at. And I just think it's a shame because some people downplay what they did because they came up top and they end up dying that way. And I just don't think it make any sense to me. I don't know if anybody wanted to chime in on that or not, but.
Well, I have a feeling that the ones who did come up, they probably didn't get a life jacket because they probably didn't have any stored in the engine room. And, maybe they just bypassed their quarters and came all the way up to the deck because, as we know, none of the engineers was found afterwards. None of their bodies were found. So I have a feeling the ones who did make it up on deck probably weren't wearing life jackets, life belts.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but Bill, didn't you do an analysis of bodies recovered from certain areas of the ship, certain watches, and that would kind of back what Don just said up, wouldn't it? The numbers of bodies recovered from the engineering crew that was on duty at the time?
If you hang on a minute, I'll bring up my article and I can give you an answer directly from what I said all those years ago. But it is. Here we go.
It's amazing how the time passes. This is one of the, I have to say, this is one of the best panel discussions that we've ever had.
Really?
There is such a diversity of expertise, whether it's technical or passenger or numbers or a little bit of everything in between. I'm really enjoying this conversation because when a subject comes up, we know right who to toss to. That has it's a beautiful conversation, and I just wanted to thank you guys for being a part of it tonight with us.
Okay, I have my old article up. Now, these numbers I'm giving are their percentages of the bodies recovered, not anything to do with people saved or anything like that. Of the deck department, 58% of the perished, the bodies were recovered. And I wrote, we would expect many of these people to have been on deck loading lifeboats. Postal department, 40% bodies were recovered, probably flooded out of their area earlier on. Several were reportedly seen on deck before the end. The band on deck at the end, no evidence they went below, 38%. First class people who died, 32% of the bodies were recovered. The victualling department, 28%. The engine department, 25% of those perished. We found the bodies. Second class, 20%. A la carte, there's a rumor, and maybe Don knows a little more about this one. There's a rumor that they may have been kept below decks.
That's
Anyway,
what
they were
Paul
only 17.
Maget said. He said they were because they were in their chef outfits, and he was allowed on deck because he was in civilian clothes.
Right, that's what I recall too. Anyway, a la carte restaurant, only 17% of the bodies were recovered. Third class, 14%. Why isn't this higher unless many were trapped or stayed below decks or had no life jackets?
Or were
Engineers,
unidentified. They
Yeah,
might not have had
engineers, 12,
identification on them.
yeah, engineers, only 12% of the bodies were recovered. Officers, 0%. But I also make the comment with the officers that low numbers of member could skew the results. If one body had been recovered, it would have given us a recovery rate of 25% instead of 0.
Right. I see, and I didn't remember any engineers being found, so I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
I think something that might be interesting to talk about, maybe LA would like to chime in here, but obviously there's this portrayal in the movies with the closed gates and this and that. There's definitely evidence that third class passengers were prevented from going up from the well decks early on, and there were some barriers in place, not necessarily gates like they're portrayed, but I don't know if anybody wants to comment on any of those stories that kind of stand out to them, because I don't know that this was an active attempt to prevent them from getting on deck in the way that it's always discussed, but there certainly was barriers to survival for third class passengers that second and first class didn't have, based on physical location of the ship, a lack of organization, and the evacuation, those sorts of things. So I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that. We haven't really discussed that at all yet tonight.
Well, I'll start the discussion by saying that the barriers were there to comply with U.S. immigration law. They had to segregate the passengers in preparation for being inspected when they landed in America. And the barriers were more of a crowd control thing than they were to keep them from like coming up on deck. And then, having said that, I'll pass it on to somebody else to carry it after that.
Well, that's sorry, go ahead. I don't know.
I will mention third class passenger Leah Axe. She was on the stern well deck trying to get up to the lifeboats with her, I think he was a 10 months old son.
Yes, he was.
She couldn't get up the staircases because they were holding people up. She ended up climbing up with help up ladders, and she had to let go of her baby while she was doing that. When she finally got up to, we think, A deck, her baby was gone. Somebody had taken it and done something else with it. As far as we know, she went forward on A deck and she ended up getting off in lifeboat number 4. The baby, in our little group of 10 people, we did not come to an agreement as to how that baby got off. I personally kind of think Jockin may have taken him up to the boat deck and put him in number 10, but we have no proof. But Leah Axe, like I said, she had to be helped up the ladders. She was not able to climb up on the staircase.
And it was where Alala Sabelsa said that, the men were held back in the well deck. So they were out in the open. It wasn't like they were locked below, but they were just told they couldn't come up on deck yet. But he said some of the women were there and they were chased up. He said there was an effort to get third class women up to the boats, but it was just, the men, they weren't ready to let them loose yet, I guess you could say, because they weren't going to be allowed in the boats. So why have them up on the boat deck and crowding out? I'm projecting, I guess I should call it. I'm not saying anybody testified that that was a reason. It just seems like that's what was being done.
What were you going to say there, LA?
Oh, well, Parks and I had the exact same thought at the exact same moment. I was going to also start by saying that, the malice is often over portrayed because, the protocol was to keep third class passengers separate. That just was the protocol at the time. And I think it's important to remember individual actions in the moment versus some collective act of malice. Not to say that there weren't crew members who acted in a way to prevent people. I don't know. That's definitely possible. But I think if you get in the headspace of crew members in third class, they're working a job. They've been told there are protocol. They've been told there are rules. Many of them don't know at different parts of the sinking how serious this is. Communication is breaking down. Many of them might have been upholding these protocols because simply that was their job. So I absolutely was going to comment on that as well. And that was a great point by Parks. The other thing I wanted to highlight is the Chinese passengers again in this. the reason that we see, and again, if anybody did not know Stephen Schwenkert's work on his book is called The Six. It's also a film from a few years ago. He dives into the lives of the Chinese survivors. But we have such a huge percentage of Chinese survivors, 6 out of 8, because they were seamen themselves. They were sailors. One of the reasons they were so successful at getting up to the decks and onto boats or surviving is because they knew how these ships were composed. They knew how to navigate and how to get themselves to safety. And that's just not knowledge that a lot of third-class passengers had if they weren't involved in any maritime situation. And another thing to keep in mind is that many of these third-class passengers did not speak English. And that is, I think, one of the most important sort of pivot points to think about. Not being able to read signage, not being able to communicate properly with crew, not being able to understand what is going on, the fear and the desperation of not understanding English in those moments when that is the primary language spoken by the crew on the ship. I think we can't underestimate the role that that played in whether people made it to a boat or not, or made it to even the hope of a boat or not. I think that played a huge role.
Mhm. Well, and I think also the size of the families, because even some of the larger families spoke English, but even if you were a single mother with your children, like Mrs. Rice in third class with her 5 boys, or, the Sages where both parents were there or whatever, herding a bunch of children through that kind of crowd and chaos to get them up to the boats and into them. And it just, wasn't, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, the Asplins with, 5 children, and in the end, only 2 of them were saved, and Mrs. Asplund. And the most children saved in any family was 3. And there was Mrs. Baclini, who saved 3, and Mrs. Becker in second class, who saved 3. And anybody with more children than that was unable to save all or any of them.
That's really something too. And it's like the other thing too I want to comment on is like people always will use this argument to either praise or bash Lightoller and the officers on the port side, but this Layton is sinking, and we've already had the aft starboard boats go, but you have to have praise for First Officer Murdoch's performance during the sinking, at least later on. Now, earlier on, there's some question about how they were loading the boats, but those aft starboard boats, he really overloaded to the extent that they were even beyond capacity in a few cases. But I think obviously those early boats they could have got more into, and he was very proactive. And I think Don had made the point maybe in last year's live stream about maybe he was too quick to get those boats away when people were still reluctant to get into them. But it's interesting when you look at the overall percentage of when we did the lifeboat occupancy project. I think it was something like 53, 54, 55% of the survivors were in boats that Murdoch played some role in. So that part of that I've always admired, that he did change his approach later on to get as many people in there as possible, even to the point of being a little bit beyond capacity when you look at boats 13 and 15.
Yeah, when you compare it to boat 1, which is one that he loaded 12 people, and only 2 of them women, and versus the later ones, as you said, the ones that were virtually overloaded, beyond capacity. Because when you think how, the numbers sort of hold up given that children were smaller. And so when you had a boat with a lot of children, it really would have had a greater number than the capacity allowed.
Stuart Hart at the British Inquirer, he gave an interesting bit of testimony that I've never seen anybody quote before, but I've got it here. It was question 10-317. When you returned from your first visit to the boat deck, you told us you had some trouble to get back again owing to the men trying to get up. What prevented you? And Hart replied, the stewards prevented these men getting up when the other, I got to turn on a light here. The stewards prevented these men getting up when the order was passed around for the women and children. So apparently this took place below decks because he said they were sent down. The stewards were sent down to prevent these men from getting up. So even if there weren't locked gates down there, which I think there might have been, But apparently there was a group of stewards who went down there for the specific purpose of keeping the men down there.
I
So
know
I've
that's
never
interesting. That's interesting, George, because I know like Eugene Daly had given accounts about them being held down, not describing the mechanism for it, but said that he kind of agreed with that statement.
Uh-huh.
The boat looks like boat 11 or 13 coming. Must be 13. It's right by the condenser exhaust.
This is the buildup to one of the near catastrophes of the evacuation between 13 and 15 right here.
And that's one of the things you look at, like if you compare sinkings in totally different circumstances, there was a lot of lifeboats that fell out of the davits, broke apart, capsized, were overturned in the water with Lusitania. And then you look at Titanic, there's some near misses with some things during load. And you look at this situation, or boat number 14 nearly tipped to the one side and hung up. But it's pretty remarkable. They got most of them away fairly safely with a few exceptions there. So it's like they did run out of time, but they did a pretty good job with the davits during the evacuation.
Yeah, the evacuation really was well done, all things considered. And they just managed to get the boats away in the last possible moments. The ship sank not without a single boat still on the davits, which is remarkable. So many other ships have gone down with boats still hanging there. So really, the crew, I mean, the crew were kind of blindsided by the situation and in many ways ill-prepared, but once you get to the point of it starting to unfold, they really did the best that they possibly could.
Yeah, they did. The way they evacuated Titanic was not the standard way that you were supposed to evacuate from a ship of this
Right.
class. So they made it up as they went along, and it went fairly well, given the lack of coordination between the lifeboat stations, given the lack of knowledge on the passengers' part of where they should assemble, what they should do. It's pretty amazing.
It is interesting that there's this story that around the time of A Night to Remember about the stoicism and calmness of the sinking and this and that. And if you get into the accounts, especially these later boats, that's really not what survivors were saying. I mean, it gets pretty chaotic, and incidents of gunfire and people rushing boats and panicking. So maybe that was true earlier on, but it's interesting how that was the early story in the public view, was that it was all this people stoically went to their death, when really it got to be quite chaotic later on, so which makes the fact they got the boats away safely even more remarkable in my mind.
Well, I love the quotes. If you've ever read Lady Mackworth's account of the sinking of the Lusitania, and of course, this is just a few years after the Titanic, and she and Dorothy Connor, one of her table companions, are standing there looking at just, the ship sinking, the boats are overturning, it's all chaotic. And one of them says to the other one, I always thought shipwrecks were nice, orderly affairs. And the other one turned to her and said, well, so did I. And they had this attitude that, like, when the Titanic went down, the men stood back, the band played, they loaded the boats, everybody got away who could. And here on the Lusitania, it was much more realistic. It was a real eye-opener for those two ladies to see what a real shipwreck was about.
Yeah, and Tad, you're attacking my childhood and my image of Clifton Webb.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? I just saw that movie the other night, is that at the end of the movie, when they tell how many people survived, they got the number right. They said 712. Somebody at Fox knew.
And that wasn't the most common number back in those
No.
days.
No, it was not.
I think it's a underrated movie in many ways. I hadn't seen it for years. I'd seen it before, but I was one of the attendees of the British Titanic Society convention this year, and we were down in County Cork in Cove. And there's a lecture program and so on, but we also had a film screening of the 1953 Titanic. And it was great because Audrey Dalton was Withers.
Yes.
And, she's remarkable lady. She's doing great for, well, I won't mention her age, of course, because that's not polite, but she's doing great for her age. And, most of the rest of the cast, of course, are no longer with us. But, I think for many people, because the sets are so inaccurate and so on, I mean, you compare it to A Night to Remember or the Cameron film, I think there's kind of an unfair, perception of that film. But it was really heartrending, I thought, the way it was portrayed, and particularly Clifton Webb's character, Richard Sturgis, when he's seen his wife and two children, or maybe one children away, and of course the little boy gets back on Titanic, because of course, as part of the plot, he's been told at one point, well, actually, he's not your son. So he's been acting all cold towards him. And then, of course, the boy gets back on board. He gives his seat in a lifeboat up for a lady. And he wants to be with his father. And then, the father says to him, I love you, son, or something of that sort. And I just thought that was really powerful. It was really well done. So, if there's other people who haven't seen that film for a while, I was very glad I got the chance to see it again.
Well, it's what I love about it, and you've made a very good point, because it's about the only Titanic movie where you're really invested in a married couple and what they had when the parting of them, because he and Barbara Stanwyck, they talk about how they've been together for 25 years, and now this is the end of it. And the only other really married couple you see part is in A Night to Remember, but it's a couple no backstory whatsoever about. And so the 1953 Titanic really shows you what it was like for these couples to have to part in order for the wife to get into a lifeboat.
There are some, I think I agree for the most part, it's a very underrated film moment for Titanic. But there are some, I actually recently wrote a review of this movie because I recently rewatched it a few months ago. I think there's some very dated gender dynamics going on in that film that people should be aware of. Not surprising for 1953. There's a lot of problems, in my opinion, in that way. But I will say that the fact that the film spotlights gender dynamics and how the 1950s vision of gender dynamics is then part of this Titanic story being, how, I guess, 40 years later, I think that in itself is history, right? Like how they're interpreting the Titanic story and these gender dynamics in 1953, looking back 40 years prior. And I think because it spotlights the gender dynamics, it's an important Titanic film, because if you look at the sinking itself, the newspaper reporting after the sinking, and pretty much every generation of Titanic historians that have tried to interpret Titanic and what it meant for the men, for the women, for these separations, it's looking at gender more than any of them. So I think it makes it relevant in a way for a bigger conversation. And I think it's an important historical artifact in the Titanic film world. And I think a lot of people forget about it. So I agree on that end, very much so.
Well,
I think
if you
it's
want the
also
movie
interesting.
ruined for you, listen to the background voices, because there's a lady who says, "Look ahead now," over and over and over throughout the movie. And once you're aware of it, you can't ignore her. It's like a subliminal thing to make you anticipate more, because there's this voice saying, "Look ahead now," over and over throughout the entire movie in the background.
Once you hear it, you can't unhear it. It's like the
Exactly.
famous scream, and so that's recorded many years ago. And it's
Wilhelm
been
scream.
the
Yes,
Wilhelm scream.
shows up everywhere.
Yep. And I think that's a good point too, LA, about films. No Titanic movie is perfect. There are people who say, "Oh, A Night to Remember is the only real Titanic movie." They had a lot of mistakes, and also it was a vehicle for Kenneth More. So Lightollers' role in the evacuation, A Night to Remember, was, it was expanded. the 1953 film had mistakes. The 1997 movie had mistakes. The 1979 SOS Titanic had errors in it. But there were also moments, as Don was bringing out, and you backed up, LA. There's moments in each of those films where suddenly Titanic kind of springs to life, and you feel, and that's difficult to do these days, especially because we're so wrapped up in modern life, our fast-paced world that we live in. It takes a lot to get someone to sit down and to feel an event from over a century ago. And so I always do appreciate when there's a moment in one of those movies where it really springs to life. It really pushes the right button for me, and I have to appreciate it.
It's hard to say they're mistakes because they're movies. You can say there's a mistake in a documentary, but in a movie, are there really any mistakes? I mean, they were intentional. Facts were changed to make the story more interesting. Like you said with Kenneth More, it was made to be his vehicle, so he gets all the good lines, even though in real life they were spoken by others. And so, if it's not a documentary, you can't call them inaccuracies or mistakes. That's my 2 cents.
Very good. So right here is a great shot where we get to see all the portholes going right down into the water. And of course, these double ones are the D-deck first class dining saloon and the galley. So at this point, the saloon is flooding out, and that would be a very slow flood, but that is a large open space at this point. And at the same time, the water is probably also pouring down into the well, let's see. Where would at about this point, with the forward well deck awash, what other parts of the ship inside would we be seeing flooding at this point?
Well, certainly the D-deck reception room forward of the dining saloon, almost completely awash at this point. The saloon flooding out. One of the cut scenes from the 97 movie was the fist fight between a couple of the main characters. It ended up on the cutting room floor, but it did make one of the later Blu-ray releases. And to see that water coming into the dining saloon, which you'd seen all through the movie with passengers eating at the tables and everything and having conversation, spectacular thing to see. By this point, it's possible that the water's coming up onto C deck. It's starting to work its way into first class passenger spaces on C deck, moving aft from the port side of the forward well deck there.
There was something about, I remember something about a busted porthole on the well deck, or somewhere on the forward end of the superstructure. Maybe not busted, but ajar to some degree. I remember hearing something about this, and that was an inlet of water.
That was Mrs. Ryerson who said when they launched Boat 4, she said she could watch the water pour through the big square ports and around the furnishings in whatever suite of rooms it was. And so, people obviously had their, maybe when they left their cabins, they didn't know they weren't coming back, because some people just had their portholes open for fresh air.
Yeah.
And so, and one porthole will allow a lot of water in at a fast pace. That's for certain.
Well, you have to think about at this point too, the observations from witnesses at collapsible C and D as they were lowering. Like Quartermaster Rowe had said that when the sea was lowering initially, that the well deck was awash, and then it was submerged by the time it got down. And then Quartermaster Bright, when D was coming down, that the forecastle head was going under, and that's the point where you really see the sinking had been relatively stable, and not that people didn't notice it was tilting down further, but that the sinking really accelerates once the well deck and forecastle go under. That pace, everybody's watching will see that in the next several minutes, the sharp acceleration of that process.
And what a surprise too. If you're one of those passengers that was waiting, for example, for boat number 4 on A deck, or you leave in collapsible D, and you've been up on a deck and you can't tell how high above the water you are, and you get into a lifeboat and suddenly you're lowered 20 feet into the water, and you realize just how far the ship has sunk suddenly. That must have been a real surprise for many of the people who were getting away in one of those late lifeboats
Well,
to
that's
see the
exactly what
water.
Edwina Trout said, that she was shocked, they just how quickly they reached the water and how far the ship had sunk. And what we learned working on the movie is they tilted the ship, had the ship tilted all at one time, and then you could walk around. Your mind adjusts to that slope if you're not used to it, if you're used to it being level. And that's why so many people said they weren't aware how far the ship had sunk until they got in the boat and got away and could look back at it. Their minds had adjusted for the angle that the ship was gradually sloping. But you're right, that's exactly what Edwina Trout said when she left in D, that she was shocked at how close they were to the water.
And I think the acceleration of the sinking process that we're seeing as well, there's potentially some people who are still kind of in a bit of a state of denial about the severity of the situation. But, it's really getting to the point where you can't deny that anymore. There are accounts of people who had got off the ship, they could see the ship was settling and, were essentially thinking, well, the forward compartments are flooding, they're going to flood, they're going to fill up, the ship's going to settle but stay in that position, kind of, reach an equilibrium and remain afloat. But of course, now we can see that final plunge really coming. So it's a dramatic change of tempo, isn't it?
Yes, once the water reaches the non-watertight decks, it does accelerate.
Reminds me of one story, and I can't remember who said it, but there was an Irish girl who, when she found out they were going to evacuate, she went back to her cabin and packed her trunk and got everything ready so that it could be taken later, if the ship didn't sink, I guess. And by the time she came up on deck, the boats were gone. And I can't remember who shared that. It was somebody who saw her there, so it must have been someone who swam away, but I just can't remember who it was.
Don, I have a question for you.
Okay.
There's a video that I've seen of a Titanic survivor, an elderly Irish lady. She, obviously not elderly at the time of the sinking, but she's being interviewed, and she is asked what were her thoughts when the ship was sinking, and she was put into a lifeboat. And she said she didn't realize the ship was sinking. She thought this was just an inconvenient way to get to America, and she didn't realize until the next morning. But that didn't make sense to me. I'm only remembering pieces right now. But
no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Explain what the heck that was.
Well, Katie Gilnaw, and she was Lady Catherine Manning, and she was a member of the Titanic Historical Society.
Right.
I think she was on To Tell the Truth or something. And in an interview, she said, they boarded from tenders and they were called up on deck, and now they were getting into these boats. And I think it was probably a form of hysteria that she thought this is how we disembark, but of course she's not considering her luggage or anything else. And I think it was maybe an emotional denial in some way, and so, because people, they talk about this on social media and stuff and just think that, well, she must have been insane. Well, temporarily, maybe so, because it was an irrational, it was a rational yet irrational assumption on her part. But she said that she just sort of but then again, when it came time to get into a lifeboat, she saw a friend of hers in one, and she begged the men to let her go with her sister. She claimed it was her sister, and it wasn't. And so, she did feel some kind of urgency, or at least to stay with someone she knew. But she was 16 years old. She'd never crossed the ocean before, traveling alone, just with some people she knew. And so I think it was just sort of a form of hysteria and a form of a rationalization and a hysterical form of what was actually happening.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There were a good number of accounts of just the psychological impact that the disaster had on people. We had people fighting over babies that weren't theirs. And then there was another lady who was so distraught from the disaster, and please, Don, or anyone else, chime in with the names because I can't recall them. She was so distraught that she was actually sent home. back to Ireland. She was immigrating to the U.S. I believe most of her party was lost. So U.S. officials decided, you have family back home. It would be best if you're there.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but I don't know that it'd be U.S. officials, but it might have been maybe the Red Cross or something, one of the assistance
Right.
groups, because there was no Ellis Island entry for these people. They were just allowed into the country, and it could very well be that she was too distraught to maybe work. And if she had no family in the U.S., they probably told her, it's best if you just go home and your family
Yeah.
will take care of you.
Yeah. A lot of, the sinking just had a very heavy mental burden on a lot of people, mental and
Yes.
emotional.
Yeah, terribly so. And some, never got over it. Some of them, it took decades and decades. Some of them just got over it right away, or at least seemingly, went on with their lives. And I always talk about Harriet Crosby and her mother because they both reacted so differently. And everybody has to process in their own way. They used to think you had to talk it out, and now they realize some people that just makes them relive it. But Harriet's mother wrote a deposition for the Senate inquiry, and then she clammed up. She didn't want to deal with it anymore. It was over. She was widowed, but she put it behind her. But Harriet herself couldn't stop talking about it. She just every day, and her daughter said, well, they had to have the doctor come to the house virtually every day to try to calm her down. And then she just would get all worked up again. And but eventually, I guess she talked it out. But she just couldn't stop talking about it, whereas her mother refused to talk about it, and yet they lived under the same roof.
I think I've also run across a common theme of like you mentioned, part of one side of this is not wanting to talk about it at all. And there's quite a few instances of descendants, especially maybe two generations removed, not even knowing they are descendants of Titanic survivors. Just bringing it back to the Chinese survivors, Fang Lang, who we now know lived to be quite old, and his son is not that old because he had a son very late in life. And it's actually going to be a play written about this family. That's I forget the name of the theater in New York, but if you go to Steven Schwenkert's profile on Instagram, it's there, but it's premiering in, I think, February of 2027. They're writing a performance about this whole family. But his son never even knew his father was on Titanic until after he died. And it seems to me it was a pretty common occurrence because I've run across quite a bit of that in my research. And it seems to either fall in one of two camps: very, very vocal, or just not at all. And maybe children and grandchildren don't even know. And the other thing I think, most people in this chat, everyone on this panel knows this, but the PTSD in Titanic is not studied enough and not written about enough. I'm not the right person to do it because I have no mental health or counseling training, but I do think there's a lot of work to be done with that. The suicide rates in Titanic are atrocious. It's not without its flaws, and a lot of people haven't seen it yet because it's UK based. But the new BBC documentary, Titanic Sinks Tonight, that came out in the UK a few months ago, there are some accuracy issues. I'll give you that. But it is, I think, really well done in the sense that what they did is they brought in experts on trauma and mental health to discuss these survivors and these stories in new ways. And I think that's the kind of thing that we need to move towards, not only bringing in Titanic specific experts, but someone who has been in battle. And like they had someone on who had lost an arm in battle, has seen war, and has then gone on to study trauma, the effects of it. They had him on to discuss, survivor recollections. I think it's important to move into that realm as well. Expertise is really important, but there are different types of expertise out there. And I think as the Titanic community, we should be open for other experts to come into the fold to talk about some of these issues for those of us that don't have any training in that way. But I thought that was a pretty innovative thing that they did in that sense.
Yeah, an example you were talking about people not knowing, but of course, Milvina Dean, who many of us knew, she didn't know till she was 8 that she'd even been on the Titanic. Her mother hadn't waited until she was remarrying to tell her children that they were Titanic survivors. And the late Phil Gowan and I, we were trying to track down Albina Bazzani, the maid to Mrs. Bucknell. and he found someone with, her married daughter's last name out here in California and said, Don, why don't you give him a call? And I did, and I just said, are you the, I don't want to say his name publicly, but anyway, whose grandmother was Albina Bazzani, who was on the Titanic. And he said, if he'd asked me before the movie came out, I would have said no. But he said, when the movie came out, our mother gave all of us kids a letter. She wrote each of us a letter telling us that our grandmother had been on the Titanic. And he'd never known it growing up. And he knew his grandmother as a child, and, and no idea. Just
Wow.
none of them did.
Let me say now that we are in the final moments of the sinking. They're starting now, and our animation actually has some sound to accompany the visuals from here on. Nearer My God to Thee is now playing. I don't really want us to speak over it too much, but we are going to witness in the next 5 or 10 minutes the final moments of the Titanic.
Usually at this point, Tom, our panel takes a step back and we watch and listen, and then we pick back up with the commentary and answering questions afterwards.
right.
It's always an emotional moment.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's always very hard. I mean, how do you pick up from that?
Yeah.
But I think that's why we do this every year, is like we want people to remember that this is a real event with real people and that lived and died and were impacted by this. So that is such a effective way of illustrating that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it had to be hard to be in a lifeboat and watch it go down, and suddenly the ship isn't there anymore, and it's like, okay, what happens to us now? It's like, because there's no rescue ship in sight. What now?
Your
Yeah.
only visible reference point has just disappeared.
And you see this giant ship, this giant object. Most of the lifeboats were clear enough that they couldn't see the smaller actions unfolding. They could just see the ship in the darkness, silhouetted against the stars going down with just a few emergency lights still burning. And but they knew that with this ship disappearing from the surface, that was the end of their husbands, their friends, and so many others.
You think about too, but besides that, they didn't know when somebody was going to come rescue them. I know, like, if people on Collapsible Behe, Harold Bride was able to say that they were in contact with somebody, but a lot of these boats, they could have been adrift for weeks for all they knew. They didn't know that somebody was going to definitely be there in a quick order, like what happened.
And that was common back then. Not so much in the early 1900s, but just traditionally when a ship goes down, it's very rare that you find all of the lifeboats. Some
Right.
boats would just go drifting off, never to be seen again, or perhaps go for weeks on end. I'm actually working on a video right now. It's actually a ghost town video, but there's a story of a shipwreck in it where the family and the crew are at sea for 10 days starving. And that was just what happened.
I think about the Rappahannock, which Titanic had actually crossed paths with during its maiden voyage, was torpedoed by a U-boat in World War One, and the crew evacuated, and nobody ever saw them again. There's a few bodies found, but nobody knows what happened to them, if they were
Wow.
hit a storm or it sank or whatever. But to your point,
Yeah. Yeah.
Parks probably knows the name of the ship. In World War II, one of the warship, it sank, and over the course of like 5 days, the few survivors were still slowly dying off, but a few were actually rescued, if I remember correctly.
You're talking about the Indianapolis, I believe.
Yes, that's it. Thank you, Parks.
Yeah, she, and even Johnston, the survivors were in the water for 53 hours. Same thing, water dehydration, exhaustion, wounds, all of these things impacted on them. But people in the water, in salt water, do not fare well. Now this is different. We're talking about lifeboats and not people in floater nets or things like that. But people can go mad stranded out there. Sun blazing down, thirst. People do saltwater ingestion. There's all kinds of horrific ways to go. More people died in the water waiting to be rescued than they did in the initial attack.
Well, and here we've got well, except for collapsible A, where they're in salt water while they're waiting and freezing. Yeah, and B, at least with B, they got most of them, get up out of the water. which is critical for your survival. But, water just sucks the heat right out of you. And that's why so few people who swam to collapsible A ended up surviving.
Yeah, when you talk about water survival, they'll teach you that in cold water like that, your body goes into a defense mechanism. It draws all the heat in your body, which and we're talking about all the blood circulating in your body to the center to protect the core of the body. So one of the first things that happens when you go into cold water like this, life jacket or no, is you're going to lose control of your extremities, your arms, your legs, which, good swimmers will die in cold water. In fact, they have statistics to show that good swimmers actually die faster because they start to try to swim, and it basically they lose their core heat faster than people who go into that initial shock. Some people, the cold shock going into the water will cause heart attacks, and people will die right as soon as they get immersed. So, pictures of people swimming in the water to each other after Titanic sank. No, you can't even muster the strength to yell out. And the people with the personal histories here will attest to the accounts of low moaning that they heard across the water. Not screams, but just this low moaning. That is all the sound that people could get out of their bodies after they've been immersed in cold water. And this is even before hypothermia takes over.
Well, and a lot of people, when you don't really freeze to death, but it's so cold, you take short breaths and you suffocate because you don't even get oxygen into your lungs. But, we were talking about Frank Prentice earlier in the broadcast, and, he got pulled out of the water into boat 4, and he was so sluggish, the ladies thought he was drunk, and he had a bottle of brandy in his pocket, and they threw it overboard and they threw him in the bottom of the boat. And he said afterwards that, he didn't realize that they thought he was drunk. And he just said he realized afterwards that they found the brandy and they threw it overboard. And he said, I think they were afraid that if the ladies got hold of it, they'd get hysterical. And so, he had a whole different perspective on it. But the point was he was so sluggish. His limbs were so frozen that he could barely move. And he seemed like he was drunk versus freezing.
I think it was like William Mellors who survived in collapsible A, like described how his hands physically swelled up to like boxing gloves from the freezing water and ended up with frostbite afterwards. But
And was it Edward Brown and A who said his boots had split open by the time he was rescued?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Just incredible. And just anecdotally, but in Collapsible D, Edwina Trout again, she said, she didn't think her nose would ever thaw out. The lifeboat kept her warm, but, her face was just freezing in the cold, in the air.
I think this is skipping ahead a little bit, but I think that not enough has ever been studied or written about what happened to survivors in the hospitals and in their treatment right after the sinking. I think most casual, even to not so casual Titanic, people that enjoy reading about Titanic, don't really understand that, it wasn't just a clear cut. Well, if you survived, you walked off, Carpathia and you were fine and you just went on about your way. That's not what it was at all. Or many people in hospitals, many people that had injuries that lasted their entire lives, repercussions physically that lasted their entire lives, and lots of frostbite, everything that you guys just mentioned. So I think that's a very understudied and underrepresented story.
Yes.
Is the world of the hospitals and the treatment after the sinking and these injuries. I actually am thinking about doing an episode of my podcast about it because it's really been on my mind a lot lately. But there's just not enough. We don't know enough about that. And
There were
sort of
two
general
people, at least two people had hearing loss from the cold. And I know George Reams lost a few toes, and Walter Hurst, who was on Collapsible B, a fellow survivor, wrote later, I think to Ed Commuto, the Titanic Historical Society, he said, Walter Hurst is still alive, and his legs still bother him in the winter. things like that. So yeah, there were lingering effects, definitely. But it's interesting that some people, it actually affected their hearing, the cold, and after that night they couldn't hear as well again.
I think it was fireman John Thompson who had lockjaw, was one of several injuries he had, but he had like lockjaw from the cold. Which I don't know what the physical mechanism is for that, but it sounds like it was something very painful.
He maybe just clenched his teeth in the cold so much that the muscles tightened up or something.
And I think it was St. Vincent's was a very large group of survivors ended up in temporarily.
Yes.
Some of them were people from the lifeboats. Some of the ladies afterwards were taken to the hospital. Now, and there were injuries in lifeboats. When people were thrown in, they'd land on other people and hurt them or whatever. And of course, Helen Candie broke her ankles getting into boat 6 because they got twisted amongst the oars or something. And so, but some of the people, I think, it was just maybe more emotional than anything else, because I think, Mrs. Dean was taken to the hospital and she survived in boat 10. And I don't know that she had a physical injury, maybe just more than as an emotional one, but still hospitalized.
And of course, it's important to remember, so many instances of survivor's guilt is a big issue with Titanic, and not just among men, but some women as well. Of course, it's more prominent among the men that survived. What is the Japanese passenger? His last name is Hosono. I can't remember his first
Masabumi
name.
Hosono.
Yeah, that's right. He went back to ridicule because he survived the sinking. Of course, that's a very extreme case and based in some cultural issues there and how it was perceived. But I think that men, so many accounts that I have read for men just seem to be. I think their accounts are inaccurate sometimes because they were working so hard to justify their survival.
Absolutely.
And this works in with our conversation earlier about, the fallibility of memory. Sometimes it's not even purposeful. But I think in some of these cases it kind of was, because they felt like they needed to justify surviving in the place of a woman or a child, which of course is just wild, because you're a human being. Of course you deserve to try to survive. And many of these men had families they wanted to get back to, crew and passengers. And so the sad fact is that I think most of the men that made it, lived with this in some way for the rest of their lives, and probably many women as well.
Well, Frank Prentice talked about in one interview that he would call on some of the widows of some of the men he knew on the Titanic, until one of them said, why wasn't my husband saved instead of you? And he thought, well, maybe I should just stop talking to these ladies, and he stopped calling on them. But the survivor guilt I knew was from the survivors I knew. And examples were Ruth Becker Blanchard and Edwina Trout, who lived so long that they got to go to conventions and they got all this attention, which they enjoyed. It gave them activities in their old age and got them out of the house when a lot of older people were, shut-ins, whatever. And they enjoyed the attention, they enjoyed meeting the people and didn't mind telling their story. And yet they both said they felt guilty that they were getting so much out of having been on the Titanic when so many people died. And in their old age, it had come full circle to where, they were getting something out of it rather than just surviving. And that bothered them both. They really felt guilty about that.
I think there's an interesting kind of all like ties in with that, but hopefully I'm not remembering this wrong because I'm pretty sleep deprived from this week working on things with but I think it was William Carter and Lucille Carter where he had gotten them into boat number 4 and then later on was saved in collapsible sea. And and his wife had even given accounts that support that version of events. And then later on, they went through a pretty terrible public divorce, and she kind of changed her tune and basically made it sound like, based on the lifeboat timeline that the British inquiry put out, which incorrectly has collapsible sea leaving way earlier than it did, that basically made it sound like that he abandoned the family, got into collapsible sea, and left them on the ship to fend for themselves. But I thought that was interesting because it was that whole cultural thing about the fact he survived, where when they ended up having this really nasty divorce, that became the narrative, even though that's disprovable as far as like what actually happened.
Well, I don't think he actually saw them into the boat because remember, he's got that quote in A Night to Remember where he was hanging out with Harry Widener, and one of them says, well, I think Billy Carter said, I'm going to give it, try to get into a boat. What about you? And he said, I think I'll stick to the big ship. And of course, Widener goes down. But I think that, when people came up on deck and the men had to go one way and the women the other in the beginning, like that's how Jack Thayer got separated from his parents. I always understood that that was when Lucille Carter and Billy Carter separated and that
You're right.
put
You're
them
right.
in the boat.
Yeah, and that was like the whole thing later on was saying that, oh, he left before she did, which was actually the opposite based on
Right.
how the timing goes
Yeah.
out.
But
Yeah,
I did C leave about the same time as boat 4? That's one of the things. I mean, I don't have it in front of me, so I couldn't tell you. But like I totally agree, of course, that the timeline for C was way off in the British Inquiry based upon George Rowe's time, and he set his watch back because he didn't know, as we discussed earlier, that the ship was sinking. So at midnight, when the crew would set their watches back 20 minutes or 23 minutes, he set his back. And that screwed up the timeline for boat C because he was the crew member in charge, and that was his
Yeah.
testimony that gave the time.
I think they were about 10 minutes apart with C on the later
Okay,
side
so,
of that.
Yeah,
so
we've
potentially
got
he could have.
we've got number 4 at 1:50 and C at 2 o'clock. So
Yeah.
Okay,
10
so
minute
yeah, 10
difference.
minutes. Yeah.
But that was interesting though, because it did become a point of contention during their divorce when kind of played into that public narrative at the time about men who had survived.
Exactly. And there's actually a letter that Mrs. Carter wrote to somebody that I've seen, and she expressed how happy or she was at least, that her husband was saved. And so, yes, she did turn or change her tune completely when it came time for the divorce later.
And I know this is not going to be a popular opinion, but I feel for Ismay and the effect it had on his life, the fact that he died a month apart from Olympic, the last of his dream. I think this affected him and altered his life in a very, in the worst possible way.
Oh, absolutely
Absolutely
it did.
And I think you look at some of the letters that he wrote to survivors or family members of people that were lost. I mean, he clearly was deeply, deeply impacted. It wasn't just a publicity thing. And I think
Well, except for those love letters to Mrs. Thayer. That was inappropriate.
that's been an interesting conversation online in recent years.
Yeah, I can't remember all the specifics about that. I remember it was a question that someone had raised, and I don't, yeah.
Yeah, that
But
was odd.
certainly Ismay's life was never the same afterwards. His reputation was not what it had been before,
Yeah.
and very unfairly. I mean, there's no record that anyone else lost their lives because he chose to step into the lifeboat at the last minute.
Right.
I would think it's one of the things people need to understand though, is that certainly impacted him and how the rest of his life went. But the idea that he was a recluse that completely withdrew from society is not true. He continued to run multiple businesses and organizations after the sinking, and even tried to get to withdraw his retirement or resignation rather from as the chairman, and that was like already done. But he was involved in a number of things up until later in his life. He wasn't completely withdrawn from society. I think that's been overplayed a little bit.
Yeah, Eileen Schaefer, who was a cross-channel passenger, was apparently later in life, even though the woman was much older than her, she was friends with his sister. And she went out to lunch once with her friend, and Bruce Ismay joined them. And she said she just, knew not to mention that she had even been a cross-channel passenger on the Titanic. She just kept that to herself because she felt that would have been a very inappropriate thing to say to him.
And I think
unfortunate. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
No, sorry, I was just going to mention. As a reference because I completely agree with what's been said. But Ismay was also, there were so many references throughout 1912 that he was dealing with, and one of them was in July. right before the Titanic disaster, he'd been discussing with Alfred Booth, the chairman of the Cunard Line, the whole issue of insurance on large ships like Mauritania, Olympic, Titanic, because a large ship is so valuable in its own right. And, they're essentially saying, well, the risk is so low that a ship will be a total loss. It's not urgent, but they were looking to try and, come to some mutually beneficial insurance arrangement. And those discussions picked up again in June, certainly July 1912. And, they were trying to research, well, what can we do? And there's quite a quote from Ismay. It's rather understated. He said, there are difficulties in the way of placing insurance on steamers of very high value. No doubt this will be increased owing to the unfortunate loss of the Titanic. So, that correspondence is going on throughout the late summer of 1912. And it's always just there in the background, of course, but in day-to-day business life, he's still running the White Star Line at that point. He's still having to deal with it, and it's a reality. Well, insurance costs have increased. There's an altered perception of risk, of safety, and of course that raises. So time and time again, other discussions are just coming back to it. You can't get away from it.
I think that Ismay becomes the scapegoat because I think that people wanted one. I often wonder if Ismay had survived, who would have been the scapegoat. I think he immediately becomes it culturally. He becomes it long term. I think that the human mind craves a scapegoat in a situation like this to find some sort of rhyme or reason for why things happened, and it became him. And I I actually have read quite extensively on him, and a few years ago I did an episode where I really almost died trying to do this episode. I could never produce this much work again for one episode, but I really tried to read everything that had ever been written about him. And I think he was quite a complex person. I think he was quite an awkward person, from accounts. I think he had some social awkwardness that probably made him maybe in person quite relatable. I have social awkwardness sometimes. I think he just was a very complex person. His relationship with his father was very complex. He obviously lived a very privileged life, but I think he had a lot of trauma in interpersonal relationships. And when it comes down to it, was just a human being and took the brunt of becoming the scapegoat for Titanic that is very undeserved. And I think fortunately there's been a bit of a resurgence of kind of trying to explain him. And I think there's been a movement in scholarship to sort of, clear him of a little bit of that. I mean, it seems like there's an air of people, starting to understand him a little better. But it is an interesting question. If he isn't the scapegoat, who would it have been? I think about that sometimes.
Yeah,
I don't really have a clear answer.
Captain Lord. Yeah, it would have been Stanley Lord. And it is Stanley Lord. He is the scapegoat, but well, and I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to take a side on the Californian incident, but Ismay is, you said, like socially awkward, and it's interesting when you read about the things that happened to him. Like when he was young, he would always hang his coat and hat on the back of his father's office door when he'd visit the company. And then once he was employed in the company and he did that, his father came out and asked someone to have the new boy get his coat and hat out of his office. And after that, he wouldn't wear a hat or an overcoat anymore. He'd retain these embarrassments and these tragedies. And like when he lost a child, every child after that, he was never as close to after the one who died. But even several people on the Titanic commented about he was hatless as usual, and they didn't relate to his social awkwardness. Societal norms among the first class, I think, were stronger in behavior and things. And, so like Mrs. Ryerson felt it was very improper of him to sit there and make conversation with her when she was in mourning. And she said she just wanted him to go away. And whereas he was going on about, we've got this telegram from about the Baltic, and we're gonna, there's a liner needing a tow, and we're gonna get on more boilers and get out of the ice, and here she was questioned about it later, and she said mostly I just wanted him to go away, rather she wasn't so much paying attention to what he was saying, but she remembered that he was talking about putting on more boilers because she said, well, what are they going to do about this steamer that needs a tow? And he says, well, nothing, that kind of thing. But she didn't want to talk to him at all. And so, but he was socially awkward in the fact that he had given her, they made them like an extra stateroom because he knew they were in mourning, and yet he wasn't treating her appropriately for being in mourning. So he was socially awkward, but I don't think people related to it very well. That's my opinion anyway. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I mean, we would relate to it more now. I think social awkwardness is better understood and related to now. And
oh yes,
but I think you're 100% right. I don't think it would have been related to then at all. Yeah,
he could come off as aloof. He could come off as very temperamental. When one of his underlings or employees, went toe to toe with him, he could get combative with them. We've seen that in some of the correspondence that he put out there. And yeah, as you point out, what's interesting about that case is that he had gone out of his way to make special arrangements for that family in their time of mourning. Obviously he cared. It was a trait that he expressed time and again in other situations, and he cared. But when it came time and he came across them on the deck, just the awkwardness of that conversation and how you can just you read the words and you kind of sense the conversation is just not going the way anyone wants it to. And
exactly,
it's not for lack of trying. It's not because he's some villain. He was
he just
he was really trying his best. He just,
and it's like the way he wrote those letters to Mrs. Thayer afterwards, knowing that she was not only widowed but widowed by his ship, and yet he wrote very inappropriate letters to her that were almost virtually love letters. And so anyway, but I see Tom telling us that we need to get to the chats.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely enjoying this conversation. I know a lot of people are. But we do have...
Some of our panelists do have an early morning tomorrow morning, so we probably should go... If there's any questions in those super chats directed to anyone in particular, we should probably take them.
Sure. All right. Let's. Does anyone here on the panel have any final thoughts that they would like to say before we do move on to the super chats?
Well, I am one that's probably going to have to head maybe in a few minutes ahead of others, just because that 6 a.m. Getting ready for school is going to happen real quick. But I'm going to stay a little bit longer, but just in case I don't have time after the super chats to say a formal goodbye, I just want to thank everybody for inviting me, everyone on the panel for inviting me. I want to thank everybody in the chat for being so supportive. I saw a couple of Unsinkable Patreon members pop through and listeners pop through. I tried to say hi to everyone that I saw, but it was hard to keep up with. But thanks to you guys for being here. It just was wonderful to see all this support for my joining the panel, and it was a lovely experience. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. It was good having you here.
It has been good having you here.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Thank you for joining.
Thanks for coming.
The link to LA's podcast, Unsinkable, the Titanic podcast, is in the description below. Is there anywhere else you want people to check out?
No, I mean, if you're active on Instagram, I do have an active Instagram for Unsinkable, so definitely find me there. There's a great community. I have a great community on Patreon as well. I have some people that have been on there since day one, 5 years ago. I saw a couple of them in the chat tonight, which was amazing to see. So if you are a supporter of the pod, Patreon's a great way to support my work, especially as I, work on my book and try to finish that up. But yeah, just the main thing is, if you're interested, just give the pod a listen. It's completely free. It's on Spotify, Apple, easy to find. And I, would love to hear from anybody that's a new listener. I actually checked my Instagram a little while ago and picked up a few people from here that found me and already messaged.
Cool.
So it's just great to, I think all of our Venn diagrams, I mean, we meet in the middle, but I think there's some space where we haven't met and people are discovering new things. So this was great to get introduced to some new folks. So yeah, come and find me and let me know what you think. 100%.
Great. And again, that link is in the description below. All right, let's jump into these super chats. Mullerology said about 4 hours ago, BST is definitely not the best time zone on nights like this, commiserating with Mark here. But we're British and we're European, and this is what we have to go through. Super chat for the Olympic Piano Fund. Thank you. Snow Monkey says, for the animation team and all their hard work, excellent, beautiful visuals.
Here, here.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, well done, Levi,
Very much.
who has been sitting very quietly at the bottom of this Zoom call.
Snow Monkey.
WSL 1911 just sent a $99 super chat. No words, but thank you.
Nice.
Cledits 6400 says, the first time I am able to make this stream live. Thank you, panelists, for your yearly participation. Melania the Skull Duchy 4035 says, here for my 6th year in a row. Love the streams, and this is a question for everyone. What is your favorite fact about the Titanic? Like I said, maybe we should stick to about 2 answers just for the sake of time. Anyone want to take this?
I have a favorite one just off the top of my head because this has come up recently, but most people don't know there was a shipment to the Aero Club of America in the cargo hold, and it was one of 2 motors for the very first flight machine, what's considered their Hyra Maxims. And the other one is on, like, the first thing you see when you go to the engineering museum or the science museum, I'm sorry, in London. They have the other one on display right there. So that's an interesting fact because you don't see it very often.
Very cool. Anyone else?
My favorite fact is that there was not a mummy or a mummy's case or a purse on Titanic.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And I get asked that a lot. And
We knew the mummy was going to come up at some point this evening.
my favorite fact, and I love that this is how I'm going to probably go out for the evening. My favorite fact is that there was no mummy on Titanic.
LA, you're the only mummy here right now.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We do love British culture. I would prefer it if my kids called me mummy. That would be, I would love it.
Rick Johnson 1266. Red funnels are Cunard Line. White Star had yellow funnels. This ship is wrong. Presumably referring to the tugboats in Southampton. This was addressed. Thank you, Rick Johnson, though, for weighing in. Jared F. 2773. Does anyone know if the guy who took the microphone away from Ruth Becker ever apologized to her after the wreck had been found and was, in fact, in 2 pieces?
I don't think he ever saw her again. I think she outlived him. But anyway, because I don't remember him ever being at a convention after that. So I think he was gone. No, he was still alive in '87. But I don't remember him at the '87 convention. But I will just say I don't believe he ever apologized.
Okay.
Who was it, Don?
Well, it was Lou Gorman, the treasurer of the Titanic Historical Society.
Oh, okay.
His wife's like 100 years old now, literally.
Good for her.
She's still around. She's still with us, lovely lady, and she's like 99 or 100.
Didn't you
Don, while we're on the subject, do you know what happened to the reincarnation of the port anchor?
No, I'd never met that person. I've heard of them, but I've never met them.
Okay.
American Loyalist 458 says, shout out to Parks for being the only person to be on both the Big U and the Titanic. Will you be doing a day-by-day for the Carpathia trip to New York? The second part of that question, I suppose, would be directed to us at Steam and Splendor, who have been doing the
short answer for the Steam and Splendor day by day is not this year.
Ken needs to sleep.
I actually do need to sleep. I can barely feel my face after the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I got about 2 hours of sleep last night from our grueling schedule. That is something that we want to explore. It's an underrated component of Titanic's story. LA mentioned the hospital stays once everyone got to New York. It would be nice to do that. There were some interesting stories that came out of it. Some of them were humorous too, actually. but it's not something in the cards for this year.
All right.
Yeah, and I have been asked by someone who's I can't mention who twice now to participate in a Carpathia expedition, but I've had my hands full with my own ship and I don't have the bandwidth, so I've had to give them my regrets twice now.
Greek Girl 1912 says, George Behe, I lived near Lake Michigan all my life, except for that time near the Pacific. I have seen mirages. Do you believe that a mirage could have happened during the sinking? George?
Well, we know that George has done a lot of really good legwork on research into people who said that the horizon was not a clean, clear-cut line, which is interesting because it gets into the question of, is it mist? Is it sea smoke? Is it a mirage?
Right.
That Parks touched on earlier. So it's something that is definitely worthy of study moving forward. I'm not sure if George is currently in his seat because he's muted, so he may not have heard the question. Hopefully that helps to answer that question in his behalf if he's unable to.
Thanks, Kent. Make Attack 21574 says, may I suggest Quinton's Hill 1915? You may. All right. Mofo Prada says, thank you for all that you guys do. I have never missed this anniversary event. Quick question. Is it safe to finally confirm that Tim Malton's theory of the cold air mirage is what helped hide the iceberg until it was too late? Parks did touch on this earlier. Confirm, hard to say, but it's believable. And Parks, as you said, you
all I'm going to
it.
say is because there was going to be a documentary made about that in the UK, and the Smithsonian Channel was interested in it. I was asked to see if there was any water behind what Tim was claiming, and so I was able to review his research, and I found that his gathering of all the meteorological logs from all the ships in that area that night was valid. He went into the archives in Germany and France. I mean, he had all the lines, all the nationalities, left no stone unturned. And having seen the effect myself off the coast of Newfoundland, I have to say that it's compelling to me. I believe it. I'm an advocate of it.
Thank you. C. Porter says, I'll send another super chat later. Hey, George, what Titanic Facebook groups are you in so I can contact you? You say you're on the Titanic Book Club page, and to find you in those. George, again, I think is AWOL. Maybe he fell asleep. But, yeah, I mean, the Titanic Book Club page is on Facebook, and they're a good group, and he is very active in there. I don't know what else to tell you with him being absent at the moment.
It's probably a good place for someone to start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Celeste. I'm sorry, I never knew how to pronounce your last name. But anyway, Celeste says, all this talk about the moment of the iceberg collision and nothing about reversing the engines and how the four-bladed center prop wouldn't work. Joking. Excellent stream so far, and so nice to have George participating. Hi, George, and everybody. Hello, Celeste.
She's a big supporter of our work and a friend of ours, and we appreciate that contribution.
It's always good to see her here. American Loyalist once again says, don't forget Boxall was becoming sick at the time. Yep, we did touch on that afterwards. Jack Thompson, H2S, says, Don, as part of the Titanic Historical Society, what was it like participating in efforts to locate the survivors of the disaster?
Well, it's hard to say what it was like. I mean, it was, as a researcher and a historian, it was fun. It was always thrilling when we'd find one, who was still alive, and particularly if they were willing to talk about it. And, I've probably met, I think, over maybe 20, 22 survivors. And, I never met one who wasn't nice, that sort of thing. There were a few who were a little difficult as far as letters and such, but they didn't want to be bothered. But well, even Lillian Asplund, the last American one, who didn't want to be bothered, at least she took my phone call and she chatted with me about it. But I didn't really want to stretch it out. So, but it was back in that day when we hadn't found them all yet. It was really kind of thrilling to find one. I remember one of the thrills was finding Eileen Schaefer, who was the cross-channel passenger, because of course she traveled first class and there were so few of those left. And then another one when we kind of thought we'd found them all, and then suddenly Ellen Shine turns up when she turned 100 on Long Island, and it's like, oh my gosh. But anyway, so it was fun. It was great.
All right, so next up we have Erin Turner, just sent a super chat, no text. ISRUE, Isru, greetings from Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're getting hit by a massive storm right now, but nothing will make me miss this anniversary live stream. Thank you. New Jersey
that's where George is at, so that's
That's
possible.
where George is.
Yeah, he might have been swept away.
And he talked hours ago. He talked about a tornado warning.
Oh my goodness, he's gone.
Well, he's talked to us since then. So.
Oh, good. Never mind then. False alarm. Erin Turner says, do we know how much and how thick the ice was on the forward well deck that broke off?
There
I
was
don't. We'd have to kind of look into it. If anybody here knows, I don't. So
there was quite a bit. I mean, weight-wise, I think it would be difficult to figure out, but there was enough for passengers to be kicking it back and forth and playing with it. So there was a bit.
Some big chunks
I've heard this. I've heard the statement of several tons. Now, is that accurate? Who knows? But George also discovered accounts of ice up on the boat deck between 1 and 3.
We really need George here.
Yeah.
Benny Boy 29 says, would there have been any other ships in the area that night to render aid if their voyages hadn't been cancelled due to the UK coal strike?
That's a good question. We know, for example, that Lusitania was laid up at the time. We know that I believe it was Marconi had just gone across on the Mauritania in order to get to New York faster. But there were a lot of little ships that would have been plying around, and who knows, any one just in the right place, right time, and the story might have been a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Board of Trade sent out letters to the different shipping companies asking them where specific ships were that night. They believe that there were other ships in the general area.
It would be interesting to look at what the regular schedules were for some of the ships that were laid up because of the coal strike, and to see if any of those would have overlapped potentially with but that would be a whole study that would have to be done for that.
Mr. Gutty 117 says, thank you guys for coming together and doing this for us. I learned so much every time. Much love from Philly. Well, thank you, Mr. Gutty. I'm actually from Philly. Roman Mafia 1 just sent a super chat. Thank you. Emerald Osiris 5112 says, we know the ship was going to sink no matter what, but do you guys think it could have stayed afloat longer? Specifically, do we know if all of the manually operated watertight doors were closed? Did Lightaller opening the gangway door hasten the final plunge? We did discuss the gangway door earlier, but do we know if every watertight door was closed, the manual ones?
We know that wheat went down toward the Turkish bats. Correct me if I'm wrong, Parks. Closed a couple of the manual doors down there.
Yes.
But one way or another, I mean, as he said in his question, she was going down, and she actually lasted longer than Andrews had guessed she would.
Yeah.
So you're only very, very small margins, if anything.
We
right?
don't know everything about how Titanic flooded. We have secondary observations of water coming in. We only have one corroborated hull breach, and that's what Barrett saw in boiler rooms 6 and 5. Everything else is conjectural. We still don't understand the flooding reported in boiler room 4. So We can't answer that question because we still, to this day, don't know exactly how Titanic's hull was compromised.
I would follow up with that too and say that we do have numerous accounts of passengers or crew seeing the crew members manually closing those doors that required that. But to say every single one was or wasn't, I don't know that we can account for that with those. But certainly there's accounts of them doing that.
One of the things we talked with Parks about on our podcast that we released earlier this week is that there are still secrets that the wreck holds, and perhaps with future exploration, maybe some of those secrets will be revealed. So it would be interesting to find out.
Benny Boy 29 says, also, is there an estimate of how many additional passengers were on board from those canceled voyages of the other ships due to the coal strike? So to put that in a simpler question, if there were no coal strike on, how many people would actually have been on the Titanic?
I'm not sure I can give a definitive answer on that, but we do know that when Olympic left Southampton the week before, so the previous Wednesday sailing, Wednesday, 3rd of April, 1912, she had well over 2,000 passengers on board. Now, that was way higher than what you would normally expect for a voyage at that time of the year, and that was the highest number of passengers that Olympic ever carried westbound, I think before the First World War. So I'm trying to think of the timing here, but I do wonder if there were probably quite a few people who, you know, there'd been sailings disrupted somewhat before, whether quite a number of people actually ended up, you know, going on that Olympic sailing. And if so, it's quite a good thing that they weren't on Titanic a week later.
Olivia May Julius says, can you talk about how clothing with male and female fashion back then affecting some of the survival?
That's an interesting question. Maybe Don and Parks would have some insight into this or refresh our memories. Not too long ago, they did the water tank tests for one of the documentaries. And wasn't there something about clothing that they found played a factor in that?
Well, clothing works to keep you warm in water just as it does with cold air. Like they say, you should never kick off your shoes if you're freezing in the ocean because your feet will freeze more quickly. But I don't know, other than the fact that, you know, people, like especially women, tended to wear more layers than they do today. But whether that would have weighed them down more or whether it would have kept them warmer, I don't know. But of course, we only have one woman who swam away and survived. So it's a good question. There's no doubt about that, but I sure don't know the answer.
The only example I can possibly think of is that I believe it was Algernon Barkworth had a heavy coat on, and Eugene Daly also did, and credited that partially why they survived on Collapsible B, but I don't know how true that is versus not, if they would or wouldn't have if they didn't have that.
Yeah, and I know Gracie was hoping the man next to him would lend him his cap just to get his head warm, and of course people today don't wear hats so much. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I don't think of the colder that night that the clothes that these people wore into the water would protect them for long enough. And the numbers would bear that out.
Yeah.
Pam C says, question, how do we know the exact times that each lifeboat launched? Did someone write that down as they were struggling to get everyone off the ship?
Well, I'll let the others jump in. There's some cases where you can specifically cite based on survivors. Like lifeboat number 1, there's Abraham Solomon right before he got into the boat, looked at his watch, and it matches a number of other things. But some of them are estimates, some of them are based on this event had to happen before this one, and we know where events on either side of it happened. So there's a whole process that goes into that. But the short answer is, in some cases, yes, you can give very specifics, and other times it's a very well-educated guess.
And if you want the most current research on it, go to my website, wormstead.com/Titanic. there's an article that talks about the lifeboat lowering times, a new study.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's interesting because just from person to person, you might get multiple numbers. And I know I did that article on Edwina Trout about, which boat she was in or and wasn't in. And she gave several different times to different people. They were roughly similar, but they weren't the same time to each person, but roughly, so it's a hard thing. It's a hard game to play. It really is.
Rail Preserver 2K says, "I'm watching you and HG's stream tonight, and I'm curious, are you allowed to use the newer models that Honor and Glory is presently using?" No. I mean, it's theirs. We have our own. And, yeah, it's kind of how ownership works.
We have a fabulous model that we work with, and it was originally worked up by Vasily.
Yep.
And props to Levi and Alex for helping to bring it to life in a 3D environment for us.
Yeah. We're very proud of our models and continuing to improve them.
Yeah, and I've been reviewing the HFX model from an analysis standpoint where I need it to be very exact, and I find that it's got very good bones, and I approve of the method in which they've been constructing this thing with. So it's not just visually impressive. It is accurate enough down to the rivet level to use in wreck analysis.
I should note, thank you, Parks, for the compliments. But I should note that the model we're discussing is the one that you see in the earlier sailing shots. For the sinking, that continues to be a lower detail model that we used, and just have not yet swapped in with our higher quality, higher detailed, very structurally accurate model. So you'll see low detail and even a few minor inaccuracies in what is sinking in these streams. But as you saw earlier, I'm gonna pull it up right now while we're on the topic. What you saw earlier, this one is our higher detail, structurally accurate, technically accurate, from an engineering standpoint. That's our higher detail model that Parks was referring to. I'm going to let this roll in the background.
Yeah, go ahead and sync that lesser one.
Yeah,
Levi,
we don't want to sync the good one.
No.
It's interesting.
I just want to break it into a gazillion pieces.
I do too.
The shear and camber on this model, which, to get nerdy for a minute, are really well done as well. It matches the actual amount.
Interiors fit nicely with it too. Nathan Hudson Young says, "Can Welland davits be used on modern lifeboats?"
Why would you want to?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I mean, they were insufficient. What really killed the number of lifeboats that they could put on these ships was the launching technology at the time. And you see, they recognize this. In Britannic, they came up with a whole new system. It was a bit of an overkill. They didn't stay with that one either. But the Welland davit was an outdated technology by 1912, as the Titanic disaster would prove.
The gravity davits were the best. When they came out with those, they made so much more sense.
Yeah. Aaron Turner again says, it's a question for Parks. "Do we know where the tile for the cooling room of the Turkish bath came from? My absolute favorite room."
What do you mean? Who manufactured it?
I suppose so. Or the research.
We do, and I don't have, I got a gazillion things in my head. If I have it in my files somewhere, I don't keep it in my head. And this is a case where we do know the manufacturer. I can't recall it at the moment, but I know how to get that information.
Okay, very good. Celeste again says, "Since this is going towards good cause and asking about people, how about we talk about Thomas Andrews, who he was and where he actually was last seen during the sinking?" Another one of the many myths to bust.
This is actually a really good question from Celeste, because when we wrote On a Sea of Glass, we had a light bulb moment, and we were able to piece together the fact that the famous smoking room scene with Andrews was not the last place he was seen, and that instead he was identified leaving the port side of the bridge with Captain Smith. And so it dovetailed very nicely with the information that we already had about the whereabouts of Captain Smith toward the end. What's interesting is after we released our recent video on Captain Smith's fate, which was really based on our earlier work in On a Sea of Glass, we got quite a bit of pushback from people that wanted to complain and say that Smith had left from the starboard side of the bridge instead of from the port. And they actually cited a few different eyewitnesses who were around collapsible A on the starboard side and said, well, you know, he must have left from the starboard side. Well, what they didn't take into account, and it was really a little bit of an awkward exchange, unfortunately, is that some of those individuals could have seen through the open navigating bridge and may have been able to see Smith depart from the port side. It also didn't take into account the eyewitnesses who saw Captain Smith coming up the starboard boat deck, giving his final orders there, and then re-entering the bridge, apparently before re-emerging on the port side to give orders there, and then leaving with Andrews from that side.
You have several witnesses that specifically say it was the port side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. In fact, Harold Bride was up on the roof of the officers' quarters, and he said he could see Smith leaving from the port side, and that went nicely with Fitzpatrick and certain others. And as we pointed out in one of our videos recently, not everyone's going to remember everything perfectly, so you have to go with the balance, the center mass of the information. And that indicates the route was he went up the starboard side, the captain did, entered the bridge, and left from the port side with Thomas Andrews. And so the smoking room scene, if it happened, was earlier. And that's actually something that Shan Bullock pointed out all the way back in 1912, is that was not the last place he was sighted, which was an interesting find.
That's what I was going to say. It's not. He didn't even claim that was the last time he was seen. He gave several examples of other unnamed sightings after that.
Thank you. Then we have from Melania the Skull Duchy. Question about Titanic 2. Would you go on it?
Sure.
You know,
yeah,
we talked.
I would love to do that.
We were talking earlier about superstition and the feeling of boarding a ship that just feels wrong. I don't know how I would feel, but if I was ever going to feel that way about boarding a ship, it would probably be that one.
I don't know that I'd be superstitious about it, but I have a feeling that, first of all, that would never be built.
Look at
and
that
then second of it, that the differences with what the actual ship was, I would be too busy being bothered by it not looking like the actual ship to enjoy it as much as I otherwise would have.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, sailing on a Titanic replica without an iceberg collision and sinking is just an Olympic event.
There you go.
By the way, for the question about tiles, the tile design came out of a 18th century manual by Prissé, a French archaeologist in Cairo, that's today published as Arabic art, and the actual tiles were made by Pilkington Tile.
Very good. Thank you, Parks.
Pilkington Tile and Pottery Company.
Ben Newnham says, was Captain Smith's failure to inform his own officers that the ship will sink, thus impacting the urgency of the lifeboats, considered a command failure?
I wouldn't put it that way. No. They did not have walkie-talkies. They were dealing with the noise of the steam blowing off, which hampered communication, as well as the fact that by the time Smith learned that the ship was going down, many of his officers were spread out along the decks on both sides. So word had to be passed. There was no confab on the bridge like you see in the movies, with all the officers, standing at attention, saluting and getting their orders. By the time Captain Smith got the final word that it was going down, they were already engaged in getting the lifeboats swung out and getting the covers off and getting ready to load passengers if that was required. So no, I don't think it was a command problem. It was a communication issue caused by real world circumstances.
Well, I mean, as far as we know, I think they knew. Somehow or another, the word got around and they knew. I mean, they went and got their issue pistols. They did load the lifeboats. They knew.
Good point. Very good point. Just to jump back to a previous super chat question, because I see the thread here, the chat is still discussing parts of it, about are we permitted to use other teams' animations or models? We choose not to. So what you're actually seeing in this video is our own proprietary, our own team's work. We're not using other people's animations. We're using models of people on our team and models that were made for this.
Yeah.
So
let me just jump in here real quick to
Yeah.
point something out, because I cannot say enough good for the generosity and the hard work that you and your team, Tom, which especially this year included Levi, put into making these scenes come to life. A lot of people don't know that these cutscenes that you're seeing, these animations, they are not supported by a Patreon effort per se. There is no specific dedicated let's rebuild Titanic by HFX Studios project that has its own Patreon with lots of money flowing in. This is something that Levi said back a couple of months ago. We were talking, and I knew the workload that was going to be involved. He did too. We talked, and I said to him, is this even going to be feasible for you? And he just said, I've already put some legwork in. Let's do it. And it's that generosity and wanting to get those historical images like what we see here brought back to life, that enthusiasm for the subject that I can't say enough good about. So thank you, Tom, for providing that environment for all of us. And thank you, Levi and Alex and Colin and
Colin
everyone.
made those tugs that you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
wonderful,
that took several
wonderful.
nights. Yeah. So,
And
and Elias, who built the New York in conjunction with Colin, thank you guys
Yep.
all so much for
Yes.
all the hard work you do. And so much of it just is underappreciated, underpaid, because it's not some big, frilly, expensive piggy bank that we have to do this.
And I can only second and say ditto on all that, but the comments that people have had in these videos about the animations, hopefully the team has seen those, because people have been blown away, and it's really helped them connect with the history, which is the whole point. So thank you again.
Absolutely.
I will also point out that those other videos are also using their own research, whereas we are using our own research,
Yeah, good point.
which doesn't always agree.
Good point. XOIXX just sent a super chat. Thank you. Kairos says, were any artifacts or wreckage ever found washed up on the coast in the years following the sinking? Well, there's
One
the story
bottle.
of the bottle coming up.
Well, the bottle with the thing from Jeremiah Burke, they believe he threw that overboard there in Ireland and not at the site of the wreck. So, but that's the only thing I can think of that ever washed up on shore. I don't think we've ever heard of anything else.
I've never heard of anything like that.
I've seen a couple newspaper articles about things that turn out to be fake.
Yeah.
Nothing authentic.
I remember, so up in Nova Scotia, I remember this one antique dealer was selling White Star Line items, and he was like, oh, these washed up from the Titanic. I'm like, okay, well, the Titanic sank 400 miles offshore. But it turns out they were Atlantic. Yeah, so they were White Star Line artifacts. So no, it was just kind of funny that he genuinely believed they were washing up, but they were forks and salt and pepper shakers, stuff that's not going to drift hundreds of miles.
There was quite a lot of material that was recovered by the body recovery vessels that you
Yes.
touched on. Deck chairs,
Yes.
some of the dining saloon chairs.
Yeah,
That
you
should
see
have been
them.
a dead giveaway.
You see them
But those were all hundreds of miles out at sea.
Right.
yeah, and you
Yes.
see those on the ship piled in that
Yes,
one
you do.
photograph. Yeah.
Well,
And
Tom,
we-
you also had that Lusitania life jacket that did that fun journey up by your place.
Up by Philly, yeah, the one that, but that's not Titanic. But yeah, it happens. If you haven't seen it, those of you tuned in, last year we did a documentary on the aftermath of the Titanic from the body recovery perspective. The story of the Mackie Bennett, the Minia, and of course the bodies coming in, being claimed, and then the mass graves up in Halifax. It's on my YouTube channel, Part-Time Explorer. If you're interested, it's a very thorough documentary. Go and check that out, because it's one of the ones that I am the most proud of. We also I saw earlier the president of the Titanic Society of Atlantic Canada, gracing us with a pop-in. So hello, D, if you're still there.
Yeah, I got a question. I saw the tag official Jepson up on there. I don't know if it's them, but shout out from a Malort drinker here.
Official what?
Jepson.
Oh, look at
there you
that.
go.
I
Yeah.
didn't see that.
Are we talking Malort here?
I don't know. I
might
don't know.
need
Maybe
some
someone
podcast.
Maybe someone can go check that out.
Okay.
Trevor Ramsey says, are the accounts of Titanic's crew preventing third-class passengers from going on deck still considered factual? We did touch on that earlier, but thank you for the super chat. Emma Joe says, it's wild looking at the image of the sinking ship, which looks highly alarming, and yet the lifeboats are still only in their early stages. Thanks to all of you. Z Smart 17 says, my relative Sidney James Humphreys was put in charge of Lifeboat 11. Can you please tell me any other information that you know about him?
Not off the top of my head, I don't have anything.
Go ahead.
No, I'd have to look. I'm trying to remember if I've seen accounts from him or not.
I don't want to say, go read the book and not answer the question. But
I want to say that we knew more about him from other people than from his own words.
Jack Thompson says, for those in the boats closer to the bow, could the breakup have been perceived differently due to the distance, the angle of view, the darkness, and obstructions like smoke and the ship's own structure? Absolutely. We have varying, all sorts, a wide variety of different accounts of what they saw based on where they were. If you're in a lifeboat in one spot, it looks like the ship goes vertical. But then if you're in another lifeboat, it looks like it's really not coming up high out of the water at all. And it all comes down to your perspective. The darkness, just the darkness, the angle, and of course the adrenaline of the moment all play a role in what you're going to perceive.
And let me point out, that's one of the reasons why it's so important to try to pin down where the lifeboats were at the time of the sinking, which is something that we did a few years ago for our book Recreating Titanic. Is we mapped out the distances and the courses in conjunction with Levi, working to get those lifeboats from launch point out to a final stopping point at the time of the ship sank. Because only once you can put a camera in that lifeboat in its approximate original location can you begin to see the information that their eyeballs were taking in and how they were processing that data.
Yes. Jared F. Oh,
Can we go back to that question about Humphreys
Sure,
for
yes.
a minute? The only information I have on Humphreys was in the American Inquiry, the testimony of Walter Bryce, pages 650 and 652. Those are the basic information we have, and it just says he was in lifeboat number 11.
Thank you.
I have no other information than that, but The American Inquiry, pages 650 to 652.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks.
Jared F. 1986 says, do you think Cosmo Duff Gordon's payment to the crew of Boat 1 was a bribe, or do you think he was sincere in helping them replace what they lost?
Well, I think he was sincere. I think there's no reason to believe it was a bribe.
Agreed.
I agree with Don.
Okay. Die Tiles 1603. Unfortunately, I have to get back to designing for now. However, I want to extend a thank you from the Webb Private Military Museum of Savannah, Georgia. Very cool. Thanks for tuning in. Cade K says, I did this last year as well. Oh, this is directed to George. But please let me apologize to Mr. Behe again for my being snippy a few years ago on social media. He knows the numbers of survivors and versus lost, and I don't. I am mortified, and I am so sorry. I remember last year, George said, don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. Apology accepted. And I'm sure he would say the same again this year.
So many people don't know that George doesn't always feel 100%. He put a lot into joining us this evening.
Yes.
And we don't know for sure what happened to him. He kind of cut out there around the time there were the tornado warnings. I see he's still connected, so I don't believe he's lost power. I think he's probably safe, but he may not be feeling terrific, or he may actually have just run out of gas, which at this hour of the evening is understandable. I hope so too.
Run out of gas like the rest of us are too.
Yeah, we're all getting there. Richter Kleiber is the username, but I know their real name. Says, a contribution to the Olympic Piano Restoration Fund with thanks from a longtime fan. Thanks to all and to Tom Zolt Bogner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Shell 86 says, what is a good source for deep Titanic lore information and timelines? Thanks for all that you do. Well, we have several authors who were on our panel, and many of them have put together good books that you can refer to.
If I can say too, like, we've done multiple videos on Steam and Splendor Network that delve into events and timelines and chronology, and that we are trying to do serious research on that. It's not something that's just for clicks or to attract viewers. Obviously, we want people to see it, but we pride ourselves in that being high quality research. So if you haven't checked that out, we'd recommend that as well.
Yeah, the link is in the description. That channel will be plugged in as a collaborator once this stream is archived, and of course there are links to some of the books, or at least the stores by some of the authors in this panel. Snow Monkey
And if you go to wormstead.com/Titanic, you'll see some of our newest research, like even as of this week.
That's right. Snow Monkey says, I think this is the best live stream yet, guys, and might I say the best panel too. Great evening tonight.
Thanks, Snow Monkey. She's a Patreon supporter for our channel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for all that. I have to clock out. I got meetings with state officials tomorrow morning early, so
good luck.
Parks, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Parks.
Take care.
Bye.
Jack Thompson says the superstructure is starting to go under. Obviously, this is a couple hours ago. Logan Huffgarden says, it's beautiful to have so many talented historians on this poll this year to commemorate this world-changing event and keeping it alive. Thank you, Logan. C. Porter says, it's 1:50 now. Lifeboat 4 is launching. The Widener party has split. The ladies, Eleanor and maid Giger, are in the boat. George and Harry are on deck, later seen nearby collapsible B's launch. Maybe they helped. Thank you, C. Porter, a longtime supporter. It's good to see you again. We basically see you every year, so thank you for tuning in. Michael Tynan says, thanks for all you do. Much appreciated. Jack Thompson says, Lightaller mentioned people in the water being sucked down into the forward funnel intake. Terrifying. Thank you, Jack. Nicodemus says, I'm a cousin of Wallace Hartley. On behalf of my family, Thank you. I love watching every year. My dad had no idea until 2003 when he found a letter from Wallace's father to Dad's grandfather stashed in the back of a Bible.
My goodness. Thank you for being
Incredible.
with us. We appreciate having survivor relatives join us.
Yeah. Nathan Hudson Young says, given today's modern regulations, is it still possible for a disaster of this magnitude to happen? Absolutely. And the moment you let your guard down and think that it can't, it will happen again. Luca 1824 says, may God rest the souls of the 1,500 people who perished on Titanic, as well as her survivors. May Christ our King and God grant them everlasting life in his heavenly kingdom, and may their memory be eternal. Rest in peace. Thank you, Luca. Mofo Prada says, another stellar night under sad circumstances. See, when I get tired, my words start stumbling. Thank you all. Quick question to the panel. What is one unsolved mystery from the sinking that the panel would like to solve one day? I think this would be a great question for Mark and Don.
Boy, I don't have one off the top of my head, that's for sure. Gosh, boy, I mean, if I sat down and thought about it, I'd probably come up with 10.
I know, these put you on the spot.
Yeah, they kind of do, and so it's yeah, I off the top of my head, it's so late I just can't think. Sorry.
Mark?
Yeah, I'm well, it's so early for me, not late. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to think sort of off the top of my head, and you know, I'd probably just write a huge long list of things that I think we'd better want to understand. I think certainly something that's often overlooked and that was referred to earlier is the flooding that became apparent in Boiler Room 4. Yep. And that's often overlooked because, you know, it wasn't part of the initial observed collision damage. So, you know, all the narratives about that, you know, they're based on the flooding that was observed earlier in the sinking. So I suppose a bit more on that would be good to explore. I'm sure there's loads of other things, but
well, in a slightly bigger picture, just the damage to the ship itself.
Sure.
Which would include number 4.
Yes.
And where it was where the hull was busted open, all of that.
Yeah. Cade K says, I have played the piano at Titanic Pigeon Forge, so here's a donation for the RMS Olympic Steinway Association in honor of Captain Lowell Little. Thank you for doing this every year.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Celeste says, good job, guys, and LA. So nice to have a lady on the panel. Awesome stream and enjoyed hearing some old and new stories. Hope to hang out with you all again at the same date and time next year. Cheers. Thank you, Celeste. I apologize if I say your name wrong, but Fahim Sina says, for the Olympic Steinway. Thanks all. Thank you, Fahim. Cade K, again, says, also, I live 5 minutes from Knightstown, Indiana, home of Harry H. Homer, who was possibly in Lifeboat 15. Yes, I'm familiar with that. I believe I've visited his grave. There's a series that I started doing on Steam and Splendor. I actually did it several times on the Titanic International Society channel, and now I'm moving it over to Steam and Splendor, where I would visit a grave and talk about who they were. And that's one of the ones that I've filmed, but I'm sitting on like 40 of those. Just got to edit them.
You know, we think Homer was 99% in Lifeboat 15.
Great.
We're 99% sure.
Louis Angel Santos says, hi, Tom. Will you make a video on the Hindenburg? Maybe. Alejandro Flores Beira says, can you discuss the 2 Mexicans on board? First class passenger Manuel Ramirez Orochorta and trimmer Antonio Ferreri. Again, pronunciations, I apologize. Both of whom were lost in the sinking.
Well, I know Manuel Urichurtu was a congressman. I don't know if they have congressmen today in Mexico, but he was a political figure in Mexico. That's about all I know about him. And the family thinks that a woman visited, them years later, or visited them, whoever she visited, they're dead now, and to tell them, to thank him for, giving up his space in a lifeboat for her. And of course, no one had a specific space in a lifeboat. And I think they said it was Mrs. Nye or something. And of course, the Nye family said no way. She'd never been to Mexico. So it sounds like some lady just hoping for some money or something, kind of tried to con them. But that's about all I know about him. And then the trimmer, I don't know anything about.
I hope I'm not conflating, but the Manuel, was he the gentleman who survived another shipwreck a few decades prior?
Oh, that
and was
guy
so afraid to sail again, but the Titanic was the first ship to give him confidence.
No, that was a guy from Argentina, I think.
Yes.
Oh, I can't think of his name.
You
Anyway,
don't
yeah,
mean Ramon?
Oh, Ramon Artigavesia. Yes, thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah, that was someone else different, someone completely different.
Very nice. All right. So I was conflating. I apologize. T. LeBeau says, question, where would you rank SOS Titanic among all the movies and TV productions of this story?
That stands as one of my favorite productions. There are mistakes, and the public rooms don't bear any resemblance, except the Café Parisien. But that has a lot going for it, including, in my opinion, probably the closest to reality portrayal of Bruce Ismay. There's more than one that are fantastic, but when I see Ismay in that film, to me, he really stands out. And I think Andrews was portrayed pretty well in that also.
I think there's a couple things like that was one that I saw when I was very young, the longer version of it. And yeah, you're right. The sets, there's chunks of it that were on Queen Mary. It just, the visual part of it doesn't hold up, but there was a lot of little factual details they fit in, which I thought were nice. And there's things like even something as simple as a lot of the period music, Scott Joplin and things like that they had on the soundtrack. So I have that one's got a little sentimental value, even though it's, in my opinion, it's not the best production by any means, but there's some good things about it.
I also love the way in the long version, I would completely skip the short version. You want to go for the full length version of the film. I love how they tell the story in flashback style, how you start on the Carpathia and then you go through the sinking and then you end on the Carpathia, kind of where you begin. And that's kind of a non-linear storytelling that I find fascinating. I like that very much.
Very nice.
It was nice to see a story told from Lawrence Beasley's point of view. That's the part that really got to me.
And lo and behold, David Warner, who played Lawrence Beasley in SOS Titanic, happened to board Titanic again about 17 or so years later, playing a very different character.
And he died one time and he lived one time.
That's right. So, T. LeBeau, thank you for that generous gift. And they also have a second part. They say, separately, thank you, Tom, for hosting this for over a decade. And thank you, Don, Tad, Kent, Bill, George, Parks, Mark, L.A., and shout out to Ken for all your hard work. Thank you, LeBeau. John City 00. And we are nearing the end, by the way. For a while, they were still rolling in faster than we could even address them. But, which is exciting and great. We're very grateful. Let me get that video playing again. There we go. Question for Don. To piggyback off of an earlier question, who is your favorite survivor that you got to speak to, and what stands out about him or her?
Well, with all due respect to the others, I think Edwina Trout, even though I didn't know her as long as some of the others, and because she was in her 20s. She wasn't a child who was taken on board by her parents and just sort of witnessed it. She participated in it, as an adult, and like hearing her thought process, of, as I mentioned earlier, the idea that, she wasn't going to get into a boat because she figured she was going to die anyway, that when a ship sank, you died. And it was interesting that she stood on deck and she said a little prayer to God, thanking him that he was going to take her life in a way that her family would not have to pay for a funeral. And so, things like that. And then she was just a fun person and a very sweet, wonderful person. So, obviously I knew her very well and knew Ruth Becker Blanchard very well as well. And they're both wonderful, wonderful ladies. But from a historical standpoint, even though Ruth told such a great story and so perfectly every time, I think Winnie, for her insight into, as an adult sailing on the Titanic, by herself and everything, I think she'd have to be my favorite.
All right. Well, thank you. Official Jepson says, thank you, Part-Time Explorer. Great job. Shame Parks is not here for that one. Virtus1863 says, hello from Plattsburgh, New York. Is it possible that the flooding in Boiler Room 4 came from the open manhole in Boiler Room 5 that injured Shepard?
It's an interesting question. I'd have to consult a plan of subdivision, but typically the double bottom of the ship was subdivided into different tanks and areas. I would not immediately suspect that the flooding had come from that same manhole, especially since we don't know which manhole had been lifted in Boiler Room 5. There were more than one. Levi may have a plan. He may have something if he's still alive and with us.
I would think probably not, because if that's the case, then it kind of undermines the whole system of its purpose, right?
Yeah.
So, because
those
if for every
watertight
reason, if you're
bulkheads,
doing maintenance on something, you can't control that, you can't close that, you can't, and it's like at that point, if the hole or something knocks one of the manhole covers, or if you ground, then you're hooped.
what's the purpose of your watertight bulkheads if it's snakes underneath? But what I do like about this question is it's outside the box thinking, and that's the kind of thing that even if it's not correct or not plausible, having a different perspective is always good for spurring thinking process.
Right. Mofo Prada says, Paul Matthias dove to Titanic in 1998 and used sonar scans on the buried hull, and his scans showed small holes adding up to 12 square feet of damage. His research was televised. How valid is this research to the panel's eyes?
That's a very good question. Tad, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, this one, actually, if people listen to our most recent podcast episode, which we did with Parks, we talk about this very subject. And the problem with those scans is, yes, they show deformations in the general areas where there was the flooding. Yes, they add up to the 12 square feet like Wilding had calculated. The piece that was omitted from that is that there was also damage shown on the port side, clearly from the impact with the bottom, and that wasn't disclosed. So there's really no way to say for certain that the damage that was seen on the starboard side was from the iceberg versus just the bow hitting the bottom of the ocean. So it's something that has to be taken with a grain of salt, although it is kind of coincidental that it does line up with where the general areas where those would have been seen.
I don't usually speak for Parks, but one of the things he did say on our podcast, and I definitely go back and listen to it, check my quote, is he said that he believes that the shock damage with the sea floor kind of obscured what the iceberg damage was because it probably added more to it. So, or words to that effect. But check out his quote in the podcast to make sure I'm getting it 100% right.
Very good. Kurt Glennie says, could you talk on the second-class passenger Reverend John Harper and the popular myth that he gave away his life jacket and made a convert to Christianity in the water?
Well, we know there's no source for that story whatsoever. So that's about the best you can do, is just say, I don't know where it came from because no one's ever been able to document it. So, and if you read the actual story, I mean, my gosh, he's swimming from person to person to person, which is just impossible. So you know, there's no source for it. Somebody made it up just to for religious purposes, and there's no basis in fact for it.
We did talk about how difficult it is to produce a coherent sound in cold water, let alone to swim around and have full-on conversations, intelligent conversations.
And this goes back to one of those things where sometimes inventing things it aren't as good as the actual story. Mm-hmm. He may have done some things prior to the sinking that were heroic, but we don't need to invent something.
Yeah. I mean, he was known to be a man of his faith, absolutely, and he did stay behind to help and to pray, and there's no negating that. But I have, as Don said, I have never seen a source for the story, but I've seen it passed around quite a lot. The Abyss Hunter says, for the piano, and it's 7:35 a.m. I need to get to sleep. I couldn't agree more. But thank you for the super chat there. Cool Guard Plays sent a blank super chat. Thank you. Nathan Hudson Young says, good night, brothers and sisters of Titanic enthusiasts. Good night. Scrolling through the chat. Cool Guard Plays sent another one. I sent a super chat around the same time of the funnel color question, but it seems it was skipped. Great stream. I'm sorry if we skipped it. I must have missed it. Or anyway. My question was if there is any chance for a Discord server for the YouTube channel community. So there is a Part-Time Explorer Discord that comes from the Patreon. And we are discussing ways of merging it. So, well, there's none for Steam and Splendor, but there's talks that we're having of integrating that somehow with the Steam and Splendor Patreon. I don't know. I'm so bad at social media. Discord is just a bit beyond me. Not beyond me, but it's just, it's a lot to keep
Discord
up
is something that we put up with because it's a good communication tool.
It's good to talk to people. We love talking to people.
Yeah.
But, a million notifications on the phone.
And
It's a lot to
hopefully we
keep up with.
answered your question about the tugboat's funnel color in our previous discussion. So
Oh, I think he was saying he sent a previous message near that. I don't think that was his. He was just giving like a benchmark. Louis Angel can't even talk. Sorry. We've had many long nights, and this is another one. Louis Angel Santos says, rank all Titanic projects from 1912 to 2024. Okay, every single project, not just films.
We'll be up for the next 24 hours.
Oh, this person does not want us to sleep. That's pretty funny, though.
I can't stay awake that long.
That's fine. Thank you for the support.
Thank you.
Milosh15 Gameplays YouTube sent a super chat.
Thank you.
Text. Thank you very much. Again, that is the last super chat, unless anyone comes in the last couple of moments right here. Thank you. And again, a portion of the chats is going to the Olympic Steinway Association piano group friends to support them in their cause of preserving Olympics a la carte restaurant piano. So thank you very much. I do want to sincerely say thank you all for joining. And, we had around 1,500 people at our peak. And we have still, in our long rambles, an hour plus after the ship disappears, we still have nearly 600 people tuning in.
I have to thank all of these.
Yes.
These guys hang in there with us every single year.
Absolutely.
And they love to hear the answers to these questions. So thank you guys for all your support.
Thank you very much.
We know that, the stream is supposed to be about commemorating the disaster. Sadly, it's turned into more of a competition between different streams in recent years. So we know that there's places, there's other places you could have been. We appreciate those who tuned in. Those who tuned into multiple streams tonight, that's awesome. And, but I just wanted to say thank you for those who do join us and stay and listen. It's great to have you here. There's so much good discussion. Thank you, of course, to the panelists who joined us and those still hanging on right now.
It's been fun.
It has.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've enjoyed this.
It has. It always is fun. How are you holding up, Mark?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm waking up again, so it's just coming up to
because
8
the
a.m.
sun's
so,
out.
Yes.
I'll go to bed tonight. It'll be fine.
Good. Get some sleep. Get some
Mark
rest.
is a trooper. Thank you for
we
staying
appreciate
up
it.
all night with us.
Yes.
No, thank you. It's been great to be here. It's always an honor to participate, and I love the questions as well, because you always get maybe not a curveball, but you'll get something that you think, oh, I didn't think of that before. So you know, contributions are really, contributions are really valid, and you know, I think sometimes there's that expression, there's no such thing as a stupid question, you know, just ask it. And that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. It's always fun looking at these. All right. Well, once again, thank you to everybody, our panelists, those who have joined in. Yeah. Kent, thank you for everything.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for all your support and for the team's hard work backing us up at every step of the way. We can't thank you enough.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Here.
And one final
Thanks,
shout
all.
out. Yep. One final shout out, of course, to the crew who made this happen, but are not here. You know, we have Levi, who is in the stream but quiet, and Colin, Elias, Eli, Alex, and I hope I'm not forgetting anyone from being so tired. Barrett, yeah, I can't forget Barrett. And of course Tess for moderating the chat and keeping an eye on those super chats for us. Thank you.
She does a great job every year.
She does. Absolutely. And Emma was going to help, but our 1-year-old has not let her. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Take care.
Hey, guys.
Cheers, everybody.
Oh, and shout out to Dan. Dan, can't forget Dan. Real maker of stuff right there. He's also helped us with so much modeling. Dan is the fella who did the CGI for the Titanic movie. 2001. It's great to have him on board.
Thanks,
Also,
Dan.
Mike Poirier and Brandon Whited, two of the guys who back our play pretty much on a daily basis. They're there helping us and in the trenches.
Great.
And thanks to everybody.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Good night.
Now, good night for real.
Thank you.
Okay.